Across the center of a snow-covered battlefield, where everything had been dyed a cold and lifeless white, a single figure stood above the piled corpses like a shadow of death. From his motionless body, a terrifying killing aura spread outward, heavy enough to make the frozen air tremble. He did not even bother to turn around. With his back still facing the person who had just appeared behind him, he spoke in a voice as cold as the snow beneath his feet. The old man only shifted his eyes to the side, giving him a sharp, sideways glance. Then, in that chillingly calm tone, he asked why Aster had come here when he was supposed to be leading the conquering army on the Eastern Front. Aster lowered his gaze, his shoulders tense, and his hand slowly tightened into a trembling fist. Through clenched teeth, Aster forced out his answer, saying he had come here to defeat him. The moment those words fell, openly declaring war, the man he called father merely curled his lips with cold contempt. Those reddish eyes stayed frighteningly calm, without even the slightest ripple of emotion, as Roderick slowly drew a sword still stained with blood. Aster's voice strained with rage as he accused him of planning, from the very beginning, to use his army as bait, then shouted at him to deny it if he was wrong. His voice cracked as he cried out that single word, "Father," the sound carrying all the pain and betrayal he could no longer hold back. Roderick admitted it without the slightest hesitation. His voice remained indifferent, almost mocking, as he said that this was exactly the purpose of those who were born without wings. Then his sneer deepened as he asked, was that not right, his foolish son? Every cruel word sank into Aster like a dagger, tearing open the deepest wound in his heart, and setting the rage inside Aster Elmheim ablaze. The Elmheim family was known as the greatest lineage of war gods on the entire continent, a noble house that had sworn to protect the royal family with their blades, and standing at the very top of that family was its head. Roderick Elmheim was the only man in the entire nation who possessed that supreme and overwhelming power. As Aster stared at him, he remembered how this mighty man had once appeared before him. Back then, Aster had been on the verge of death, buried in a merciless blizzard, when Roderick saved his life. To repay that debt, Aster had accepted every order given to him and agreed to do anything that was demanded of him. Because of that, he threw himself into one bloody battlefield after another without hesitation. Yet the life he endured since childhood had never been one of warmth or gratitude. Instead, his childhood was a long chain of humiliation, scorn, and contempt. His own brothers never missed a chance to laugh at him and tear him down. Again and again, they reminded him that someone like him, someone without wings, had no right to stand proudly or even lift his head before them. In this world, the seal of wings carved upon a person's back was the source of magical power. The more wings someone possessed, the greater the strength they could wield. And because Aster alone in the ducal house could not use magic, he was branded as wingless, no matter how hard he struggled or how much effort he poured into himself. So he dedicated everything he had to the sword, training until his hands bled and his body became the only weapon he could truly rely on. Deep down, he kept believing that if he continued to push forward with enough determination, then one day all that relentless effort would finally be recognized. And in the end, through nothing but his own merit, he did earn something precious. Loyal companions who chose to stand beside him and fight at his side. But now, hidden behind a tree, his sharp gaze remained on guard, his entire body tense as though he had already sensed that something terrible was about to happen. By the time he understood the truth, it was already too late. Horror surged through him as he realized that the entire army had been lured into a carefully prepared ambush. Those painful memories came rushing back all at once, crushing his chest as he screamed in despair. He demanded to know if this was the reward for all the loyalty he had given to the father he had trusted so completely, but all he received in return was an icy, emotionless stare. Roderick smiled with open scorn and asked what an instrument like him had expected in the first place. Then, with cruel calmness, he declared that Aster had already served his purpose and coldly ordered him to disappear. Those words struck deeper than any blade, stabbing into him again and again, until the hatred burning in Aster's eyes grew even brighter against the falling snow. Consumed by fury, Aster rushed forward like a man who had lost all reason, lifting his sword high as he shouted that word once more, "Father." He had trusted this man with everything, only now realizing just how foolish that trust had been. With all the strength left in his body, he unleashed a spinning slash toward the father who had betrayed him. The sharp edge of his blade swept close and grazed Roderick's neck, carving a thin line of blood across his skin. For the first time, Roderick's calm expression finally shifted. But in the very next instant, glowing red magical chains burst out from nowhere and wrapped around Aster, binding him in place. His own brothers had joined the attack against him. Even with the chains tightening around him, Aster swung his sword like a wounded beast, cutting down the attackers who came too close. He cried out in pain as the magical bindings dug in harder, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Even so, the fire in his eyes did not go out, and his will to keep fighting refused to fade. One of his brothers looked down at him with a mocking smirk and asked if he still failed to understand. To them, a wingless would always remain nothing more than a wingless. The three of them, father and sons, stood arrogantly above him, looking down as Aster collapsed into the snow. Another brother sneered that crawling on the ground was exactly where he belonged, while pressing his hand harshly into the freezing white beneath him. Aster raised his trembling voice and asked, if they had planned to throw him away from the start, then why had they ever taken him in at all? Roderick bent down toward him and coldly told him to stop lying to himself. From the very beginning, he had never needed Aster as a person. Then he roughly seized Aster by the hair. With a brutal yank, Roderick forced Aster's head upward, making him meet that contempt-filled gaze directly. Then he leaned in closer, as if savoring the moment before revealing the truth. What Roderick had truly wanted was not Aster himself, but the power of the 7 wings sleeping inside his body. Aster's eyes widened in shock, and in disbelief, he repeated the words back. 7 wings. The words barely left Aster's mouth, while Roderick's cruel smile only grew wider. Roderick's expression darkened with satisfaction as he added in a cold voice that Aster's mother had been very useful to him. Without any shame, he boasted that she had given birth to Aster only as the seed Roderick needed for his own benefit. The last thing Aster remembered was screaming desperately, demanding answers from Roderick, while cold blades pierced through his body. His consciousness began to sink into darkness, slowly fading away until only a bone-deep chill remained, and his hand slipped limply into the snow. In that final moment, with life draining out of him, Aster wondered in despair if this was truly where his fate was meant to end. And if that was really the case, then what meaning had there been in the life he had struggled so hard to live? Then, all of a sudden, a pale and gentle warmth wrapped around him. For one fleeting instant, he thought he had finally reached the afterlife, until he realized what he was feeling was snow. At the same time, he sensed that someone was holding him carefully in their arms. It was an unfamiliar warmth, yet strangely soft and tender. His eyes snapped open wide as a single thought struck him. No, this was not some fading dream at the edge of death. What he was seeing and feeling was unmistakably real. Confusion filled him as he wondered where he had ended up, lying there beneath the falling snow. Then a wave of horror hit him when he noticed just how small his body had become. He stared down at his tiny hands, unable to believe they truly belonged to him. They were not just smaller than he remembered, they were the soft, fragile hands of a newborn child. And that newborn body was being gently cradled in someone's arms, held close against the cold. When Aster looked up at the woman holding him, he saw that she seemed to have just taken her final breath, and he wondered in shock if she was already dead. Then, without warning, an unfamiliar voice echoed inside his mind, commanding him to seek her. In that sudden vision, Aster saw armed knights charging through the raging snowstorm, their horses tearing across the white field as they shouted that she could not have gotten far. One of the knights raised his voice above the howling wind, declaring that by Duke Roderick's order, they had to retrieve the child she had stolen no matter what it cost. Then the vision disappeared as quickly as it had come, leaving Aster frozen in place, stunned and unable to make sense of what he had just witnessed, while snow continued drifting down around him. But the moment that name echoed again in his mind, Duke Roderick, his entire body stiffened as if the cold had pierced straight through him. A terrible realization slowly settled over him. The newborn those knights were hunting for was not some unknown child at all. They were searching for him. The memory of being discovered on a night swallowed by a violent snowstorm came rushing back, and a wild possibility began to take shape in his mind. Had he truly returned to the past? He tried to force that impossible thought away, but before he could steady himself, strange flashes of light flickered before his eyes, cutting through his thoughts. Even though he still could not fully accept what was happening, Aster pushed the question aside for now. Right now, understanding the truth mattered less than surviving the danger in front of him. One thing was painfully clear. If he stayed where he was, he would be captured again and delivered straight back into the hands of that merciless duke. With the instincts of a warrior who had lived through countless battlefields, Aster forced his weak newborn body to move, crawling away from the cold arms of the woman whose warmth had already faded. Then, without warning, golden energy surged from deep inside him, bursting through his tiny body as if answering his desperate will to escape as far as he possibly could. Wherever his little hands touched the ground, heat spread outward, melting the thick snow beneath his fingers and leaving patches of wet earth behind. But no matter how strong his mind was, his newborn body could not endure for long. Soon, he collapsed into the snow, his breathing growing heavier and rougher with every strained breath. In the brutal cold, His tiny limbs burned as though fire were eating through them, and behind him, a long trail of melted snow stretched across the pure white ground. He could barely drag himself forward anymore, yet his eyes still burned with stubborn determination. No matter what happened, he swore he would survive this time. The image of his ruthless father turning his back on him rose in his mind once more, and with it came a vow of revenge that sank deep into his heart. Gritting his teeth, Aster poured every last drop of hatred into his glowing hands and whispered inwardly to Roderick that he would never forget this. Using the last bit of strength left in that tiny body, the newborn continued crawling with unbelievable persistence, carving a long, desperate mark through the snow before his strength finally gave out. At last, completely exhausted, he collapsed at the feet of a figure who had just appeared before him. A little girl spotted the motionless baby in the snow and immediately pointed at him, calling out to her father with a voice full of surprise and excitement. The man known as Viscount Hefried stared at the scene before him, unable to hide the shock on his face. He carefully bent down and lifted the baby into his arms, wondering in disbelief how such a tiny child could have possibly ended up alone in a place like this. As the safety and warmth of the man's embrace surrounded him, Aster's exhausted body finally gave in, and the child slowly drifted into sleep. Viscount Hefried continued staring at the strange newborn in his arms, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. His gaze followed the long trail carved through the snow behind the baby, and he could hardly believe that such a small child had crossed that distance all by himself. Looking down at the sleeping boy in his arms, the Viscount could not stop himself from wondering who this child really was. When Aster opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a warm room, far away from the howling storm outside. Still half-dazed from sleep, he wondered where he had been brought. Then, without warning, an illusion appeared in front of him. A boy with hair as red as flames, stretching out his hand as if trying to pull Aster away. Just as suddenly, a soft pinch on his cheek snapped him out of that strange vision and dragged his senses back to the room around him. When his eyes focused again, he realized that 4 adorable little girls had gathered closely around him. One of them excitedly called to the eldest sister, announcing that the baby had finally woken up, while the older girl quickly scolded the others not to squish and ruin his pretty little nose. Aster, once a veteran warrior who had survived bloody battlefields, was now trapped in the powerless body of an infant, completely helpless as 4 lively girls crowded around and fussed over him. Unable to understand what was happening, he struggled desperately among them. Fortunately, the eldest sister, a platinum-haired girl, finally rescued him from the others' eager hands. Even then, Aster curled up in her lap with clear suspicion in his eyes. With the mind of an adult trapped inside a baby's body, he suddenly tried to stand up and break free from the girl's arms. But his fragile newborn body betrayed him immediately. The moment he tried to move on his own, he toppled forward and fell face-first onto the floor, startling everyone in the room. One of the girls cried out in alarm, completely unable to understand what had just happened to the strange little baby. Startled, irritated, and deeply confused, Aster began crawling away in a panic, unable to figure out why the girls were chasing after him while shouting for him to stop. That ridiculous little pursuit finally came to an end only when his tiny body could no longer keep up, and he was caught after exhausting every bit of strength he had. Viscount Hefried managed to scoop him up just in time, still staring in amazement as he remarked that this truly was a strange child, as if he had fallen straight out of the sky. Aster's eyes widened the moment he recognized the man holding him. This was Viscount Hefried, Duke Roderick's own brother. Shocked, Aster quickly looked around, taking in the unfamiliar room around him. A dreadful question rose in his mind. Could this place be another residence belonging to the Elmheim family? Igra Elmheim, the lord of the Viscount's house and the head of a lesser branch of the Elmheim family, had once stood side by side with his brother Roderick. Together, they had been known as the Twin Wings, 2 trusted right hands sworn to protect the royal family. But in the memories Aster carried from his previous life, Viscount Hefried had died tragically during a civil war, and his death had led to the complete downfall of his entire house. Seeing him alive now, standing right before his eyes, made one thing impossible to deny. Aster had truly returned to the past. Even so, the bitter irony of the situation hit him so hard that he could not help but clutch at his head. After struggling so desperately to escape the Duke's household, he had somehow ended up falling straight into the hands of Roderick's own brother. Meanwhile, the Viscountess held him gently in her arms and wondered aloud if perhaps the child's magic had gone out of control, causing him to fly through the air. Believing more and more that he was no ordinary baby, she looked down at him with soft, tender eyes and a warm smile unlike any cruelty Aster remembered from his past. She hugged him close with gentle care, comforting him in a soothing voice and telling him that he must have been terribly frightened, but that everything would be all right now. For the first time across both of his lives, Aster felt the warmth of a mother's embrace surrounding him, and that simple kindness left him completely stunned and speechless. A short distance away, Viscount Hefried watched the gentle scene unfold before him, and a quiet, satisfied smile slowly formed on his face. Then he stepped closer to them and spoke with certainty, declaring that this child carried an extraordinary power within him, and the mark on his body was the clearest proof of it. As Viscount Hefried carefully lifted the baby's sleeve in front of a mirror, a vivid red mark was revealed on his small body. The moment the Viscountess saw it, she gasped in horror. Her voice trembled as she stared at the mark in disbelief and whispered, "Was this truly the 7 wings?" The words left her lips in a shaken murmur, and Aster himself went completely stiff, unable to understand why the mark of the 7 wings had appeared on his body now. At that exact moment, fragments of terrible memories from his previous life surged through his mind like crashing waves, dragging him fully awake to the truth as Roderick's cold words echoed once again. Inside his mind, those words repeated clearly. What Roderick had truly needed was the power of the 7 wings hidden inside Aster's body. From the very beginning, Roderick had never planned to raise him as a real son. He had taken Aster into that house for one purpose alone. He wanted to steal the 7 wings. And yet that same man had dared to call him wingless, after stripping him of what was his, after tearing away his own wings in his previous life. A burning wave of indignation erupted in Aster's heart, blazing hotter with every remembered word. Back in the present, the sudden change in his expression did not go unnoticed. The Viscountess looked at him with concern, then turned toward her husband and softly asked what he intended to do with this child. The moment Aster heard that question, his nerves tightened. Inside, Aster immediately understood that this situation had become truly dangerous. No matter what happened, he could not allow this power to fall into the hands of the Elmheim family again. He needed the 7 wings for himself. He needed that power to take revenge on Roderick. But before Aster could think any further, Viscount Hefried made his decision without hesitation. He declared that he would adopt the child. Aster lifted his gaze in shock, completely stunned by a statement so sudden, unexpected, and almost impossible to believe. Viscount Hefried slowly extended his hand toward him, and when Aster looked into his eyes, there was not even the faintest trace of malice there. He gently patted the boy's head and said that this child was still a little bird, too small and helpless to fly on his own. Then he said he would raise him until the day he could finally spread his wings and soar freely. Something complicated flickered through Aster's glassy eyes, then quietly faded away. This kind of kindness was unfamiliar to him, something he had never truly received in his previous life. Suddenly, a loud thud rang out from outside the room. One of the Viscount's daughters, who had been secretly eavesdropping by the door, had lost her balance and fallen over, making the Viscount turn sharply with a stern look. He demanded to know if 2 of his daughters had been listening in. But it was not just 2 at all. All 4 sisters had been hiding there, now collapsed together in one clumsy pile after falling on top of each other. The eldest daughter quickly stood up in embarrassment, scratching her head as she awkwardly explained that they had only been too worried about the baby to stay away. Surrounded by that warm family atmosphere, a red-haired girl turned her curious gaze toward her mother. Pointing at the newborn in the Viscountess's arms, she asked with bright excitement what name they were going to give him. The Viscountess smiled softly, gazing at the child with tenderness as she lifted him slightly beneath the gentle glow of the moonlight. She named him Aster, saying that it meant a new star had been born into their family. And from that moment onward, time began to move swiftly forward. 10 years passed. Inside a splendid mansion, the now older Viscount Hefried arrived with a dignified presence, and a soldier immediately greeted him with a respectful bow. Behind him, a quick and graceful young attendant stepped forward, reaching for the handle and opening the door of a luxurious carriage. That attendant was Aster. The once helpless newborn had grown into a handsome, elegant young man, and he stepped down from the carriage with calm composure. Then he turned back politely and extended his hand to help a red-haired girl descend, gently reminding Miss Alphen to watch her step. The young lady smiled brightly and thanked Aster, and for just a brief moment, the mischievous expression she had worn in childhood flashed through his memory. Aster watched his sister Alphen from behind with quiet affection, his calm gaze carrying both maturity and steady confidence. Side by side, they continued forward, making their way toward the venue where an important gathering was about to begin. They were heading to Swordball Land, the annual gathering hosted by the Ducal House of Elmheim for the noble knight families. On the surface, the event existed to strengthen bonds between noble houses, but underneath that polished appearance, it was a ruthless stage where rival families measured each other's strength. Every family would present the skill of their young swordsmen, each one carrying the honor, pride, and future reputation of their entire lineage on their shoulders. The moment Aster and Alphen stepped into the grand hall, every gaze in the room turned toward them. Whispers spread through the crowd, and soon, mocking voices laced with subtle disdain began speaking about the Viscount's house. Some sneered that the Viscount's family had come only to embarrass themselves, since they had adopted a child of unknown origin instead of producing a proper heir. Among the crowd, hostile eyes watched them with malice, silently questioning how far this branch house intended to drag down the Elmheim name. Aster stood still beneath all those stares, his gaze fixed on the imposing castle before him as old thoughts stirred quietly in his mind. Noticing his silence, Orphan anxiously squeezed his hand and told him not to listen to the cruel whispers surrounding them. She clenched her teeth and spoke firmly, warning him that in a place like this, anyone who showed even a hint of weakness would be the first to be crushed. Aster said nothing in response. Instead, he calmly looked over the hostility filling the room, his expression steady and unchanged. Behind him, Viscount Hefried spoke in a low, composed voice, telling him that this was the current position of their house. Standing before the majestic ducal castle, Viscount Hefried said he wanted Aster to witness this harsh reality with his own eyes. Then he turned toward his son and asked whether seeing all of this made him disappointed. Aster turned slightly toward him. A confident, faintly defiant smile curved across Aster's lips as he replied that he was not disappointed at all, because this cold atmosphere suited him perfectly, father. Hearing his son's firm answer, Viscount Hefried burst into proud laughter, looking completely at ease. But at that same moment, painful memories from Aster's previous life began flooding back. In that life, he had stood here as the shame of House Elmheim, defeated and humiliated. This very place had once been the stage of his worst social disgrace. It was a hall filled with bitter memories. But now that Aster had regained the 7 wings, everything was different from before. A flame of determination burned deep within his golden eyes, making it clear that from this moment on, his revenge was finally about to begin. Standing at his father's side with Orphan beside him, Aster slowly lifted his eyes toward the massive ducal castle ahead, a towering place that seemed to carry the full weight of every painful memory from his past life. From a higher position above, the 2 half-brothers who had haunted his former life looked down on him, their gazes sharp with arrogance and open contempt as they carefully studied him from above. Even under those piercing stares, Aster's face did not waver in the slightest. Beneath the shadow of his bangs, his expression remained almost unnaturally calm. This was the moment to step forward without lowering his head, to carry himself with dignity and face everything that had once crushed him. A quiet confidence flashed in Aster's eyes as he silently made up his mind. If he was going to enter this place again, then he would make it an entrance no one could ignore. Inside the grand hall, a fierce fencing match was already taking place on the central stage, and the gathered nobles had fixed their full attention on the blades flashing before them. In an age where knights stood at the very peak of status and power, they were expected to possess not only overwhelming strength, but also the elegance and grandeur worthy of nobility. Their strength was proven through masterful swordsmanship, through the speed of their strikes and the precision of their movements. And their grandeur came from the fame, rank, and influence of the houses behind them. At the center of the hall, 2 young swordsmen faced each other beneath countless watching eyes. The 2 combatants clashed in a fierce duel, their bodies surging forward with explosive force as their blades cut through the air. They charged across the arena straight toward one another, closing the distance between them in a single breath as the entire hall waited for the decisive collision. What followed was a perfect display of both strength and splendor, the kind of moment that showed exactly why noble knights were feared and admired. Magical energy erupted around the blade, and with one clean, precise strike, one of the young fighters brought the duel to an instant conclusion. His opponent's sword shattered apart in his hand, the broken pieces scattering through the air as the sound rang sharply across the hall. The defeated youth's face froze in stunned disbelief, as though his mind could not accept what had happened, and only then did his body collapse. The victor straightened proudly before the crowd, revealing the absolute symbol of his family's bloodline and power, the wing emblem. On the back of his hand, the emblem of 2 wings glowed with a bluish light, shining as undeniable proof of the strength he had inherited. From the balcony above, Aster watched everything in silence, his eyes steady and unreadable. He remained perfectly composed, quietly thinking that this place was every bit as intimidating as he remembered. It was no wonder his other sisters, Fran and Free, had refused so firmly to come to a place filled with this much pressure and hostility. Aster ignored the mocking stares around him, stares he knew all too well from his previous life, and his resolve hardened like steel as the bitter image of his past humiliation returned. That humiliating defeat had happened in this very hall. And while that memory pulled his gaze far away, Orphan noticed the distant look in his eyes. With genuine concern in her voice, Orphan softly called his name and asked if he was feeling nervous, since this was his first swordball after all. Aster, however, did not look shaken. Instead, He smiled with a strange and steady confidence, answering her as if the pressure in the hall meant nothing to him. He told her he was not nervous at all. If anything, this place only made him feel nostalgic. That unexpected answer left Alphen completely puzzled, and she stared at him in confusion, unable to understand what he could possibly mean. At that moment, Viscount Hefried excused himself, saying he had to attend a conference, and he entrusted Aster with looking after Alphen while he was gone. Alphen immediately protested in indignation, reminding her father that she was 1 year older than Aster. Aster only teased her lightly, saying she was far too clumsy to be left on her own. Before leaving, Viscount Hefried placed a firm hand on Aster's shoulder and advised him to use this chance well, since many young nobles around his age were gathered here. Then the Viscount lowered his voice and warned him with serious eyes that no one must ever discover the truth about the 7 wings. As Viscount Hefried walked away, Aster stayed where he was, silently considering his adoptive father's warning. But from every corner of the hall, the gazes aimed at him were filled with hostility that was barely even hidden. He thought to himself with a hint of dry amusement that, in an atmosphere this openly unfriendly, building connections the way his father suggested would be almost impossible. Even so, Aster did not shrink back. Instead, a cold, unwavering determination settled deep inside his golden eyes. When Alphen saw him suddenly walking forward with firm and deliberate steps, she called after him anxiously and asked where he was going. Without even turning his head to look back at her, Aster answered calmly that he was going to make some friends. With steady strides, Aster descended the grand staircase and headed straight toward a group of young nobles lounging and talking around a sofa. The red-haired youth at the center of the group looked him over with clear disdain, then demanded to know who he was. Aster gave a slight bow, a confident smile resting on his lips, and greeted him politely, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Then he addressed him as Brother Deiris and formally introduced himself as Aster Elmheim, openly declaring that he was Deiris' younger brother. Deiris stared at him in astonishment, while Aster casually added that he had seen him from outside and thought he should stop by to offer a proper greeting. Beside Deiris, another young man named Leo leaned closer and quietly explained that this was the adopted boy taken in by the Viscount's house. Deiris suddenly burst into wild laughter, finally understanding why this brat had dared to call himself an Elmheim in front of them. At that instant, the memory of his death in his previous life surged through Aster's mind. He recognized them clearly now, Deiris and Girion, the 2 heirs of House Elmheim, the very brothers who had killed him. In his former life, those 2 had cast enormous shadows over his heart, appearing so terrifying that they had once seemed impossible to overcome. But now, under the bright lights of the hall, Aster saw them differently. To him, they looked like nothing more than children pretending to hold real power. Sensing the dangerous tension in the air, Alphen quickly grabbed Aster by the arm and called his name with concern, trying to pull him away as she insisted he had already greeted them and should return. But Deiris' mocking voice stopped her in place, addressing her with an unwanted familiarity that made the atmosphere turn even colder. With a sneer on his face, he asked if she was not hiding behind her father today, then arrogantly ordered the 2 of them to come closer and entertain him. He declared it an order from the main house. Alphen froze with her back still facing them, her body stiff with tension, her shoulders trembling as fury burned in her eyes at the humiliating command. She refused him outright, stating firmly that there was no master and servant relationship between the main house and their branch family. Just as Alphen was about to step forward and do something reckless, Aster moved quickly and caught her wrist, stopping her before her anger could carry her too far. Still holding Alphen firmly by the wrist, Aster spoke in a calm voice, telling her that he had not finished speaking yet. His composed side profile stood in sharp contrast to the tense air around them, hiding his true intentions behind a quiet mask of serenity. When Deiris saw that calm expression, his lips twisted into a cruel grin, and he decided to make the situation even worse. He began mocking Alphen in front of everyone, loudly reminding the crowd that her father was a knight who had failed to protect the king, and that as punishment, his own younger brother had cut off his arm. Every word struck Alphen like a whip, forcing her head lower as pain and humiliation pressed down on her. Deiris kept going with a cruel smile, saying he was truly grateful that the blood of such a loser did not run through his veins. At last, Alphen could no longer endure the insult. Her anger burst out all at once, and she demanded that he take back every word he had just said. With a furious shout, she declared that she would never allow him to insult her father, then lunged forward and drove a powerful punch straight into Deiris' jaw. Yet even as Alphen lowered her head under the weight of his cruelty, Deiris continued attacking her with words, sneering that her family had only produced useless daughters, girls who could never inherit a title, and that her father must surely be disappointed. With a vicious smile still on his face, Deiris lifted his wine glass and coldly reminded her that this place was not a dance floor. Then he flung the wine at her, splashing it across her dress, and cruelly told her that next time, she should wear rags so she would not have to worry about getting soaked. At that very moment, Aster stepped forward. On his way here, he had wondered whether seeing their faces again would leave him empty, without anger, without resentment, without even a trace of hatred. With one smooth, sudden movement, he snatched a wine bottle from a nearby noble, startling the man before he could even react. But when Aster saw his sister standing there in humiliation, her eyes filling with tears, her cheek bruised and bleeding, something inside him stirred with an unexpected sense of relief. So he could still feel anger after all. In a calm voice, he called Darius by name, then tossed the wine bottle into the air with a sharp, provocative flick of his wrist. Just as the bottle was about to crash directly into Darius' head, it suddenly stopped in midair, hanging there as if caught by an invisible hand. Aster looked at him with open contempt and said they were still the same pieces of trash as ever. Then, with only a subtle motion of his hand, the suspended bottle shifted like a weapon waiting to strike. In the next instant, the bottle shattered apart, and red wine poured down over the utterly stunned Darius, drenching him from head to toe. Aster then stood upright with chilling composure, surrounded by the fallen bodies of the nobles. His sword lowered at his side as blood dripped from the blade. While Jirian screamed his brother's name in desperation, Darius wiped a drop of liquid from his lip, and Aster remarked casually that it was only grape juice. With a twisted smile filled with contempt, Aster added that it was the perfect drink for noble babies like them. Yet before they could believe a word of it, a memory from 3 years ago suddenly slammed into his mind. He remembered a violent explosion of golden energy bursting outward, and his father's desperate voice shouting at him to control it. In the middle of that chaos, one of his sisters held another unconscious girl in her arms, crying through her tears as she asked if he was trying to kill them and begged him to hold on. Orphan, his eldest sister, had pleaded with terror in her voice for him to control himself, while spirals of dark and golden power coiled violently around his body. He remembered the 7 wings releasing a terrifying force so dangerous that even he could barely understand it. Then the image of his father, Heir, appeared in his thoughts. Heir's face had been lined with deep worry as he questioned whether Aster would ever be able to truly master such overwhelming power. Aster remembered his own struggle as that enormous energy tore through his body, and he remembered his father wondering whether either of them could endure what was happening. Meanwhile, an attendant suddenly burst into the conference hall, shouting in panic that something terrible had happened. Viscount Heir immediately cut him off and demanded sternly what could possibly be so urgent in the middle of such an important meeting. The attendant reported in a trembling voice that the children of the main house and the Elmheim branch family had become involved in a duel. The moment those words landed, Viscount Heir and his brother, Duke Roderick, exchanged a tense and meaningful glance. Without wasting another second, the Viscount sprang to his feet and rushed out of the hall, his cape billowing behind him. When he reached the balcony, he found a distressed Orphan running toward him, crying out for her father. Heir urgently asked her what had happened, his expression tightening as he looked toward the commotion below. A broad man with a shark-like smile pointed down toward the arena, saying with obvious excitement that a fight between the great Elmheim brothers was taking place, something people did not get to witness every day. Viscount Heir and Orphan leaned over the balcony and looked down, only to see Aster standing alone before Darius in the arena. The broad man added that depending on how this duel ended, the consequences could become enormous. That single thought visibly unsettled the nobles gathered nearby, and uneasy tension began spreading through the balcony. With a sinister grin, the red-eyed man predicted that this dance of swords was about to turn ugly. Down in the arena, Darius exploded with rage and unleashed his power, shouting that some fool had dared to provoke the Duke's house. He called Aster nothing more than a stray dog who had no idea how wide the difference in power truly was. Between them, the emblem of 4 wings on Darius' hand glowed with a blue light, and the crowd murmured in awe that, as expected, the Duke's son was on a completely different level. Then Darius pressed the tip of his sword dangerously close to Aster's face. Darius smirked and demanded that Aster show his own wing emblem, unless he was too ashamed to reveal it. After seeing Darius' emblem, Aster answered with unsettling calm, saying Darius was right about one thing: boasting over a mere pattern really was embarrassing. A faint half-smile rested on Aster's lips as he stood completely unmoved before him, showing no fear even with a blade pointed at his face. Then Aster added that he could never bring himself to do something so vulgar. A vein throbbed violently on Darius' forehead, and his face flushed red as humiliation burned through him from Aster's unexpected insolence. Aster calmly stated his condition. If he won, Darius would apologize to his sister. Darius accepted immediately, then countered that if he won, Aster would become his dog. Darius shouted that he would work Aster to the bone, and without another word, He lunged forward with scythe-like speed. Their swords crashed together in a shower of golden sparks, the sharp ringing clash echoing across the arena and marking the start of a duel that was clearly far more than a simple display. Aster shifted into a firm combat stance, his sword steady in his grip as dust and swirling wind began gathering around him like a rising aura. His golden eyes sharpened with intense focus, and his fingers tightened around the hilt as he prepared himself for the assault about to come. Darius wore a smile of superiority as he released his own energy and declared that this was the power of someone who actually possessed an emblem. With a fierce shout, Darius launched a barrage of swift, crushing slashes, each strike tearing through the air and carving sharp gusts of wind in its wake. From the balcony above, Orphan screamed Aster's name, her face turning pale with terror as she watched the ferocity of Darius' attack. The broad-shouldered man standing beside her only curled his lips into a faint smirk, as if the result already amused him, and casually remarked that young Master Darius' swordsmanship still looked rough and unpolished. But even with those gaps in technique, Darius' terrifying magic more than made up for it. A fierce wave of power burst from his body, spreading through the arena like a storm, clearly showing the overwhelming advantage held by those who carried winged emblems. Drowning in his own arrogance, Darius believed the difference between them was obvious. If a single wing only held the small flame of a candle, then the power gathered within his four wings was closer to a full-blown explosion. The next instant, flames erupted in every direction, pouring down in a ruthless barrage of burning sword strikes that left almost no room to breathe. As he forced Aster backward step by step, Darius sneered at him with open mockery, asking where all that fearless confidence from earlier had disappeared to now. Even under that violent rain of attacks, Aster did not lose his composure. His gaze stayed sharp and cold as steel, and with controlled, precise movements, he deflected each strike one after another. Darius clicked his tongue with a cruel grin, taunting him again and asking if he no longer wanted to force an apology after all. Or maybe, Darius mocked, those brave words had been nothing but empty noise from the start. Then, with a furious roar, he demanded that Aster reveal his real power and poured every last bit of his strength into one crushing final blow. Up in the stands, a mustached nobleman watched with a smug smile spreading across his face, confidently declaring that the match had already been decided. But Aster answered without a trace of fear. His own aura burst to life around him, and the sword in his hand began to glow with a clean, brilliant white light. The two powers slammed together head-on, erupting into a massive blast of red and golden energy that filled the arena with a dazzling display of raw magic and brute force. Darius' expression twisted in sheer disbelief. His eyes widened as he struggled to understand how his strongest attack, the blow he had trusted completely, had actually been stopped. Aster looked at him with a faint half-smile, calm enough to make the insult sting even more, and simply told him that he talked far too much. Then, with one smooth and graceful motion, Aster knocked Darius' blade off course and spun his body around, driving a sharp kick into him that sent him flying across the arena floor. Aster landed lightly on his feet, as if the exchange had barely taken any effort at all. Golden strands of energy curled around his body, revealing a level of magical control that Darius could never even dream of reaching. For 10 long years inside the Viscount's household, Aster had quietly endured and trained, sharpening his control over his magic while waiting for the chance to repay everything. And now, at last, that day had arrived. With a powerful upward slash, Aster released a brilliant surge of force that seemed to tear through the air itself. Golden light roared toward the sky, and the entire arena trembled beneath the impact of his strike. A blazing wave of golden power exploded from Aster's sword. The impact struck Darius head-on and hurled him backward, leaving him completely unable to withstand the charge. Darius crashed down in a clumsy, painful landing, his knees slamming into the ground with a sickening crack as he desperately struggled to push himself back up. From farther away, his brother Jirian stared at the scene in disbelief, his voice shaking as he stammered that Darius was actually being driven back. Darius, utterly overwhelmed by the green and golden energy wrapping around him, could only stare in shock, his face twisted as his mind failed to accept what was happening right in front of him. He shouted in outrage, unable to accept the situation, insisting that he had 4 wings. Aster did not react to his outburst at all. His expression remained cold and unreadable, while golden energy continued to dance along the edge of his sword. Then, with one quick and decisive movement, Aster compressed the power gathering around him into a single deadly point. The nobles watching from the stands gasped in shock. One of them whispered whether Aster might truly win this duel, while another could only point out that Darius was being completely overpowered. In the next moment, one final burst of golden energy erupted from Aster's blade, crashing forward with enough force to make the outcome of the duel undeniable. A wave of astonished murmurs spread through the crowd. No one had expected that the Elmheim family still had someone with this kind of power hidden among them. But Aster's golden aura only grew stronger. Then, as the pressure around him intensified, dark tendrils began leaking from his body, twisting through the light as his power rose to a terrifying level. From the balcony, Hefried's expression tightened at once. His brows drew together, and he muttered under his breath that this was bad. Daery's face contorted with pain and fear as the crushing weight of Aster's power pressed down on him, making it feel as though the air itself had turned against him. Without warning, a traumatic memory from Aster's past life tore through his mind. The image of one of his brothers wearing a deranged smile as he severed Aster's arm. That insane laughter seemed to ring in his ears all over again, dragging back the memory of every cruel thing he had once been forced to endure. Back in the present, dark and golden energy burst violently from Aster's body. His face fell into shadow, consumed by a rage he could no longer fully control. Caught inside that raging vortex of power, Daery screamed out curses, his body straining as he desperately tried to resist a force that was swallowing him whole. From above, Alphen cried out in panic, her voice filled with fear as she begged Aster to stop before it went any further. But it was already too late. The full power of the 7 wings erupted at once, detonating in a blinding explosion that carved a massive crater straight into the center of the arena. When the dust finally began to clear, the broad man stood with his arms crossed, his earlier smirk gone and replaced by a grave, heavy expression. Aster's sword was buried in the ground, its blade lodged only a few inches away from Daery's terrified face. The strike had stopped just in time. Sitting on the ground in complete defeat, Daery could only listen as Aster calmly threw his own cruel words back at him. With an icy look in his eyes, Aster told his cousin that next time, he should wear rags so he would not have to worry about getting wet. Then Aster turned away and sheathed his sword with quiet, unshaken confidence. Deep inside, Aster declared that he was no longer the wingless failure everyone had once looked down on. From the balcony, Alphen watched him with a mixture of relief and awe, her heart still pounding after everything she had just witnessed. Aster allowed a faint smile to cross his face, knowing that his sister was safe for the moment. For now, that single fact was enough to bring his mind back under control. Then, without warning, his golden eye flickered with a flash of red. His expression changed as he sensed the arrival of a new presence. A figure wrapped in dark crimson energy dropped down from the ceiling and landed heavily in the center of the hall, sending a fresh wave of tension through the air. Aster's gaze sharpened immediately. He recognized the ominous figure who had entered in such a dramatic and oppressive fashion. At the top of the grand staircase stood an imposing man whose very presence demanded attention. The Duke, Roderick. The air inside the hall seemed to grow heavier the moment he appeared, pressing down on everyone present. From Aster's lips, a single word escaped, filled with hatred and resolve. Roderick. The spectators were still whispering in disbelief, unable to fully process that the Viscount's youngest son had just defeated the 3rd son of the main house. But now, the atmosphere had shifted into something far more dangerous. After such a public humiliation in front of so many nobles, there was no chance the main house would simply stand by and let the matter end there. The towering figure of Duke Roderick, the 8th leader of the main house, began descending the staircase at an unhurried pace, each slow step making the entire hall feel heavier. Daery, still collapsed on the ground, lifted his head toward him with a shaken expression caught between fear and relief, as though his father's arrival had finally brought him salvation. Aster did not take a single step back. His eyes stayed fixed on the man before him, the very person who carried all his pain, all his hatred, and the revenge he had been waiting for. The Duke's eyes narrowed slightly, his face impossible to read as he calmly looked over the ruined arena and everyone gathered around it. From Roderick's body, Aster felt a suffocating wave of power and hostility pressing into the air, and he knew this was the same man who had betrayed him and killed him in his previous life. Even under that crushing pressure filling the hall, Daery dragged himself forward across the ground, his battered body trembling from pain, shame, and humiliation. He grabbed desperately at his father's leg, then raised a shaking hand toward Aster, his face twisting with pure hatred. Daery called Aster a mangy dog who had dared to challenge the main house, then begged his father to use his overwhelming power and put that insolent boy back in his place. But instead of offering protection, Roderick brought his hand down hard, slamming it onto the ground directly over his own son's hand. A terrible scream ripped out of Daery's throat as the sound of cracking bone echoed through the silent hall. Pinned beneath that immense pressure, Daery's hand was crushed under his father's palm, leaving him helpless against the brutal punishment. The young nobles watching nearby froze in horror and confusion, their faces paling as they failed to understand why the Duke would treat his own son so mercilessly. Jirian's face lost all color as he stared at the scene, shaken to the core by the cold cruelty of his own father. Roderick looked down at his defeated son with nothing but contempt in his eyes and asked why he was grinning like an idiot after what he had done. In Roderick's eyes, Darius had dragged the family's name through the mud, and that disgrace was far worse than his defeat. From the balcony above, Heir shouted in alarm, his voice ringing through the hall as he pleaded with Roderick to stop. But the Duke ignored him with chilling indifference. He declared that someone who could not even avenge himself had no right to hold a sword, then raised his hand as though he intended to strike the final blow. For a moment, Gran Hall fell into a tense and suffocating silence, with every pair of eyes locked on the scene and the air thick with dreadful anticipation. On the ground, Darius could do nothing but tremble, his face twisted into a humiliating mix of fear, pain, and total defeat. Yet the most violent fury burned in Duke Roderick's crimson eyes as his gaze shifted away from his son and toward the one who had caused all of this. Standing at the center of the chaos, Roderick pointed his sword straight at Aster and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Aster did not flinch at all, and calmly answered that his cousin still had not apologized to his sister. After finishing those words, Aster kept his voice steady and, with astonishing boldness, looked directly at his uncle before asking whether Darius' punishment could wait until after that apology was given. Wrapped in a menacing purple aura, Roderick let out a mocking laugh. He asked whether being some stray orphan taken in by Heir had made Aster delusional enough to think he truly belonged to the Elmheim family. Aster did not waver beneath the insult. He firmly declared that he was the Viscount's son, and that his father had taught him the pride of a knight and the weight of inheriting a house's name, even without sharing its blood. For a brief moment the Duke said nothing. His expression hardened as he absorbed the boy's fearless reply, and the silence around him grew even colder. Then flames burst to life around Roderick as he accused Aster of needlessly staining the reputation of the main house, the very pride that stood above 12,000 knights. From the balcony, the broad man remarked that they should understand that truth better than anyone, while a light blue-haired young man beside him added with a faint smile that this matter could hardly be brushed aside. This was no mere quarrel between children. Heifried's grave voice cut through the tension as he reminded them that his father had once given up an arm as the price for disloyalty. Now the cold edge of Duke Roderick's sword rested against Aster's throat, close enough to draw a line of fear across the room. He demanded to know what Aster intended to offer in return. With all due respect, Aster began in an even voice, explaining that what had happened was not a simple scuffle between siblings, but a proper duel. He added that when insults were thrown against his house, he had merely answered those insults with his blade, exactly as a knight should. The Duke's eyes burned with silent fury as he stared down at the young boy, clearly angered by how bold and yet strangely reasonable his answer was. Aster met that dangerous gaze without hesitation. Repeating the Duke's own harsh words, he said that someone who could not avenge himself had no right to wield a sword, and declared that he had no intention of surrendering even a single finger. From above, Orphan trembled as she watched the confrontation unfold, while the broad man beside her gently patted her head, trying to calm her fear. The blue-haired youth let out a quiet chuckle of disbelief, murmuring that Aster was only 10 years old, and that the whole thing almost felt like some kind of joke. Roderick remained silent for a long stretch of time, his red eye glowing with a dangerous intensity that made it impossible to tell what he would do next. At last, he drew his own sword and spoke in a low, cold voice, saying that he understood. Then, with the tone of someone giving an order, he commanded Aster to draw his blade. Aster hesitated for the smallest fraction of a second, clearly not expecting the Duke himself to step into the matter, and before he could properly respond, the ground beneath his feet shattered apart, and an invisible force struck him with terrifying power, throwing his body high into the air. The tip of the Duke's sword slammed into the exact spot where Aster had been standing just a heartbeat earlier, unleashing a devastating shockwave that made Orphan choke back a scream. Her eyes went wide with terror as she stared at the overwhelming power before her, barely able to breathe after seeing how close that attack had come. Heir shouted his brother's name again, his face twisting with rage as he saw that strike as nothing less than a cowardly attack. Leaping down from the balcony, Heir threw himself between the Duke and Aster, his sword sweeping out in a brilliant arc of blue light. The two brothers' blades crashed together in a burst of sparks and raw force. At last, the leaders of the two houses had crossed swords, and the shockwaves from their clash thundered through the great hall, revealing just how enormous the difference in power truly was. The Viscount landed beside Aster and immediately turned toward him, urgently asking whether he was all right. In front of them, a massive pillar of stone rose from the ground, cutting off the Duke's path. The Viscount's face filled with both surprise and concern as he took in the defensive technique. Aster forced himself back onto his feet with visible difficulty. His body was covered in bruises, and blood trickled down from his forehead, but the look in his eyes had not broken. If anything, his eyes burned even brighter than before, filled with a fierce mix of pain, fury, and unshakable resolve. Duke Roderick watched everything unfold with a faint, superior smile, as if he was quietly satisfied with the way the situation had turned. Without saying another word, he turned away and started walking back toward the stairs. Then, with an agile leap, he landed on the balcony beside his defeated son, leaving the ruined hall behind him scarred by destruction. The Viscount watched Roderick leave in silence, then quietly reached out and placed a protective hand on Aster's shoulder, as if shielding him from the tension still hanging in the air. Standing firmly beside him while the last tremors of power still echoed through the hall, the Viscount looked visibly shaken as he held the injured Aster close and called his name in a voice thick with worry. Even with blood on his face and bruises across his body, Aster managed to form a satisfied smile. He assured his father that he had kept his promise properly, and that the things that truly mattered had been protected. Relief softened the Viscount's face, but pride shone through it just as clearly. Looking at his son, he told Aster that what he had done was truly magnificent. Meanwhile, Duke Roderick withdrew from the ruined hall with his defeated son, leaving behind a heavy trail of tension that no one could easily ignore. The broad man approached the Duke with a faint, knowing smile and casually remarked that Roderick's reaction had been rather childish. Roderick paused just long enough to speak coldly to his humiliated son, explaining that if he had allowed that boy to say whatever he wanted, the reputation of the main house would have been completely dragged down. In Roderick's eyes, what he had done was not cruelty, but a reasonable compromise to preserve the dignity of the main family. Away from the confrontation, the nobles began murmuring in amazement. A promising newcomer had boldly challenged the great Duke Roderick himself and still survived, stepping into the spotlight like a rising star. The mustached noble admitted that while the thought of the Elmheim family splitting apart made him uneasy, the boy could not have asked for a more impressive social debut. Hidden in the shadows, Duke Roderick watched everything with a somber gaze, as if he already understood that an age of upheaval was approaching, a storm powerful enough to tear the world itself apart. Back with his family, Aster was pulled into Alphen's worried embrace, while his father supported him with quiet pride. Blood stained Aster's face, yet a victorious smile still lingered there, leaving him momentarily speechless. The scene later shifted to the training arena of the Viscount House of Elmheim, where several knights stood nearby, watching as another intense practice session unfolded. In the center of the arena, two figures faced each other with wooden swords, their movements sharp as they exchanged blows. With an easy smile on his face, one of the knights praised his master's performance, calling the display splendid. The person receiving that praise was none other than Aster. Around them, the surrounding knights lowered their voices and murmured among themselves, saying that Aster's swordsmanship was frighteningly good for someone his age. They also noticed that ever since the sword dance assembly, Aster's training had become even more intense than before. One knight recalled how Aster had defeated the third son of the Elmheim family, and the others could not hide the satisfaction spreading across their faces. For years, the main family had looked down on the Viscount house, so seeing one of their own stand proudly against them felt deeply refreshing. As Aster continued to defeat one opponent after another, his mind slowly drifted inward, away from the sounds of wooden blades striking. At the sword dance assembly, he had shown enough strength and presence to silence those who treated his family like a disgrace to House Elmheim. But Aster knew the true obstacle still waited ahead of him, and that obstacle was the Elmheim main house itself. Part of him still wished he could have tested himself further on that stage, crossing blades with even more opponents while everyone watched. Even now, Aster understood that, with his current strength, he had no chance of defeating Roderick Elmheim. To him, a wing crest was nothing more than a sign of magical potential. After all, being born with powerful magic meant nothing if a person could not control it and bring out its true value. And even now, Aster still could not draw out the complete power hidden within his 7 wings. If only he did not have to fear losing control and going berserk, the situation would be completely different. Then he would finally be able to test the limits of that overwhelming power for himself. With one final exchange of blows, Aster defeated the last knight still standing, leaving several exhausted knights sprawled across the ground around him. Aster's gaze remained sharp and steady as he looked across the arena and calmly asked if there was anyone else willing to step forward. Before any of the knights could answer, a familiar voice suddenly cut into the training ground and interrupted the moment. Orphan appeared and immediately pointed out that he was pushing himself too hard again. She asked whether he even knew what rest meant, then told him that their father was calling for him. Aster accepted at once without arguing and said he would go see their father right away. As he started walking with her, Aster noticed what his sister was wearing and casually commented on her outfit. Orphan looked confused at first, tilting her head slightly because she did not immediately understand what he meant. Aster explained that it was rare to see her dressed like that, since she used to dislike the outfit because she thought it was not cute. Orphan replied that balance was important. Watching Aster train so seriously had made her realize that she could not stay the same forever either, and her unexpected words caught Aster completely off guard. For a moment, he was left speechless, especially when Orphan lifted her training sword toward him with a confident smile. She told him that once he returned, the two of them would spend plenty of time together. Aster grinned at her challenge and accepted it with good humor, politely asking her to go easy on him when the time came. Sometime later, Aster arrived at his father's office. As soon as he entered, Viscount Heifried told him to take a seat. Aster obeyed, sitting across from his father with a serious expression as the atmosphere in the room grew quiet and formal. Heifried remarked that 10 years had already passed since they first welcomed Aster into the family. He admitted that he had once thought about waiting until Aster was older. But after everything that had happened, he had decided that it was finally time to move things forward. Then Heifried placed a small case on the desk between them, and inside that case rested a ring. Heifried revealed that the ring was proof of succession, the symbol carried by the next head of the Viscount house. Then, without hesitation, he declared that he wanted Aster to become his successor. Aster froze where he sat, completely stunned by the sudden declaration and unable to respond right away. Looking directly at him, the Viscount repeated that he wanted Aster to inherit the house, while the young boy sat speechless as his father continued explaining the reason. As Aster already knew, their branch of the family stood in a delicate and unstable position, even after everything they had endured. Even so, they still carried the Elmheim name. As the lords of their territory, they had many people and many responsibilities to protect. With the weight of that lineage resting on his shoulders, the Viscount stated that the position of the next head of the house could not remain empty forever. But Aster's first thought was not about honor or succession. His concern immediately went to his sisters, and he asked whether they would truly accept a decision like this. The Viscount calmly told him that his older sisters were still studying at the Knights' Academy, but they would be returning in 3 days, and when that time came, he planned to tell everyone together. Aster instantly thought of Malfa and Kudo, both powerful and intimidating in their own ways. A wry smile tugged at his lips as he imagined their reactions, already certain they would not be pleased at all. More than anyone else, Kudo would almost certainly be furious. His father let out a tired sigh and explained that Kudo disliked him for a simple reason. Aster had been blessed with the 7 wings from birth, and that alone was enough to stir resentment. Hearing that, Aster's expression hardened, and a firm, unshakable resolve settled across his face. He declared that he could not accept the proposal. Turning slightly away, he admitted that he still could not fully control his own magic, calling himself an immature fool who had nearly killed his own sister. Inside the vast, quiet study, Aster said that someone like him had no confidence in persuading an angry sister, much less carrying the heavy burden of leading an entire house. For that reason, he refused the honor. The Viscount simply listened in silence, and after a moment, a faint smile slowly appeared on his lips. At last, he broke the silence, admitting that he often found himself wondering whether Aster was truly a child at all. Then, setting the refusal aside for the moment, he opened a long wooden box. He explained that he had originally intended to give Aster the ring as a reward for his performance at the sword dance, but perhaps what was inside this box would make him happier instead. The moment Aster saw what rested inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at it, stunned, and asked what it was. The Viscount revealed that the object before him was a magic sword. Its name was Graham, a blade said to possess the ability to control the power of the 7 wings. It was known as the Devouring Magic Sword. Later, in a secluded clearing deep within the forest, the Viscount looked around and declared that this place would be enough. Aster, puzzled by the distance they had traveled, asked why they had come so far just to test a sword. The Viscount replied that it was only a precaution, then gave him an ironic smile and remarked that Aster had a habit of breaking things. Remembering the many times his unstable power had caused destruction, the Viscount finally presented Graham to him properly. He explained that Graham was a legendary blade passed down only to the firstborn of the Elmheim family, a treasure with deep ties to the main house. And this time, Heifried had retrieved it from the main house especially for Aster. With one sharp movement, he drew it from its sheath. But Aster only stared in total confusion, wondering if what he was seeing could really be called a sword. As anyone could plainly see, the weapon had no blade at all. The Viscount smiled at Aster's confusion, and explained that once magic was poured into it, a crimson, ethereal blade would emerge from the hilt. As he demonstrated, a red spectral edge suddenly burst to life, leaving Aster staring speechlessly at the weapon. The Viscount explained that the sword completed itself using the wielder's magic, forming a true blade made entirely of power. With a single swing, The Viscount unleashed a tremendous shockwave that ripped forward and carved a wide path through the forest. Trees split apart one after another as a roaring vortex of wind, dust, and broken debris blasted outward, putting the weapon's overwhelming might on full display. However, the Viscount warned him that if the wielder's magical power was only mediocre, the sword would drain that person dry in no time. It was a devouring blade in every sense of the word. Holding the glowing crimson hilt out toward Aster, the Viscount asked if he wanted to try it. Without the slightest hesitation, Aster reached out and grasped the sword, his hands closing over his father's in a quiet, symbolic gesture. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, his own magic surged forward, dark and golden tendrils twisting together as they rushed to meet the blade. In the next instant, energy exploded around him, whipping into a violent storm that he could not fully control. Aster felt his magic being pulled into the sword all on its own, an overwhelming sensation that stole the breath from his lungs. Back at the training grounds, a beam of red light suddenly shot into the sky, piercing straight through the heavens and making everyone stare upward in shock. One knight gasped and wondered if a comet had fallen, but his companion shouted back that it was the complete opposite. Something had flown up into the sky instead. Watching from a distance, Alphen heard the sudden commotion and turned toward the source of the disturbance. Even though the others could only describe it vaguely, she recognized that energy instantly. There was no doubt in her mind it belonged to Aster. Deep in the forest, Aster sank down onto the ground, completely exhausted, yet a smile of pure amazement spread across his face. Breathlessly, he admitted that the sword was truly extraordinary. The Viscount looked at his son with a mixture of awe and stern seriousness, then told him that the truly remarkable thing was not Graham itself, but the incredible power sleeping inside Aster. In a grave voice, he revealed that throughout the entire long history of the Elmheim family, not a single person had ever possessed a seven-winged emblem. As they moved deeper through the forest, he assured Aster that if he could master that power, he would become a swordsman far beyond even six-winged warriors like himself and Roderick. The image of Roderick flashed through Aster's mind, and the thought of one day surpassing that man lit a fierce fire of determination and vengeance in his golden eyes. But his father warned him solemnly that power on such a massive scale would always invite conflict. As Aster tightened his grip around Graham's hilt, the Viscount explained that if people discovered he possessed 7 wings, with that emblem shining on his back like a beacon, many would envy him while others would hate him. Some people, like ghostly hands reaching from the dark, would try to manipulate him through schemes and intrigue. Others would see him as a dangerous threat and would not hesitate to erase him. Then the Viscount reached out his hand in support, urging Aster to master his power so that when the decisive moment finally arrived, he would never be left drowning in regret over his own helplessness. With firm conviction in his voice, he encouraged his adoptive son to become stronger than ever before. Aster took his father's hand, and in that moment, gratitude welled up inside his chest so strongly that words almost failed him. Silently, he vowed that he would never again live the miserable life he had endured in the past. Looking straight into his father's eyes, Aster thanked him from the heart and swore that he would master the 7 wings no matter what it cost. 3 days later, the Viscount and his wife waited together in the grand hall, prepared to welcome home their 2 daughters as they finally returned. 2 young women descended the staircase, one with short red hair and a fierce expression, while the other had long white hair and a gentle smile. After clearing her throat to regain her composure, the red-haired girl proudly announced that Kadriaka had returned. She threw both arms open with a bright, radiant grin, clearly expecting her beloved little sisters to rush over and dive straight into her embrace. But instead of running to her, the 2 younger girls hurried right past Kudo and went straight to the white-haired sister, Malfa, joyfully welcoming her home with happy voices. Kudo was left standing alone in the middle of the grand hall, blinking in stunned confusion as she tried to understand why no one had come to hug her. Snuggled close to Malfa, the little girls explained honestly that it was because Sister Kudo always messed up their hair whenever she hugged them. Kudo crossed her arms with a deeply offended look and immediately denied the accusation, insisting that she had perfectly mastered the etiquette of a knight and would never behave in such an improper way. But that serious facade collapsed the moment her eyes landed on her sister Alphen, and with a burst of pure joy, Kudo shouted her name. In the next instant, she lunged forward and wrapped Alphen in a crushing embrace, squeezing her so tightly that it looked like she might actually suffocate her. Kudo loudly asked whether Alphen had been a good girl while she was away, while Alphen struggled with all her strength to escape from that overwhelming hug. Alphen demanded to know why Kudo was rushing at her so roughly, but Kudo only continued her overly enthusiastic greeting. Meanwhile, Malfa, the white-haired sister, noticed that someone was missing and asked where Aster was. The Viscount answered with a mysterious smile, simply saying, "Oh, that boy." The moment Kudo heard that, her gaze sharpened, and her cheerful warmth faded into cold seriousness. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a violent pillar of red energy erupted from Aster's sword and shot upward like a flare. Aster struggled desperately to control that overwhelming power, leaping through the clearing and swinging the blade again and again as he tried to force the weapon under his command. At last, he dropped to his knees, exhausted and soaked in sweat, cursing his own inability to fully master the weapon, completely unaware that his sister was already searching for him. A single lock of his hair had turned white from the strain. Even though he could form a blade with magic, suppressing the sword's true power drained nearly everything he had. The forest clearing around him was covered in craters and scars, each one standing as clear evidence of his brutal struggle to control the sword Graham. As Aster wondered how his father could wield the weapon so effortlessly, a familiar voice suddenly pulled him from his thoughts, teasing that he was clearly going all out again. Startled, Aster turned around and greeted his sister Kudo, asking when she had returned, while she smiled at him with a playful but sharp edge. Kudo immediately scolded him for not even coming back to welcome his older sister home. Then she raised an eyebrow and asked if he thought he was so special now that his own family no longer mattered to him. She mentioned that she had heard about what happened at the sword dance, and that the Night Academy was already buzzing with rumors about him. When she added that their father must be proud, Aster brushed off the praise and insisted that she was the truly impressive one. After all, even as an apprentice, Kudo had already distinguished herself through numerous missions. Aster continued praising her, saying that he had heard she was the only knight that year to receive the Medal of Honor. Kudo responded with complete indifference, saying that if she could not accomplish at least that much, she would never be able to inherit their father's position. Then her gaze settled firmly on Aster, and she asked him directly whether he had rejected the offer to become heir because he was trying to be considerate of her. Aster sighed and muttered that it was troublesome their father had already told her, then explained that he simply did not believe he was qualified yet. Kudo lowered her eyes for a moment, falling into a thoughtful silence. Then she turned away and started walking, bitterly complaining that both their father and Aster were cruel, because they knew perfectly well that inheriting the house had always been her dream, yet the position had still been offered to him. Her figure slowly disappeared between the trees, leaving Aster standing there in confusion, unable to understand why her mood had changed so suddenly. Without warning, Kudo spun back around and unleashed a powerful slash of blue energy straight toward him. The attack sliced through a tree as cleanly as if it were butter, forcing Aster to dodge by a narrow margin. The severed trunk crashed down beside him, and he had to leap back again to avoid being crushed. Landing lightly on his feet, Aster stared at her in alarm and demanded to know what she was doing all of a sudden. Standing within a blazing aura of power, Kudo smiled with a challenging look and declared that after all this time, his older sister would finally test him herself. With a fierce grin and her sword resting casually on her shoulder, she warned him that from this point on, she would be coming at him for real. Panic flashed across Aster's face as he tried to stop her, pleading with her to wait and explaining that his sword was still incomplete. Kudo answered coldly, asking whether he thought he could give that same excuse to an enemy on an actual battlefield. The word enemy echoed through Aster's mind, forcing him to understand just how serious the situation had become. Kudo took up a combat stance and reminded him that a knight's creed was to always be ready for battle. Then she warned him that if he held back too much, she would crush him. Her first strike came with such fierce power that Aster barely managed to evade it in time. As he leapt backward to escape her relentless attacks, Aster realized this was no joke. He was already struggling just to keep his own magic under control, but when he saw the genuine killing intent in his sister's eyes, he knew he had no choice. Driven by sheer desperation, Aster unleashed the crimson power of Graham, and the red energy of his blade collided violently with her attack. Seeing the blue aura blazing around Kudo, a terrifying thought crossed Aster's mind. His sister truly intended to kill him. Their battle raged deeper into the forest, far away from any watching eyes. From a distance, it looked as if lightning had descended among the trees, with bursts of light flashing through the woods again and again. Kudo clicked her tongue in the middle of a swing, her blade carving clean arcs through the air, while her expression stayed sharp and merciless. She told Aster that he was still as skilled with a sword as ever. She admitted that after all the growth she had achieved at the Night Academy, she had never expected him to keep pace with her so well. Aster gritted his teeth and blocked her relentless strikes one after another. Kudo shifted her stance with practiced precision and unleashed a crushing blow that sent him flying backward. Then, in a cold voice, she declared that his control over mana was pathetic. Aster slid across the ground from the impact, his boots digging deep grooves through the soil as he fought to stop himself. Even so, he forced himself to remain on his feet. Looking up at Kudo, he remarked that she was just as merciless as he remembered. His thoughts unwillingly drifted back to the past. Kudo had always been like this, fierce, confrontational, and utterly unwilling to bend. As the only man in the family with the formal right to inherit, and as the bearer of a seven-wing crest that surpassed everyone else in the household, Aster had always been a silent thorn in her side. To Kudo, everything about Aster's existence must have felt unfair. She had grown into a storm that challenged every injustice she saw, and if Aster was honest with himself, she was naturally the kind of opponent he struggled against most. Then, without any warning, Kudo suddenly leapt high into the air. In the next instant, Aster caught sight of Kudo's figure rising high above him, her silhouette cutting sharply against the thick canopy overhead. The moment he saw her position, his eyes narrowed, because he already understood exactly what was about to fall on him. Kudo's sword came crashing down like a sentence from heaven itself. The blade struck with terrifying force, tearing open the forest floor beneath them as a brutal shockwave burst outward and swept through the trees. As the dust and shattered earth settled around them, Kudo stood above Aster and looked down on him coldly. Then she declared, without the slightest hesitation, that someone like him had no right to become the next head of the family. Meanwhile, far from the ruined forest, Orphan stood inside their father's chamber near the window. Her voice carried obvious worry as she asked whether it was truly wise to leave those two to fight alone like this. To her, this was not just an ordinary spar between siblings. If things grew too reckless, if either side lost control for even a moment, that clash could very easily end with one of them dead. Their father answered her in a calm, steady tone, as if he had already weighed that danger long ago. Aster and Kudo were rivals, and yes, both of them could be reckless, but he did not believe either one was foolish enough to cross that final line. Even with that answer, Orphan's unease did not fade. She pressed him further, her expression tightening as she asked why they had really been called back from the Night Academy in the first place. She could feel there was more behind this than a simple question of succession. Something heavier was moving beneath the surface, and that feeling refused to leave her alone. Their father said nothing at first. He simply opened a nearby drawer and, with a measured movement, took out a sealed envelope marked with the unmistakable insignia of the Elmheim main family. The moment Orphan saw that seal, her breath caught in her throat. For a brief second, she could only stare at it in stunned silence. He then explained that the envelope contained a summons. The elders who controlled the true core of the family wished to see their grandchild with their own eyes. Orphan lowered her voice and asked if the situation had really become that serious. Their father answered without softening the truth at all, saying that in the worst case, they could lose Aster. Back in the forest, the battle between Aster and Kudo showed absolutely no sign of calming down. Their swords slammed together again and again in blinding succession, each collision sending shockwaves through the surrounding trees like the forest itself was pulsing with destruction. In the middle of that violent exchange, Aster snapped at Kudo and told her to stop talking nonsense. He reminded her that he had already rejected the position of successor, and she, more than anyone else, should have known that. But his answer only made irritation twist across Kudo's face. She lifted her sword high above her head and declared that his refusal was exactly the part she could not accept. Her blade came down with crushing power. Aster managed to catch it at the last possible moment, but the sheer weight behind the strike shocked him through his arms. It did not feel like he was crossing swords with an ordinary swordsman at all. It felt more like he was trying to hold back a troll swinging a massive warhammer, and Kudo only pressed down harder, forcing even more strength into the blow. At the final instant, Aster twisted his wrist and turned his blade at an angle, guiding Kudo's attack away from his body and driving the force straight into the ground instead. With his teeth clenched and his stance barely holding, he demanded sharply whether she was finally willing to listen to him. Kudo only gave him a faint smile, as if his question amused her. She asked whether he was already trying to run away, and in the very next heartbeat, she unleashed the full weight of her brute strength. Aster was blasted sideways like a broken branch in a storm. His body slammed into a tree with such force that bark burst apart behind him. Blood spilled from his mouth as he coughed violently, and disbelief flashed across his eyes while he struggled to process the strength behind that attack. Kudo looked down at him and said coldly that if swinging a sword was all he could do, then he was nothing more than third-rate. And even warriors who depended only on mana, she continued, were still no better than second-rate. Only those who could wield both the sword and mana together deserved to be called first-rate. Her voice hardened as she told Aster how deeply disappointed she was, then explained that the difference in their wing crests directly reflected the amount of mana they could command. Even a single wing, she said, represented nearly 3 times the difference in raw power. Kudo herself carried 5 wings, and in terms of default stages, that made her technically inferior to Aster and his 7. Yet even with that advantage, he still avoided direct clashes of strength and kept hiding behind polished technique instead. With a faint, cutting smile, she asked whether he truly had so little faith in himself, or whether he was simply terrified of losing control again, just like he had 3 years ago. Those words struck Aster harder than any blade. His body went still, and for a moment he could not move at all. A memory he had tried to bury rose up inside him without warning. Had he truly been afraid all this time? Had he unconsciously sealed away his own power because of what happened during that incident? For the first time, Aster was forced to look directly at that question. His eyes dropped toward the sword in his hand, and in a low voice, he wondered if that same suppression was the reason behind it. Was that why Sordran had always felt so unstable whenever he held it? As that thought left his mouth, Kudo's expression grew even colder. She told him he possessed everything she had ever wanted for herself. If he planned to let those blessings rot away through ignorance and arrogance, then he should hand them over to someone who actually understood their value. The moment those words ended, Kudo lunged forward, and this time the killing intent around her was no longer held back. But this time Aster did not step away. He faced her all-out attack directly, meeting her blade head-on. The instant their swords collided, a thunderous roar exploded through the forest and rolled between the trees. Kudo's eyes widened as the force pushed her back. Her footing slipped for a moment, disbelief spreading across her face as she realized Aster had actually deflected her full-powered strike. A faint smile appeared on Aster's face, and he thanked her quietly. Because of her, he said, he had finally awakened. Then, without wasting another second, he surged forward at full speed. Kudo narrowed her eyes as she watched him rush in, confusion flickering through her gaze at the sudden, reckless charge. Why would he attack before he had even stabilized his blade? Had he already run out of mana? The idea flashed through her mind, but it felt almost impossible. As Aster advanced, mana poured into his sword in violent, overwhelming waves. The 7 wings on his back concealed a vast reserve that seemed almost endless, and he knew better than anyone that he still could not control it with true precision. So instead of trying to force that power into perfect control, he abandoned restraint completely. For one fleeting instant, he let go of his dependence on refined technique and poured every bit of his mana into the pure motion of his strike. The blade descended with unstoppable force. Kudo raised her sword and blocked the attack cleanly, regaining her balance almost at once. Yet even as she held firm beneath the blow, she could feel it clearly. Something inside Aster had truly changed. After steadying herself, she let out a small, amused smile and asked whether he had actually thought this through. Or was this just another one of his half-baked impulses? Aster met her gaze straight on, without a trace of hesitation left in his eyes. He told her plainly that he had no intention of wasting this second life. This time, he would take hold of everything that had slipped through his fingers before. The power of the 7 wings. The sword, Graham. Even the place that should have been his within the family. These were the things he had once fought for desperately and still failed to claim. But the moment Aster said the words second life, Kudo's body stiffened for the briefest instant. A flicker of shock crossed her face, subtle enough to disappear almost immediately, but still impossible to miss. And in that tiny opening Aster moved. Mana surged violently through his blade as he closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Aster kicked off the ground and shot high into the air, his body rising above Kudo as he gathered every last drop of power he could force into his blade. His sword hovered above, ready to fall with the weight of a final blow. But just as Kudo braced herself to meet it, Aster suddenly vanished from her sight, and her eyes widened as she lost him in midair. But Aster had not disappeared at all. Instead of continuing upward, he had dropped low, slipping beneath her line of sight in a sudden, sharp movement. There, he compressed his mana even further, forcing the raging power into a tighter and denser current. The pressure around his body grew heavier by the second as he poured everything into his sword. Then Aster declared openly that he would no longer hold himself back. Kudo felt the change instantly, as if the air around them had turned thick and heavy, and in that moment, she understood the fight was reaching its end. Aster brought his sword down with overwhelming force, and the very air screamed beneath the descending arc of mana as the strike tore through the space between them. Some time later, Kudo slowly opened her eyes, but instead of the shattered forest, what greeted her was the familiar ceiling of her own room, and for a moment, she could not understand how she had ended up there. Soft sunlight slipped through the parted curtains, casting a pale glow across the room, while her older sister, Malfa, stood quietly by the window. Malfa turned her head toward the bed and calmly remarked that Kudo had certainly taken her time waking up. Kudo immediately pushed herself upright. Her body moving before her mind had fully settled. With a sharp voice, she demanded to know what had happened to the duel and what the final outcome had been. Malfa gave her a gentle smile and explained that Aster had carried her back himself. According to what he told everyone, Kudo had simply fallen asleep in the middle of the fight. He claimed that the exhaustion from her long journey back from the Night Academy had finally caught up with her, and that she had lost consciousness right there during the duel. Kudo lowered her gaze toward the sword resting near her, falling silent for a moment. She knew immediately that Aster's explanation was not the truth. She remembered the final instant with painful clarity. Aster's blade had stopped only a few inches from her body, while the crushing pressure of his mana had made her feel as if she might be split in two. And yet, just before the strike could truly connect, he had scattered the mana blade himself. Only the remaining shockwave brushed against her, but even that was powerful enough to knock her unconscious. In that moment, Kudo understood one simple, undeniable truth. No matter what Aster said, he would never actually kill his own sister. And still, for just one heartbeat, she had truly believed he might do it. That thought brought a faint smile to her lips. He was younger than her, and yet somehow he had grown into someone unbearably formidable. What an infuriating little brother he had become. Kudo rose abruptly, grabbed her sword, and asked Malfa where Aster was. Her eyes sharpened with stubborn fire as she declared that she would never accept a duel ending like that. Next time, they would start again from the beginning, both of them at full strength. Malfa's expression shifted slightly at those words. Then she told Kudo that Aster had already left the castle. Kudo froze in place, her hand still gripping her sword as if her body had suddenly forgotten how to move. Malfa explained that the main house had summoned him, and earlier that day, Aster had departed together with their father. When Malfa saw the confusion spreading across Kudo's face, she asked whether Kudo truly had not known anything about the summons. Anger immediately flared in Kudo's voice as she demanded to know why no one had bothered to tell her. Meanwhile, beyond the castle grounds, a horse-drawn carriage moved steadily down the forest road, its wheels rolling over the path beneath the trees. Inside the carriage, Aster sat across from his father in heavy silence, the space between them filled with the weight of what lay ahead. His father explained that the person Aster was about to meet was one of the old lords who secretly supported the Elmheim family from behind the scenes. Although those figures had already stepped away from public leadership, the former heads of both the main and branch families, along with the powerful elders beneath them, still possessed overwhelming authority. They no longer stood under the spotlight. But even now, they ruled quietly from the shadows. His father added that those elders had never shown the slightest interest in Aster after his adoption, so the fact that they had summoned him now was anything but trivial. Aster listened to all of this calmly, then replied that the summons was most likely connected to the sword dance assembly. He said he had heard something before about the elders of Elmheim. The elders of Elmheim valued the family's honor above everything else, above gold, and even above life itself. Aster added that anyone who stained that honor would be thrown down before the feet of a beast cage. His father stared at him in disbelief and immediately demanded to know where he had heard such an outrageous story. A little flustered, Aster answered that he had simply heard it somewhere long ago. Then his voice steadied again as he said he was prepared for whatever awaited him, whether it was punishment or exile. After a brief stretch of silence, his father asked whether it truly did not bother him to leave without saying goodbye to Kudo. Aster gave a faint smile and said it was fine. Their departures had been arranged for roughly the same time anyway, so to him, this was probably better. He believed that if he was not around, Kudo would feel more at ease, since she disliked him so much. Then he added that thanks to her, he had finally started to understand how to properly wield the sword Graham. He could now draw out the power of the 7 wings far more freely than he had ever managed before. With steady eyes, Aster told his father that no matter what happened after this, he should not come to rescue him. He was prepared to survive on his own. His father opened his mouth, clearly ready to scold him for saying something so reckless. But before he could speak, a voice rang out from outside the carriage, asking why Aster was acting so dramatic when he was the youngest one among them. Aster's eyes flew wide in shock. Clinging to the side of the moving carriage was none other than Kudo herself. Her expression was sharp, stubborn, and burning with challenge as she glared straight at him. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she pulled herself up and climbed into the moving carriage. As if she had always been meant to join the journey, Kudo settled fully inside the carriage and immediately turned her attention toward Aster. With her eyes blazing, she demanded to know why he had slipped away without saying a single word to his older sister. Her voice carried both anger and disbelief. She added that she had already heard about the summons from the elders of the main house, along with the matter of family honor, or perhaps even a threat that neither she nor Malfa had ever received. Hefried's voice cut in firmly, reminding her that she could not accompany them to the main house. This matter was too sensitive and far too dangerous to drag her into it. Kudo calmly took a seat beside Aster, her posture steady, and replied that she already understood the situation. She knew their father had called both her and Malfa back from the Night Academy to guard the estate while he was gone. She was not foolish enough to miss what that implied. Even so, her expression hardened as she added that a summons from the main house meant the situation was serious. Serious enough that they had to be extremely cautious. Malfa herself had warned her that there was a real possibility Aster might not return from this trip. Aster tried to brush it off with a calm smile, telling her she was overthinking things. He claimed he was only going to have a conversation and would return soon enough. But deep down, he understood the truth very clearly. Whether he could come back safely was anything but certain. Kudo suddenly lifted a finger and pointed it straight at him. She told him to listen carefully, then bluntly admitted, without softening the words at all, that she hated him. Aster blinked, clearly caught off guard. But Kudo did not hesitate for even a second. She hated that he was a man in a family where that alone gave him advantages. She hated that he carried 7 wings. She hated that everyone treated him like someone special. She hated that he was stronger than his older sisters. She hated that even though he was the youngest, he always carried himself with a maturity that made him seem far beyond his age. Kudo hated every single part of it, from the unfair advantages he was born with to the way everyone looked at him differently. But as those words left her mouth, her voice slowly softened, because no matter how much she despised all those things, Aster was still her family. No matter how strong he pretended to be, and no matter how calm and composed he looked on the outside, he was still her little brother. Kudo rose to her feet with her pride unshaken, standing tall as if she refused to let that truth be forgotten. Then she ordered him to come back properly, not half-heartedly, not broken, and not missing from their lives, because they still had a duel to settle between them. And when that next duel came, she made it clear that there would be no slow build-up and no testing the waters. This time, both of them would begin at full power right from the very start. A faint smile curved across her lips as she added that she would never allow him to run away with such a cheap and unsatisfying victory. And with that said, Kudo sprang from the moving carriage as lightly and confidently as she had climbed aboard, landing back on the road without the slightest hesitation. Startled, Aster quickly leaned out of the carriage and asked his father why she had gone through all the trouble of chasing them down just to say something like that. Heir watched Kudo's figure grow smaller behind them, his expression filled with quiet pride, and replied that to him, it sounded like a proper farewell. Aster's lips slowly curved into a quiet smile. When he looked back, he saw Kudo standing boldly in the road behind them, facing the departing carriage as if daring him not to return. Deep in his heart, Aster thanked her. Then, in silence, he made himself a firm promise that no matter what waited for him at the main house, no matter how dangerous this summons became, he would come back. Before long, Viscount Heir and Aster arrived at the main residence of the Elmheim family. The moment they stepped onto the estate grounds, a group of guides was already waiting there to receive them. The captain of the group stepped forward, greeted them with formal courtesy, and informed them that the Grand Elder was already waiting inside. Hearing that, Viscount Heir answered calmly that there was no need for a guide, since he already knew the way. But the captain refused him firmly, saying they could not allow that, because strict orders had been given to escort both of them together. From the atmosphere alone, Aster could already tell this was not some warm summons born from family affection toward a grandson. Nothing about this welcome felt gentle, personal, or kind. There was a strange tension hanging in the air, stiff and deliberate, like every person standing there had been placed with a purpose. And yet, as Aster's gaze drifted across the familiar estate, a faint wave of nostalgia quietly washed over him. It had been a long time since he had returned to this place he once called home, and for a moment, his eyes lingered on the surroundings as old memories rose up in silence. With no other choice, Aster and Heir followed the guides inside. As they walked through the estate, Viscount Heir lowered his voice and spoke to Aster with a serious edge, asking if he understood what this meant. He warned Aster not to let his temper flare, at least not today, no matter what anyone said to him. Aster listened, then answered without hesitation that it would depend on how the other side behaved. His father let out a slight breath and replied that the other side was exactly the problem. Then, in a heavier tone, he told Aster to listen carefully, because the person they were about to meet was... Before Heir could finish, Aster interrupted him in an almost casual voice. His attention turned elsewhere as he remarked that Deiris was nowhere to be seen. Then, in that same indifferent tone, he added that since Deiris' dominant hand had been crushed, it would probably be difficult for him to return for the time being. Viscount Heir immediately looked at him with a sharp glare and asked if he was even listening. Aster was pulled back from his thoughts and answered simply that he was. Then he added, with surprising calm, that just for today, he would keep himself as silent as a clam. After all, his sister had told him to come back safely. By the time he said that, they had already reached a massive door at the end of the corridor. The huge door slowly began to open, its heavy sound rolling through the corridor like a deep echo. As they stepped inside, the captain of the guards announced in a loud, formal voice that Lord Hefrid and his son had arrived. At the far end of the grand hall, an elderly figure sat waiting, and his voice came out calm and measured. He remarked that they had finally come, asking if it had already been over 10 years. With that, father and son moved forward together into the hall. Another voice followed, carrying a faint trace of amusement, as the elder addressed Hefrid as his grandson. Viscount Hefrid immediately lowered himself to his knees and bowed deeply, his head dipping in full respect. He said it had been a long time, first calling him the sixth head, then correcting himself. He addressed him properly as the great-grand elder. Meanwhile, Aster remained composed, quietly standing in place without letting his expression break. As Aster felt the weight of the old man's gaze settle over him, one thought crossed his mind. This was the monster hiding in the shadows of Elmheim. The man before him was the sixth head of the main house, Zenith A. Elmheim. Around him sat the true heavyweights who supported the Elmheim family from beneath the surface. Each of them was a named figure with immense authority and influence. Among those seated in the hall, Aster even recognized a few faces from the sword dance festival. His eyes moved briefly across the gathered elders, scanning the room before he finally spoke. Almost casually, Aster asked if Roderick was not present. A faint flicker of surprise crossed his expression as he noticed that absence. Before anyone else could answer, the sixth head cut in sharply and said that Roderick was not here, calling Aster a brat without hesitation. After all, Roderick was the head of the knights who directly served the royalty. The air in the hall remained heavy, packed with authority and the kind of tension no one needed to say aloud. At that moment, a terrifying aura began to pour from the elder's body. It spread through the grand hall thick and suffocating, pressing down on everyone like an invisible weight as his presence alone seemed to dominate the room. Zenith continued coldly, saying Roderick had no time to busy himself with such vulgar matters, so they old soldiers were being considerate by handling the administrative duties themselves. Aster's face stayed calm, but his thoughts quietly shifted beneath the surface. In his previous life, Aster had never even had the chance to meet these people, so he had not cared about them. But seeing this many executives gathered without the current head present made one thing clear. For a retired man, Zenith still threw around an incredible amount of weight, and even now, his influence felt almost absolute. Viscount Hefrid finally spoke, keeping his voice controlled but firm as he asked what exactly these so-called vulgar matters were. Zenith A. Elmheim let out a low laugh, as if the answer should have been obvious. Then his sharp eyes shifted toward Aster, and he said Hefrid had already guessed, hadn't he? He had heard, Zenith continued, that Hefrid's pet dog had caused quite a mess at the sword dance festival. The insult landed deliberately, hanging in the hall like a blade left in the open. As the tension in the room thickened even further, Aster lowered his gaze for only a brief moment before looking forward again. His golden eyes stayed steady and unshaken, and he silently confirmed that, just as he expected, this was about that incident. Viscount Hefrid responded calmly to the accusation, saying that if this was about that matter, then the current head, Roderick, had already settled it himself and closed the case. But Zenith dismissed the argument at once, coldly stating that it had only been a performance for the public. According to Zenith, that did not change the fact that Elmheim's reputation had been tarnished. Adopting a child of unknown origin had been a mistake from the very beginning, and they might have overlooked it if Aster had remained harmless. But his voice hardened as he continued, saying things were different if that child dared to bare his fangs at the main house. Zenith declared that there was no choice but to banish him. In that instant, an overwhelming killing intent flooded the hall, far more intense than anything before, pressing down so mercilessly it almost stole the breath from the room. And of course, Zenith added, his eyes fixed forward, Aster would not escape suitable punishment either. The threat was unmistakable, and the entire hall fell into a tense, breathless silence. After hearing everything, Aster stepped in with a firm voice and told them to wait, because he had done everything himself. He made it clear that his father had nothing to do with it. At that moment, Viscount Hefrid remained completely silent. He did not stop his son from speaking, but he also did not support him aloud. He simply stayed there, quietly watching the situation unfold. Seeing his father remain silent, Aster gradually steadied himself as well. He pulled his emotions back under control and fell quiet, letting the heavy silence settle around them. Zenith A. Elmheim watched the father and son with sharp, unreadable eyes, letting the silence stretch for a moment before speaking again. As he expected, Aster lacked discipline, because only an ill-mannered child would dare interrupt while adults were still speaking. With those words, the sixth head slowly rose from his seat. That single movement alone seemed to drag the atmosphere in the hall downward, making the air feel even heavier as he declared in a deep, commanding voice that 12,000 knights marched beneath their banner, and that they carried the name of Elmheim on their backs. But the knights were not one solid, united force. Within their ranks, countless people were watching closely, each one waiting for the chance to aim for the highest seat. Zenith's gaze swept over the executives and elders gathered around him, and no one in that hall could mistake the meaning hidden behind his words. Elmheim's power was never as stable as it looked from the outside. It was always being challenged, always being tested, and in a room full of ambitious figures, even the smallest stain on the family's reputation could be turned into a weapon. Zenith. Elmheim took another slow step forward, his voice measured, cold, and chillingly calm. He said that all they wanted was peace of mind. They wanted proof that Aster would not become someone who brought harm to Elmheim. As Zenith gestured, a sword was brought forward and presented toward Viscount Heir. The blade gave off a violent, overwhelming aura, its energy spilling through the grand hall like a storm trapped inside steel. Zenith's eyes stayed fixed on Heir as he asked whether he remembered it. The sixth head continued coldly, reminding Heir that when he had failed to protect his liege and dragged Elmheim's name through the mud, they had Roderick cut off that arm right here. As he spoke, an even heavier wave of killing intent poured from him, making the pressure in the hall nearly suffocating. Then Zenith delivered his order without mercy. He told Heir to cut off that brat's head, and in return, they would consider this matter closed. Viscount Heir did not hesitate for even a second. His answer came firm and clear as he refused. If he had to cut down his own child, Heir said, then he would rather take his own life instead. There was no fear in his voice, only an unshakable resolve. Hearing those words, Aster could only whisper one word, Father. But after that, nothing else would come out, as if the weight in his chest had sealed his voice completely. The sixth head remained standing before them, his oppressive presence still flooding the room. The pressure was crushing, relentless, and not even for a moment did his expression soften. Then Zenith spoke again, calm on the surface but filled with terrifying finality. In that case, he said, Heir should die, his wife, his daughters, that brat standing there, every last one of them. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence as that threat hung above them like an executioner's blade. Then Zenith declared that, as of today, the Viscount house was dissolved. The declaration landed like a final verdict. In the next instant, numerous knights surged forward at once, steel flashing beneath the hall's light as they moved to carry out the order. They surrounded Viscount Heir with drawn swords, their killing intent fully unleashed. Aster watched as his father was encircled by blades from every direction. Then Aster stepped forward, raising his voice through the heavy air as he asked why the Grand Elder was so frightened. Zenith. Elmheim narrowed his eyes at once and demanded to know what he meant. But Aster did not retreat, not even by a step. His golden gaze stayed steady as his tone turned sharp and fearless. He said that if Zenith was truly afraid of being bitten by a pet dog, then the sight of grown adults huddling together and trembling like this was disgraceful. The hall went still, stunned by his boldness. Aster continued, saying they could banish him, execute him, or do whatever they wanted, but if they planned to lay even one hand on his family, then things would change. As he spoke, he began removing his shirt without hesitation. His father watched in silence, already understanding exactly what his son was about to reveal. Before Aster turned back toward the elders, he spoke softly to Heir. He apologized, saying it seemed he was not very good at staying silent after all. Nearby, one of the knights stared in disbelief, his eyes locking onto Aster's back as he blurted out a shocked question. What was that wing emblem marked there? Aster stood tall before them, revealing the mark on his back clearly for everyone in the hall to see. Then his voice rang through the chamber as he declared that these 7 wings would become Elmheim's enemy, and that they should think very carefully before deciding what came next. His threat was no longer hidden behind polite words or careful restraint. It was direct, absolute, and impossible for anyone in that hall to ignore. At the sight of it, one person muttered that it was impossible, asking whether that could truly be the 7 wings emblem. Another elder immediately rejected the idea, insisting it had to be fake, because for hundreds of years, such a thing appearing on a human body had been unheard of. But the fat elder's face tightened as he stared at the crest, and he admitted that the mark was unmistakable. Watching the commotion spread through the hall, Zenith. Elmheim stepped forward again, his voice sharp and heavy with meaning. He asked whether Aster understood the meaning of what he was showing them right now. Did he truly understand what those 7 wings represented? The question pressed down on the room with suffocating weight. Aster answered almost casually, though a strange confidence ran beneath his tone. Wasn't it obvious? The more wings there were, the more shocked people became. At that moment, attention shifted to a blue-haired figure who had been watching everything closely. Instead of panic or fear, a quiet laugh slipped from him. He quickly said no, and excused himself, telling them to continue. His amusement stood in sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere, while another person nearby looked deeply disturbed by what was happening before their eyes. After observing the reactions spreading across the chamber, Zenith spoke again, this time with grave seriousness in his voice. He explained that the wing emblem was originally an organ used to generate magical power, a power once shared with humans by spirits long ago. By passing that power from parent to child, humans had been able to deepen and strengthen it over many generations. However, Zenith stated that there had never once been anyone who reached the level of 7 wings. That statement sent a visible ripple through the room, and even Aster's expression tightened slightly as he absorbed what it meant. Aster looked straight at Zenith and asked if he was saying Aster belonged to the spirit clan. Zenith met his gaze without looking away and answered that if those 7 wings were real, then perhaps that possibility was indeed true. At the same time, Viscount Hefried stared at his son in stunned silence, the weight of that revelation clearly written across his face. But Aster stepped forward without wavering. He declared firmly that he was a child of the Viscount house, and at this point, the details of his birth no longer mattered. His voice grew colder and sharper with each word. What he wanted to ask them now was simple. Did they truly have the resolve to make an enemy of him? The air seemed to freeze as his words echoed through the hall, turning the revelation of the 7 wings into something far more dangerous. He continued his challenge without the slightest hesitation, speaking in a calm but calculating tone. If Elmheim drove him out, then there would most likely be many among the martial nobles who would gladly welcome the 7 wings. And if that happened, then for the people already living in fear of rebellion, he would become a far greater threat outside their walls. His voice was not loud, but every word landed with precision. Rather than casting him aside, they should want to keep him close at hand. A symbol that surpassed even Duke Roderick himself, the signboard known as the 7 wings. In that moment, there was not the faintest trace of fear in Aster's eyes. No doubt, no hesitation, only clear intent. Hearing him speak, every person seated in the chamber grew visibly uneasy as the weight of his reasoning settled over them like a storm cloud. What Aster was offering was not just a plea for survival, but political leverage, a dangerous shift in power that none of them could easily ignore. Meanwhile, inside his own mind, Aster quietly followed the situation with cold focus. Just as that old man had said earlier, Elmheim was not a single united force. Beneath the grand name and polished surface, cracks already existed. And in truth, Aster knew a rebellion would happen. A massive civil war would one day swallow the entire country, because he had already seen that future once before. For his own survival, and for the survival of the Viscount house, he could not afford to remain passive. At the very least, here and now, he had to seize control of the conversation. Aster knew he had to figure out who in this hall would stand against him, and who might be useful as an ally. Even if that meant taking dangerous risks, his resolve hardened inside him, because this was no longer only about the 7 wings or the pride of nobles. This was preparation for the storm that only he knew would eventually come. Hearing Aster's bold words, Zenith Elmheim's anger showed openly at last, his authority pressing down over the entire chamber like a heavy hand. He demanded whether Aster truly believed he possessed that much value. Zenith's voice sharpened as he pointed out that there was not even any proof those 7 wings were real. His words were meant to crush Aster's momentum beneath doubt, intimidation, and the overwhelming weight of elder authority. But Aster did not take a single step back. Instead, a calm smile touched his face as he answered almost provocatively that if they truly believed the wings were fake, then they should just kill him quickly. The entire room fell silent at once. Zenith Elmheim watched him with sharp, unreadable eyes before speaking again. As he expected, Aster lacked discipline, because only a child without proper manners would dare interrupt while adults were still speaking. Then the 6th head slowly rose from his seat. That single movement changed the air in the hall, making the room feel even heavier than before. In a deep, commanding voice, he declared that 12,000 knights marched beneath their banner, and that they carried the name of Elmheim itself. However, before the pressure could fully settle, the blue-haired noble smoothly cut into the conversation. The knights were not a single solid block, and for now he proposed another path. He suggested that they impose a trial on Aster instead. The moment he said that, the heavyset elder stiffened in protest and snapped at him, calling him Count Maze as he demanded to know what he was doing. Count Maze interrupted him without losing that relaxed composure. With a faint smile he said the reason was simple. They wanted to see it too, did they not? The true power of the 7 wings. His gaze sharpened just slightly as he added that it would not be too late to decide Aster's fate after witnessing that power. The atmosphere shifted again, and what had begun as an argument suddenly turned into something far more dangerous. Now it had become a test, one that could either prove Aster's claim or seal his destruction completely. Count Maze pressed the idea smoothly, asking how that sounded to them. After all, this was the mansion of the world-renowned martial clan. Surely, he said, they could prepare 1 or 2 suitable trials. The moment Aster heard that name, his thoughts sharpened. Count Maze? There was no mistake. This man was an ally. Aster understood it immediately from the timing of his suggestion and the way he had redirected the conversation. It was a lifeline disguised as simple curiosity. After a long, heavy pause, Zenith A. Elmheim finally spoke, his voice cold as he told them to follow him. His tone remained controlled, but there was no warmth in it. Teaching a lesson to a grandson who did not know how to speak properly was also an old man's duty. With that, Zenith turned and led them away, eventually bringing them before a heavy, imposing structure. They arrived at the trial grounds, where the entrance yawned before them in darkness. Zenith began to explain that beyond that black passage lay an underground bunker connected to the waterways, originally built as an emergency evacuation shelter. However, Zenith paused deliberately before adding that they were currently keeping a single magic beast inside. The trial, he said, was simple. Aster only had to defeat that magic beast. That was all. Yet the simplicity of the words made the challenge feel even heavier. Hearing that, Viscount Hefried let out a deep sigh, unable to hide his frustration. He muttered that Aster had always been such a troublesome child, crying and screaming when he was young, and yet Hefried had told him countless times to keep the existence of the 7 wings hidden. There was disappointment in Hefried's voice, but beneath it, there was unmistakable worry. Aster listened in silence, then stepped forward without arguing and placed his hand against the door, saying he could not keep something so conspicuous hidden forever. As he pushed the heavy door open, he calmly said this had been the perfect opportunity. The door creaked loudly, and thick, cold darkness spilled outward from within. Whatever waited inside was not just a beast. It was proof, and Aster walked toward that proof without hesitation. Hearing the determination in his son's voice, Viscount Hefried called out one last time, his words carrying both a father's concern and a noble's authority, warning him not to let his guard down. Aster answered at once, saying he was off. Then, before descending, he briefly turned his gaze toward the blue-haired noble. Count Maze was still smiling quietly, observing everything with calm interest, and that faint smile lingered in Aster's mind as he stepped down into the darkness. As Aster entered the underground bunker, darkness wrapped around him from every side. The air was damp, heavy, and filled with a silence that pressed against the ears. It was undeniably dark, but not so dark that he could not make out his surroundings. Then his eyes caught something on the ground, a severed head lying there in the gloom. Even in the dim light, the sight was impossible to mistake. At that moment, a cold and detached voice echoed down from above. The voice remarked that he had even given that one a chance to clear his name, though in the end, the man had only cried and screamed until his final moments, making it unbearable to watch. They were speaking about Duke Roderick's own severed head, the very thing lying on the ground in front of Aster. The voice continued with a faint warning, telling Aster not to disappoint him. The meaning behind those words was perfectly clear. This was not merely a test. It was judgment. Suddenly, the ground seemed to tremble beneath Aster's feet, as an enormous presence began emerging from the darkness. In front of him, a gigantic beast stepped into view, terrifying in size and power. Its very movements shook the underground chamber, and the sound was so fierce it felt as if the walls themselves might crack. Aster tightened his grip around his sword, the blade giving off a faint gleam in the darkness. From above, the merciless declaration came down once more. Now the trial would begin. As Aster faced the beast, a thought passed calmly through his mind. So the rumor had been true. Elmheim really did keep a magic beast hidden inside their own mansion. Just this once, he almost felt sorry for Deiris. Being born into a house full of monsters like this must have been a miserable fate in its own way. At the same time, Aster lowered his hand near the ground, preparing his stance. In that very instant, the magic beast unleashed a thunderous roar powerful enough to shake the entire space around them. Hearing that roar, Aster calmly steadied himself and spoke under his breath. But still, the moment those words left him, he suddenly burst forward with astonishing speed. In a single flash, he dashed past the magic beast, moving so quickly that his body was almost impossible to follow with the eye. The instant he passed it, the magic beast's body was sliced apart and split into multiple pieces. Everyone watching from above was left completely stunned by the unbelievable sight. After landing, Aster kept his true thoughts hidden and casually said that, to him, Sister Kudo was far scarier than this thing. But just then, something shocking happened behind him. The scattered pieces of the magic beast's body suddenly began to move. Bit by bit, they pulled themselves back together, regenerating right before Aster's eyes. The moment Aster noticed it, disbelief flashed across his face. Completely shocked, he muttered that there was no way. This thing was an undead. And sure enough, the monster he had just cut into pieces was already standing in front of him again, as if the attack had never happened. Without wasting even a second, the creature unleashed another terrifying roar. Meanwhile, from above the trial grounds, a panicked voice suddenly echoed through the chamber. Viscount Hefried shouted in shock, asking why an undead was hidden beneath the mansion. After that terrifying reveal, attention shifted to Zenith Elmheim, who stood watching everything unfold from above. A dark, sinister smile slowly spread across Zenith's face, as he calmly explained that creatures like that were drawn to the smell of death. It had wandered down there thinking it would find plenty of fresh corpses to devour. No matter how many times they cut it apart or burned it, the creature simply refused to die, so in the end, they captured it and kept it as the perfect opponent for testing someone's strength. Then, in the same cold tone, Zenith added that thanks to it, they no longer had trouble getting rid of bodies. Hearing that, the fat elder nearby looked visibly shaken and immediately responded that even skilled knights could barely manage to capture an undead, and yet Zenith was asking Aster to kill one. He demanded whether Zenith truly intended to let the boy with the 7 wings die for nothing. After hearing that concern, Zenith Elmheim only smiled more coldly and answered without the slightest hesitation that if Aster died, it would merely prove he was nothing more than a bragger. A wing crest without real power, Zenith said, was not even worthy of being called a decoration. From above, everyone continued watching in silence as the trial below unfolded. Zenith keeps speaking as if the matter has nothing to do with him at all, his voice cold and utterly unconcerned. There is no need to worry, he says. Even if Aster ends up dying here, there are still ways for us to make use of that outcome. In fact, from our position, that may actually be the more convenient result. The instant those heartless words fall from his mouth, the entire area goes dead silent. No one around him dares to speak for a moment, and the air itself seems to grow heavier as everyone slowly absorbs the cruel meaning hidden behind that calm tone. In the middle of that tense silence, the blue-haired boy quietly watches everything unfold from the side. After all the bold words Aster had thrown out earlier, he thinks to himself that Aster had better not die so easily now. And with that thought lingering in the air, the focus shifts back to the brutal fight raging below, where Aster is still locked in combat with the magical beast. Every time Aster and the monster collide, terrifying waves of energy explode outward from the impact. The force rolls across the battlefield again and again, shaking the surroundings as the battle continues without slowing down. While exchanging blows with the creature, Aster keeps studying the situation carefully in his mind. He attacks over and over, cutting into the monster repeatedly, yet each strike feels strangely meaningless. No matter how many times his blade lands, he realizes there is almost no real effect at all. What makes it even worse is that this thing's regeneration is far beyond that of an ordinary undead. As Aster keeps his eyes fixed on the creature's movements, he thinks through the problem with cold focus. Undead are already dead from the beginning, so simply wounding them is never enough. Even with that disadvantage pressing down on him, Aster refuses to give ground. He plants himself firmly in front of the beast, facing it directly without flinching. While holding his stance against the creature, he reminds himself that to truly end an undead, he has to destroy it completely. Normally, the way to finish one off is to burn it under sunlight or purify it with a holy weapon. And if neither of those options is available, then the most basic rule for fighting undead is simple. Do not fight them at all. But almost as soon as that thought crosses his mind, Aster rejects it completely. Running away might be the safest textbook answer, but in this situation, retreat is not something he can choose. A sharper light rises in Aster's eyes as his resolve hardens. If all he does is follow the standard tactics anyone can read in a book, then there would be no meaning in possessing the power of the seven wings. Even in front of an enemy that seems nearly impossible to kill, Aster does not waver. He remains standing in place, staring the monster down, determined to create his own answer and force a path to victory. Aster tightens his grip and steels himself completely. Deep inside, he makes a firm declaration that he has to prove his own worth right here, with his own strength. With that determination burning hotter inside him, Aster suddenly swings his weapon forward. A crushing strike tears through the space in front of him, carrying an overwhelming amount of force. As he releases that attack, he shouts that he will overpower an undead through sheer strength alone. In the next instant, the clash detonates into a massive explosion. A violent blast erupts across the battlefield, shaking the entire area as dust, debris, and shockwaves surge outward in every direction. The people watching from above are instantly frozen in shock by the amount of power that bursts out below. One of the elders can barely get the words out, stammering in disbelief as he blurts out just how incredible that magic power is. The other elders stare down at the battlefield with widened eyes, unable to hide their amazement. One of them murmurs that this must be the true power of the seven wings, while another voice quickly follows, carrying both urgency and anxious curiosity. Someone immediately asks what is happening down there and whether Aster managed to defeat the beast. Through all the confusion and rising tension, Zenith Elmheim simply continues watching in silence, his expression calm and unreadable, showing almost no reaction compared to everyone else. As the thick dust from the enormous explosion slowly begins to drift away, the figure at the center of the battlefield finally comes into view. Aster is still there, completely unharmed, standing firmly on his own feet as if the blast had not shaken him at all. When Zenith Elmheim sees that result, he quietly mutters with obvious disappointment that it was a waste. But before anyone has time to fully understand what just happened, the magical beast suddenly moves again, launching another attack at Aster without the slightest warning. The creature's movement is so sudden and violent that even Aster fails to catch the exact moment it happens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them disappears, and Aster finds himself directly beneath the monster. The beast towers above him like a nightmare, its horrifying face looming over Aster from close range. Then it opens its jaws and lets out a deafening roar that crashes down on him with terrifying force. From above, Viscount Hefried sees the danger unfolding and instantly loses his composure. Panic flashes across him, and he shouts Aster's name at the top of his lungs. At that moment, the blue-haired boy speaks up, cutting into the panic with a calm voice. He tells Lord Hefried not to ruin the situation by jumping in to save Aster too soon. Those words immediately make Viscount Hefried turn toward him in anger. His face tightens with fury as he snaps back, asking whether they are supposed to just stand there and watch Aster die. Seeing how quickly Viscount Hefried's emotions have boiled over, the blue-haired boy raises his voice just enough to stop him. With a composed expression, he tells him to hold on and settle down. Then, without taking his eyes off the battlefield below, the blue-haired boy continues speaking. He tells Viscount Hefried to look down there one more time, because from what he can see, Aster still seems to be hiding one last trump card. After hearing that, everyone's focus immediately turns back toward the battlefield. Their eyes shift downward at once, searching through the chaos to see what the blue-haired boy has noticed. Down below, Aster is clearly in terrible condition after taking the attack. His body has been pushed hard, and the damage is obvious, yet he remains standing. Even more surprising, there is a faint smile on his face as he looks at the results so far and quietly mutters that this is good. Aster then says it looks like it is working properly, noting that the monster has become a bit slimmer than before. As those words leave his mouth, he slowly lifts his sword and points the blade straight at the creature in front of him. Just from the way Aster stands, it becomes obvious that he is preparing to unleash something decisive. In the very next moment, a staggering surge of energy erupts from his sword, blasting upward like a blazing pillar of raw power. The energy pouring out of the blade is unbelievably intense. Its pressure swallows the space in front of Aster and immediately overwhelms the monster standing before him. With only a single attack, the terrifying creature is completely torn apart and destroyed. As the power surges forward, Aster shouts with fierce determination that this assault will continue until the undead finally dies. After witnessing that devastating display of power, everyone watching is left stunned. Viscount Hefried in particular can only stare down at the battlefield, completely shaken by the overwhelming attack unfolding before his eyes. A thought rises in Viscount Hefried's mind as he watches the technique. He realizes that the move looks like the one he had shown Aster only once before. Memories begin flashing through his head, bringing back the moment when he had demonstrated that technique himself. The image of that earlier lesson overlaps with what he is now seeing on the battlefield. But as Viscount Hefried continues watching the terrifying energy raging below, he slowly notices that something about it is different. The more he looks, the less it feels like the exact move he once performed. After observing it more carefully, Viscount Hefried corrects himself in disbelief. No, he realizes this is not the same technique after all. It is something else entirely. And while that realization settles in, the energy unleashed from Aster's attack continues to rage wildly across the battlefield. The power tears violently through the area, spreading with such terrifying intensity that even the elders watching from above can clearly feel the pressure. The entire place begins trembling under the force of the attack. One elder suddenly shouts in alarm that the whole structure is going to collapse as well, while another urgently calls for the elder lords to move this way. Panic starts spreading through the group as the destructive force threatens to bring everything down around them. Yet in the middle of all that chaos, Zenith Elmheim remains completely calm, standing quietly as he observes every detail. At last, Zenith speaks in his usual cold and composed voice. As he takes in everything that has just happened, he quietly says that this must be the power of the seven wings. The yellow-haired man looks utterly stunned by what he has just seen. His eyes widen, and for a moment, he seems unable to make sense of the situation unfolding in front of him. With his voice shaken and full of confusion, he blurts out a question, demanding to know what in the world just happened. His expression makes it clear that he is deeply alarmed. Still struggling to process the scene before him, he quickly adds another question, asking what happened to the magical beast. Standing nearby, Zenith Elmheim continues watching the aftermath with a calm, measured gaze. Zenith has followed the entire battle carefully, without overlooking even the smallest detail. As he looks over the result left behind on the battlefield, he begins to speak calmly, breaking down what had occurred. He explains that Aster dragged the undead into a whirl of magical power and then tore it apart from within that storm. There is a quiet trace of astonishment in his tone as he says it. Afterward, Zenith falls silent for a brief moment, turning the scene over in his mind. As Zenith evaluates what he has just witnessed, he realizes that it was not even a proper technique. It was simply brute force, built entirely on the overwhelming quality and quantity of Aster's magical power, exactly the kind of result one might expect from someone who possesses the seven wings. Then Zenith turns his gaze toward Viscount Hefried and asks in a calm but genuinely curious tone whether that was something he had planned. Hearing the question, Viscount Hefried gives a slight shake of his head and answers honestly that it was not. Viscount Hefried admits that even he is surprised by how much his son has grown. His voice carries both pride and genuine disbelief, as though the overwhelming strength Aster just displayed went beyond even his own expectations. Just then, the blue-haired man behind them speaks up. Turning his attention toward Zenith, the blue-haired man asks respectfully whether the honorable elder has now accepted the test. After hearing that question, Zenith Elmheim shifts his gaze across the others gathered there. Zenith Elmheim looks around at each of the people present, checking their faces one by one. Seeing no sign of disagreement from anyone, he answers in a calm voice that he does not believe anyone here will have any objections. The moment the decision is made, the blue-haired man raises his head and calls loudly toward the figure above. He shouts up to Aster, asking if he heard the verdict, then tells him that he passed and should probably come back up soon. From above, Aster's voice answers not long after. But there is one small problem. Aster's reply comes with a slightly awkward edge, as though even he finds the situation a little embarrassing. He explains that the chain he used to climb down earlier seems to have been destroyed during the attacks. So Aster asks if they can lower a rope for him instead. After that odd little ending to such a dangerous test, the scene gradually moves away from the battlefield and shifts into a much quieter room. Inside the room, Zenith Elmheim sits calmly, his posture composed and his expression unreadable, as if his decision has already been settled in his mind. Looking toward Aster, he speaks in an even voice and asks if this is truly acceptable to him. Zenith warns him that if he lets this chance slip away, there will not be another one waiting for him later. His words land with a heavy sense of finality, making it clear that this is a turning point Aster may never be offered again. Even so, Aster answers without the slightest hesitation, his voice calm but firm. Aster says that he has no interest in fighting over the succession of the main family. If someone like him were to wander around the main mansion, his cousins would never be able to feel at ease. In the end, he makes it clear that his place has always been at the Hefried house. His answer sounds plain, modest, and almost too composed, as though he has already accepted exactly where he belongs. But the moment Zenith Elmheim hears those words from such a young boy, he lets out a quiet laugh. It is not a mocking laugh, but one filled with sharp amusement. It is as if Zenith can see something hidden underneath Aster's calm answer. With a faint smile, he asks whether Aster truly thinks those words sound humble, and whether he believes he can hide the ambition shining in his eyes. As Zenith continues speaking, his gaze grows sharper, carefully studying every small reaction on Aster's face. Then Zenith asks him directly whether he intends to turn his sword against Elmheim one day, and whether his real target is Roderick's head. Faced with such a sudden and direct question, Aster looks momentarily confused, caught off guard by an accusation he clearly did not expect. Seeing Aster react that way, Zenith laughs again, casually brushing away the tension that had just filled the room. He tells Aster not to become so defensive over it. Zenith says that, for now, he has no need to dig any further into Aster's thoughts. After listening to all of this, Aster finally speaks again. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he looks straight at Zenith and asks one simple question. Why? Aster asks whether the rebels are supposed to be Zenith's enemies. After all, from what he understands, their positions should place them on opposing sides. Hearing that question, Zenith Elmheim's expression becomes much more serious than before. The faint amusement in his tone disappears, replaced by a calm but heavy weight as he reminds Aster that he already said they are not one perfectly united faction either. Zenith explains that Roderick's personality is far too strong and forceful. If Aster's existence can serve as a restraint against him, then that outcome is acceptable as well. As he says this, Zenith's gaze sharpens slightly, and the atmosphere inside the room grows tense. But then Zenith gives Aster a clear warning. If Aster ever shows his fangs toward him, then he should already understand what will happen. The words are not shouted, and his tone never rises, but the weight behind them makes the threat impossible to misunderstand. Aster stays silent for a moment after hearing that. On the outside, his expression remains calm and steady. But inside, a completely different thought crosses his mind as he bitterly curses the terrifying old monster of Elmheim. Just then, the door to the room opens and Viscount Hefried steps inside. He looks toward Aster and asks in a direct tone whether their conversation is finished, then immediately wants to know what Zenith said to him. Aster turns toward his father and answers calmly that Zenith wanted to bring him into the main family. Then Aster adds that he refused. The moment Viscount Hefried hears this, his eyes widen in disbelief, and he blurts out in shock, clearly not expecting that answer at all. At the same time, another voice nearby cuts in and calls the decision a waste. The voice says that if Aster had officially placed himself under the main family, he could have gained far more benefits than what he has now. The one speaking is the blue-haired man, who watches Aster with an expression that seems half practical and half amused. Hearing that familiar voice, Aster turns his attention toward him and studies him carefully for a moment before speaking. Then he asks if the man is Count Maze. Aster then asks why Count Maze made that proposal earlier, since it almost seemed like he was trying to help him. Count Maze looks slightly puzzled by the question before answering in a casual tone, saying he has no idea what Aster means. He claims he was simply annoyed by a certain brat who looked far too arrogant. After that, Count Maze steps closer and places a hand on Aster's shoulder, his attitude friendly but still full of confidence. Setting that aside, he tells Aster that from this day forward, both in name and in reality, he has become a son who possesses the 7 wings. With those words, Count Maze gestures around the room and tells Aster to take a proper look at everyone around him. Aster follows his words and lets his gaze move across the people gathered nearby. Though many of them remain quiet on the surface, their expressions reveal far more than their mouths ever could. Some stare at Aster with fascination and hunger in their eyes, while others observe him with colder, more calculating looks. Even without saying anything aloud, many of them are already beginning to think the same thing. They realize that this is the true meaning of the 7 wings. Some cannot hide their greed, wanting that power for themselves and thinking it must eventually fall into their hands. Others are much more cautious, already considering whether Aster should be removed before he becomes an obstacle. After all, in their eyes, he is still only a child. To people like them, a child can always be used in one way or another. Around Aster, the atmosphere quietly fills with hidden greed, ambition, and schemes that never fully reach the surface. Noticing those reactions, Count Maze speaks to Aster again in a calm voice. He says that, just as Aster himself mentioned, the symbol of the 7 wings already carries enormous value on its own, and from now on all kinds of people will try to recruit him. Hearing that, Aster looks straight at Count Maze and asks bluntly if he is one of those people too. For a brief moment, Count Maze appears a little surprised by how directly Aster puts the question to him. But Count Maze quickly recovers his usual calm and answers smoothly. He says that although it may not look like it, he is actually a member of the board of the Knights Academy. As he listens, Aster quietly watches him, weighing the man's words and demeanor. In Aster's mind, Count Maze comes across as a rather unusual person. He may not be an enemy, but Aster also feels that it is still too early to think of him as an ally. Just then, Viscount Hefried steps closer and gently places a hand on Aster's shoulder. With a satisfied look on his face, he says that they should leave now as well. Viscount Hefried adds that Aster still needs to tell his sisters about the impressive performance he gave that day, as if he is already imagining how proudly the story will be shared back home. Aster gives a small nod and answers, "Yes, father." Then, with a more troubled tone, he adds that if his mother sees the wounds on him, she will almost certainly faint right after. The scene shifts again, this time moving into the interior of another noble residence. Compared to the chaos of the earlier test, the atmosphere here is much quieter and more controlled. Even so, the conversation taking place inside carries a heavy seriousness. A knight stands respectfully before his superior, preparing to deliver a formal report to the captain of the knights. The knight reports that young Darius died during the test arranged by Sir Zenith the other day. The man seated before him quietly responds that he understands. That man is none other than Roderick. After a short pause, Roderick calmly continues, saying he also heard that Hefried's son had been summoned by the elders of the main family, and asks what happened to him. The knight hesitates for a brief moment. A silent thought crosses the knight's mind as he wonders whether Roderick truly does not care about his own son at all. Still, he keeps his expression composed and answers with proper respect. The knight says that he also has a report concerning that matter. But before he can continue any further, Duke Roderick speaks again, as if he has already guessed the answer. He says that just as he expected, that boy also possesses the 7 wings. The knight looks surprised and immediately asks if Roderick already knew. Roderick leans back slightly as he speaks, his tone remaining calm but thoughtful. He says that if things continue this way, the balance of power that has long been maintained within Elmheim may begin to collapse. The knight carefully asks whether they should take some kind of action. But Roderick shows no sign of concern and simply dismisses the question with a small wave of his hand. Roderick tells him to leave it alone. If Elmheim were fragile enough to struggle over an obstacle of this level, then it would have disappeared long ago. A faint smile then appears on Roderick's face as he adds that, besides, he is not in any particular hurry. Sooner or later, those wings will belong to him. As he says this, his eyes darken slightly, revealing the obsession hidden beneath his calm words. Until that time comes, Roderick says he will allow Aster to move around freely and enjoy himself. He wants to see how long the baby who escaped that day can continue to endure. For now, he decides to amuse himself by watching the child of the 7 wings, Aster. As Roderick speaks those words, the anger and hostility on his face become impossible to hide. The calm mask remains, but the hatred beneath it is clearly visible. The scene changes once more and 4 years pass. A loud voice echoes across a wide open area packed with people, cutting through the noise of the crowd. The voice calls out to the applicants for the Dorsal Knights Academy entrance exam, telling them to register this way. Once they finish, they are instructed to move quickly to the next point. The area is crowded with young candidates who have gathered from different places, all hoping to take the Academy's entrance exam. The air is busy with movement, voices, and nervous anticipation. Among the crowd, a muscular soldier suddenly notices someone standing in the distance. He narrows his eyes, then nudges the person beside him as if he has just recognized someone important. He asks whether that person might be the famous one, but the other man quickly shakes his head and denies it. He says it cannot be him because he heard the famous guy was much more corpulent than that. Meanwhile, over at the registration desk, another official slides a document forward across the table and speaks in a firm, businesslike tone. He makes it clear that neither the kingdom nor the knights will take responsibility for what happens during the exam. The official continues, explaining that the order will not be held liable for any injuries or accidents that occur during the examination. If the applicant agrees to those terms, they must sign the document right there, and after that, they are required to present their wing emblem for confirmation. As he checks the candidates one by one, the official continues speaking almost mechanically, saying they cannot allow anyone without magic power to slip through. Then, reaching the next name, he begins to read it aloud, preparing to confirm the wing emblem of Aster Elmheim. But just as the official is about to say the name properly, his tongue suddenly catches. He lifts his head in surprise and looks at the young man standing in front of the desk, clearly startled by who he is facing. The young man simply tilts his head a little and asks in a calm voice if he was supposed to show his emblem. Then he adds, still sounding perfectly relaxed, that his own emblem is in a rather difficult place to display. So instead of making the process troublesome, he asks if using his face will be enough. The young man standing there with that easy, carefree smile is none other than Aster himself. After that, the scene shifts to a grand hall, where a large crowd of applicants and onlookers has gathered outside, filling the area with noise and restless movement. Among all those people, Aster finally appears, walking forward at an unhurried pace. His posture is calm and steady, carrying a quiet confidence that makes him stand out from the crowd without even trying. From somewhere behind him, a voice keeps calling out to him again and again, trying to drag his attention back. A man dressed in green steps forward with a sharp, mocking look in his eyes. Pointing directly at Aster, he calls him out as the smug-looking guy over there and says he has never seen Aster's face before. The man goes on, saying he has no idea which noble house or country Aster came from, but he proudly introduces himself as Vigor Smeets. With a sneer tugging at his mouth, he asks if Aster has wandered into the wrong place, spreading his arms slightly as if showing off the entire exam venue. Vigor declares that this place is meant for the elite among elites, the selection exam venue for the glorious Kingdom Knight cadets. His tone makes it sound as if just standing there is already beyond someone like Aster. Aster remains completely unfazed by the provocation and answers with calm simplicity, saying that if this is the place for elite knights, then there is no problem. Vigor freezes for a brief moment, clearly caught off guard, before raising his voice and telling him to wait a second. Vigor insists that everyone gathered here has endured strict training and grueling hardship. Even after all that, they still continue chasing the glorious path of the elite, taking this exam again and again without giving up. Then his gaze drops toward the weapon at Aster's hip, and he lets out a mocking laugh. He points out that Aster is carrying what looks like a child-sized sword, saying that everyone can see it clearly, and that this is no place for some fledgling swordsman who looks like he has barely begun. Vigor then tells him that if he only came here to sightsee, he should turn around and go home. His loud voice carries through the area, drawing the attention of the surrounding candidates. A few people nearby begin whispering among themselves as they watch the scene unfold. One of them mutters that Vigor is at it again. Another person sighs and calls Smeets the bully of newcomers, saying he really never gets tired of doing this every year. But then that person's expression changes as he takes a closer look at Aster. More importantly, he wonders aloud whether the person Vigor is picking on might actually be the Elmheim from the rumors. A third voice joins in, quieter but filled with surprise. That person asks if they mean Aster, the one with the 7 wings. The moment Vigor Smeets hears those words, his expression stiffens, and the phrase 7 wings begins echoing through his mind. Before Vigor can properly react, another person steps forward. His tone suddenly becomes light and familiar, and with a faint smile, he says he had been wondering who it was, only to find that it is cousin Aster. At those words, Aster's calm expression finally changes. His gaze snaps toward the speaker, his eyes narrowing slightly as recognition settles in. He says the name Jirian. Seeing Aster recognize him, his cousin Jirian smiles faintly and walks a little closer. His tone sounds casual on the surface, but there is something colder hidden beneath it as he says it has been a while. Cousin. Jirian adds that since no one seems to know exactly when or where Aster was born, he has taken the liberty of calling him cousin. Aster listens quietly, his face unreadable, giving away almost nothing. Then, without hesitation, Aster replies that it is a shame about Darius. For a brief moment, silence hangs between them, but Jirian's smile does not disappear. Instead, it grows sharper. Jirian tells him not to worry about it at all. In a disturbingly light tone, he says a disgrace like Darius deserved to die, and that honestly, he feels refreshed now that Darius is gone. Just because Darius was 1 year older, he had always acted like he could stand above everyone else. Jirian continues, saying Darius was always bossing people around and throwing his weight everywhere, so he had been a nuisance to him as well. As he says this, his eyes narrow slightly while he looks directly at Aster. The friendliness in Jirian's voice fades, turning cold and pointed. He says he does not care whether Aster has 7 wings or whatever else people are saying, but Aster had better not underestimate those from the main house. With that, Jirian turns his back and begins to walk away. As he leaves, he casts one final glance over his shoulder, giving Aster a chilling, almost sinister look, and tells him that here, there is no one left to protect him. Even after Jirian walks off, the tension he leaves behind still hangs in the air. Nearby, one of the onlookers exhales in disbelief and mutters that there are 2 people from Elmheim here, meaning the examinees this term must have terrible luck. Another person quietly asks if the main house and branch house are still fighting each other. A third quickly adds, clearly uneasy, that he has no desire to get dragged into their conflict. Meanwhile, Vigor Smeets, who had been acting so loud and arrogant just moments earlier, now looks completely shaken. His confidence crumbles as the truth finally dawns on him, and he stammers through his thoughts, wondering if Aster could really be that person. Vigor finally asks, with visible hesitation, whether Aster is the Elmheim. Aster only gives him a small, calm smile, as though the whole thing barely matters to him, and tells his senior that just calling him Aster is fine. With that, the scene shifts to the first exam venue. A large group of candidates has gathered there, standing in formation as they wait for the exam to begin. The atmosphere is heavy with anticipation, and every applicant seems tense in their own way. At the front, an examiner steps forward, his loud and authoritative voice echoing across the entire area. The examiner addresses the gathered candidates, telling them that they have done well to make it this far. He begins by saying that he wants to express his gratitude for their courage and patriotism. Then his tone grows proud as he declares that the Kingdom Knights are nothing like the provincial knights scattered throughout the countryside. He pauses briefly, letting that statement settle over the crowd before continuing. The examiner raises his voice even more as he says that they serve the king. They protect the king. They are the glorious swords who put their lives on the line and fight in the king's name. He declares that they have no use for dull, blunt swords, and tells every candidate to treat today's exam like a real battlefield. They are to show their true worth to the fullest. As those forceful words ring across the venue, Aster watches in silence. In his mind, Aster quietly thinks that what the examiner is saying is ridiculous. But even so, his gaze becomes steady, and a quiet determination takes hold inside him as he realizes he has finally returned to this place. This is the path to becoming a Kingdom Knight, the very right he was never even allowed to reach back when he had no wings. For a moment, old memories seem to pass through Aster's mind, memories of a time when he could only stand outside this path and look in, unable to take even a single step forward. But now everything is different. Beyond this exam lies a world ruled by the strong, a world Aster could never touch before. His eyes sharpen as one figure rises clearly in his thoughts. The man still standing at the very top of that world, Kingdom Knight General Commander Roderick Elmheim. A quiet but confident resolve forms within Aster. He tells Roderick to wait right where he is, because he will catch up to him before long. But to do that, the first thing Aster must accomplish is passing this selection exam. Just then, the examiner's voice cuts through the air again, snapping everyone's attention back to the present. The examiner announces that they will begin now, and that the first exam is about to be revealed. But before he can even finish speaking properly, a sharp whistling sound suddenly slices through the air. In the next instant, an arrow flies in and strikes one of the candidates directly in the head. The man collapses to the ground without any warning, and for one frozen moment, the entire venue falls silent. Then shock begins to ripple through the crowd as panic spreads across the candidates' faces. Amid the confusion, a voice rings out again, cold, steady, and completely unmoved. The voice announces the first exam, the trial of the Arrow Tower. The declaration sends a chill through everyone present as the rule is made clear. Among all the candidates gathered there, the last one left standing will be the winner. Panic erupts almost immediately across the exam ground. Candidates whip their heads around in every direction, their faces pale as they desperately try to figure out what is happening. One of them shouts in confusion, asking what they are even supposed to do against something like this. His voice is filled with disbelief and fear, but before anyone can answer him, another candidate screams at the top of his lungs. Panic cracks through his voice as he yells for everyone to run, warning that if they stay where they are, they will be killed. Then another voice cuts through the chaos, urgently telling everyone to group up. He shouts for them to watch each other's backs and block the arrows together. Those words snap several candidates out of their frozen shock, and they quickly begin clustering into small groups, raising their weapons in desperation as they try to survive the relentless rain of arrows. The field falls into complete disorder as people scramble, stumble, and shield one another from the deadly assault pouring down from above. High overhead, the examiner stands calmly, watching the panic below with a cold, calculating gaze. There is no urgency on his face at all, only quiet observation. As expected, the examiner says, his voice carrying clearly over the noise and screams below. The veterans who have taken previous exams already understand what needs to be done. He pauses for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the candidates struggling across the field before he continues. But even with that method, the survival rate is only around 30%. These shallow countermeasures will reach their limit soon enough. Almost as if proving his words, another candidate is pierced by an arrow and collapses onto the ground, making the fear among the remaining participants grow even heavier. The examiner's voice remains steady and almost indifferent as he continues, saying that what they truly want to see is something else. At that moment, the focus shifts slightly, and a white-haired individual comes into view. Unlike the panicking candidates around him, this person moves with smooth precision. Arrows come flying toward him one after another, yet he deflects them effortlessly, as if the deadly projectiles are nothing more than minor distractions. His movements are sharp, controlled, and nearly flawless, standing out even in the middle of all the chaos. Watching him from above, the examiner's eyes narrow with interest as he finishes his thought. What they want to witness is the overwhelming ability to solve a crisis, the kind of ability only those who bear a wing emblem can display. Meanwhile, in sharp contrast to the frantic movement and fear surrounding him, Aster remains standing in the exact same spot. He does not move, does not flinch, and does not look bothered in the slightest, as if the storm of arrows has nothing to do with him. Noticing this, one nearby candidate stares at him in disbelief and shouts, asking why that idiot is just standing there. Another person wonders if Aster has frozen from fear. Seeing him stand there without moving, Jirian watches with a cold smile and thinks that Aster should just die like that, pierced until he looks like a hedgehog. But in the very next moment, the entire situation shifts. Aster calmly draws the small sword at his side, the very same weapon everyone had been mocking earlier. The instant Aster pulls the blade free, a powerful surge of energy bursts out from around him. The force is so overwhelming that the arrows flying toward him cannot even make contact. Before they can reach his body, they are smashed apart in midair. It is as if the arrows have been erased by Aster's presence alone. Everyone nearby is left staring in complete shock, unable to believe what just happened. One candidate stammers in disbelief, saying that Aster deflected every single arrow. Aster stands there calmly with a faint smile on his face, then says to bring them all to him. His body continues releasing an incredible amount of energy, surrounding him like a force that no ordinary attack can break through. Every weapon aimed in Aster's direction is completely repelled the moment it approaches him. No arrow can even get close, blocked by the overwhelming force swirling around his body. Seeing this impossible sight, one of the people nearby cries out in shock, asking what kind of monster Aster really is. After all, not even an arrow can come near him. Even the examiner, who has been observing everything from above, is stunned by what he sees. He mutters in disbelief, wondering if Aster is rotating the magic he released in order to create air currents around himself. The examiner cannot help but acknowledge the sheer precision of Aster's magical control. At the same time, Aster himself is quietly absorbed in his own thoughts. He reflects in silence that it feels almost as if he is wrapped inside a storm. The energy radiating from Aster is so fierce and overwhelming that the people near him are visibly affected by it, struggling just to endure the pressure in the air. After a while, someone hesitantly asks if the attack has finally stopped, and whether the test is already over. From above, the examiner looks over the aftermath and announces calmly that quite a few have survived, more than he expected. But he says it does not matter. He congratulates the participants and tells them to look around at the corpses surrounding them. The examiner then declares that everyone still standing at this moment has passed the first test. Without giving them any time to fully recover, he tells them they will move on to the next test immediately. There is no time to waste, so they are to follow him as he guides them to the next location. Everyone listens closely to his words, still shaken by what just happened around them. The weight of the first test settles over the survivors, making the atmosphere heavy and grim. Meanwhile, Vigor Smeets, who witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end, is still trying to process it. With a mixture of fear and awe in his voice, Vigor mutters that the instructor is absolutely terrifying. He points out that they were attacked by an endless rain of arrows without a single break. Aster, however, only smiles at him and responds in an almost casual tone. Aster asks what is wrong and whether Vigor is already exhausted, even calling him Major. Vigor turns back toward him, confused and still a little shaken by Aster's calm attitude. Vigor asks why Aster does not look tired at all. While this conversation unfolds below, the examiner above continues to watch Aster carefully, unable to hide his amazement in his thoughts. The examiner realizes that Aster released an enormous amount of magic, yet his breathing and posture show no sign of fatigue whatsoever. Then, with a serious and commanding feeling in his mind, the examiner focuses on Aster Elmheim, the bearer of the 7 wings, and silently challenges him to show his courage in the following test. Some distance away, another pair of eyes is also fixed on Aster. Jirian is watching Aster closely as well. As he stares at him, a memory rises in his mind, bringing back the firm and deliberate voice of someone who once spoke to him, asking if he understood the situation clearly. That voice had ordered Jirian to prevent Aster from becoming a knight of the realm at all costs, all for the future of Elmheim. As those words return to him, Jirian's expression darkens. Anger begins to build inside him. Soon after, the scene shifts outside again, where everyone has gathered for the next stage, and an inspector steps forward to make the next announcement. The inspector explains that in the next test, all participants will use the same type of sword to ensure fairness. Before the test begins, every candidate must hand over their personal weapon. Hearing that rule, one of the participants complains that it is annoying. Aster, who has been listening quietly, turns slightly toward him and asks if things were different before. Vigor Smeets answers that it is not really different. The swords used by middle-class knights are not that far apart in quality anyway, but Aster's sword is probably so unusual that it shocks people. Some of the other nearby knights also overhear the exchange. Aster glances down at his own sword and simply says that he understands. At that moment, Jirian approaches them with a smug tone and says that this is just what he would expect from his cousin. Jirian adds that it seems Aster has already managed to tame his servants. Aster gives him no response at all, ignoring his presence as if his words are not even worth acknowledging. Meanwhile, Vigor Smeets is the one who becomes visibly irritated and immediately snaps back at Jirian. Vigor demands to know what Jirian means by servant and who exactly he is calling a servant. Jirian looks at him with open disdain and points out that Vigor is the heir to Baron Smeets' house. Is he not? Jirian continues insulting him, calling him a low-ranking noble from some unknown village. He warns that if Vigor chooses the wrong person to wag his tail at, he may end up regretting it. Despite his earlier anger, Vigor instantly changes his tone and starts flattering him, telling young Master Jirian to wait a moment. Vigor quickly insists that he has absolutely nothing to do with that Aster. Aster stands just behind them, quietly watching the exchange unfold without showing much reaction. Even then, Aster chooses to remain silent and says nothing at all. Shortly afterward, Jirian turns away and leaves the area with his team, and Vigor Smeets quickly hurries after him. On the other side, the examiner raises his voice again and begins addressing all of the remaining participants. He tells the gentlemen gathered there that he will now explain the second trial. His commanding presence draws everyone's attention as he declares that the next test will be a mock battle focused on attack and defense. The examiner explains that the candidates will be divided into 3 teams and made to compete for bases inside the forest. A base will be considered captured once a team successfully raises its flag on the flagpole located there. After a brief pause, he continues with the main condition for victory. The team that captures 2 or more bases before the sunset bell rings will be declared the winner. The examiner makes it clear that destroying the flags, stealing them, or damaging them so they can no longer be used is strictly forbidden. Aside from that single rule, there are no other restrictions placed on the candidates. Then his voice turns colder as he looks over the gathered participants. The swords they have just been given, he says, may be treated as permission to kill their opponents if the situation calls for it. After laying out all the rules, the examiner steps forward and announces that he will now reveal the teammates each candidate will fight alongside during this test. One by one, he begins sorting the participants into 3 separate groups. The first team is placed under Jirian. The second is led by the white-haired participant who stood out so clearly during the first test with his exceptional performance. And the third team is assigned to Aster. Each of the 3 stands at the head of their respective team, facing the forest and preparing themselves for the battle that is about to begin. Once everything is in place, Aster stands calmly in his assigned area and starts sorting through the situation in his mind. He notes that the official starting signal will be the moment the smoke signal rises. There are 3 flags in total, with 1 flag belonging to each faction taking part in the battle. To win, a team has to capture at least 2 bases, including its own. At that same moment, Vigor Smeets, who has somehow ended up on Aster's team either by coincidence or pure chance, speaks up with a serious look on his face. Vigor points out that this means only one of the 3 teams will be able to pass the test in the end. Aster listens calmly and answers that he is right, but then asks if that is really something worth worrying about. Another participant, clearly uneasy, speaks up and says that this means they will have to fight Elmheim. A third person hesitates, unable to finish properly, but the anxiety in his voice is obvious. As Aster listens to them, he begins quietly thinking through the reason behind their fear. Before Aster can say anything, Vigor Smeets suddenly raises his voice. His fear is no longer hidden as he asks if Aster truly does not understand. They are scared. They are afraid of going against Elmheim. Their opponent is not just another candidate, but the young master of Elmheim's main house. Vigor says that if they make an enemy of someone like that, they may never again be able to call themselves knights with pride. In the worst case, Elmheim could destroy not only them, but their entire families and followers as well. That is why, Vigor explains, no one wants to become enemies with them. After hearing every word, Aster remains quiet for a moment. Then Aster picks up the blue flag in his hand and asks in a direct, almost blunt tone whether they are planning to abandon the test. Vigor Smeets answers without hesitating, saying there will always be another chance in the future. He insists that losing this opportunity is better than ruining their lives forever. Then he tells Aster that someone like him could never understand what people like them, the weakest, truly feel. As those words sink in, Aster suddenly breaks into a run, his thoughts racing with every step. He never imagined he would end up isolated in the middle of a team battle. But at the same time, Aster understands their fear. He realizes he had forgotten something important. To ordinary knights, Elmheim is a tyrannical family that they could never dare oppose. And Jirian stands as the living symbol of that rule of terror. Even while Aster charges forward, the voices of his teammates continue echoing inside his head. Their words repeat in his mind, telling him that he could never understand them or what the weakest people have to feel. As Aster thinks over everything his teammates said, he quietly mutters to himself that there is another way to look at this situation. In truth, he realizes he may not be all that different from them. Even so, the forest around him feels strangely quiet. He wonders why no one has started fighting yet. Aster moves swiftly through the trees, heading straight toward the red flag. As he advances at high speed, another thought crosses his mind. Maybe the other teams are simply being cautious. Just then, a voice calls out from ahead, sounding almost amused as it remarks that Aster really did come alone. Aster stops and looks forward. Standing there is the white-haired participant, the same one who drew attention during the first test. The white-haired man speaks calmly, saying that so far, everything has turned out exactly as he predicted. He stands in place with his flag held firmly in his hand, showing no sign of panic or hesitation. Seeing him waiting there, Aster wonders if that is why he stayed beneath the flag of his own base. The white-haired man looks straight at Aster and casually says that he had simply grown bored because there was nothing to do. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he tosses his yellow flag up into the air and boldly calls for Aster to fight him. Aster is caught completely off guard by the sudden move. His thoughts race as he tries to understand what this is supposed to mean. At the same time, the white-haired man tightens his grip around his sword. The air between them grows tense in an instant, signaling that battle is about to begin. Then the scene shifts elsewhere. On another front, Jirian advances with his entire team behind him, moving forward with absolute confidence and clear determination. With cold resolve burning in his eyes, Jirian declares that he will prove something to his cousin. He will show Aster exactly how the Elmheim family fights. The second test of the Knights of the Realm selection exam is an attack and defense battle, and at this point, the fight has already begun. The 20 participants have been divided into 3 groups, each team forced to compete against the others under the same harsh conditions. The rule is simple and clear. By the end of the exam, whichever team occupies 2 or more bases will be declared the winner. In other words, the goal is to reach an enemy base and raise your own team's flag there before the other teams can do the same. In the middle of the battle, Aster steps forward and asks the white-haired man something directly. Aster points out that his opponent should be on the yellow team, so he wants to know why he is raising the red flag instead. The white-haired man answers calmly that the reason is simple. He has formed an alliance with Elmheim. As he speaks, he begins releasing energy through his sword, and the air around them immediately grows heavy with pressure. At that moment, a mysterious observer reveals the white-haired man's true identity. He is Christopher Nolan, the eldest son of the Nolan family, a house famous as the founders of court fencing. Christopher Nolan bears the emblem of 5 wings. During the first test, Christopher did not stand out as much because the 7-winged participant drew most of the attention. But in the trial of the Arrow Tower, only 2 people managed to pass without even changing their expressions. Those 2 were Aster, the bearer of 7 wings, and Nolan, the bearer of 5 wings. The observer adds that both of them are remarkable talents from Caballero. Each of them possesses incredible potential, which makes it truly unfortunate that 2 such promising candidates have ended up facing each other in this situation. After hearing about the alliance, Aster immediately questions Christopher. He asks if this is some kind of temporary alliance, and whether Christopher truly understands what that means. Aster reminds him that even if they form an alliance now, only one team can ultimately win the test. Christopher listens without losing his composure, and while blocking Aster's attack, he answers calmly. Christopher says he understands that perfectly well. Since Elmheim is on their side, he has already decided that the main house will be the team that wins. He continues by explaining that, at this very moment, his teammates should already be moving together with Elmheim, heading straight toward Aster's base to attack it. Hearing this, Aster feels a sudden sense of danger rise inside him. Aster thinks that this is bad because Vigor Smeets and the others are now in serious danger. He then confronts Christopher again, asking whether Jirian threatened him with what would happen if he dared to oppose Elmheim. Christopher advances without hesitation and replies that no one would willingly stand in front of a moving carriage when they already know they will be crushed beneath it. He explains that chivalric nobles live within a strict hierarchical society, and actions like this are simply part of its natural order. As Christopher speaks, he unleashes a powerful attack filled with overwhelming force and declares that this, too, is the proper conduct expected of nobles. Aster strains to block the strike, but even while defending himself, he can feel the pressure growing heavier and harder to control. In the very next instant, the force crashing through the clash becomes too much for his weapon to bear. Aster's sword snaps apart without warning, the broken metal scattering before his eyes. As he stares at the shattered blade in his hand, a cold sense of unease rises inside him, and he immediately realizes that something about this sword is far from normal. At that moment, one thought flashes through Aster's mind. Could it really be possible? Could they have actually handed him a defective sword for this exam? The suspicion sticks in Aster's mind, refusing to disappear, as he tries to piece together what just happened in the middle of battle. But while Aster is still processing the strange condition of his weapon, Christopher on the other side has no intention of stopping. Christopher keeps driving forward with steady force, pressing the attack as if the shattered sword means nothing to him. With complete confidence in his voice, he declares that there is no need for concern, because from the very beginning, this fight was only ever meant to be a gentleman's duel. Then, with his tone sharpening, he adds that he has never liked the people of Elmheim. His disdain becomes even clearer as he speaks, especially when he talks about the ones from Elmheim who always try to stand out above everyone else. He calls people like Aster centennials, his voice carrying open contempt. By this point, Christopher has already broken Aster's sword in a brutal way, leaving the situation completely in his favor. Even after shattering Aster's weapon, Christopher does not give him a single moment to breathe. He continues attacking relentlessly, forcing Aster to deal with one overwhelming situation after another while standing there with only a broken blade. For a brief moment, Aster seems cornered, but in the next breath, his eyes steady again, and he quickly regains control of himself. Aster tightens his grip around the remaining broken piece of his sword, refusing to let the loss of the blade stop him. He pours his energy into the fragment, gathering power through the fractured weapon, and then releases it all at once in a sudden counterstrike. The attack bursts forward with sharp force, flying straight toward Christopher. The sudden strike catches Christopher slightly off guard, forcing him to react faster than expected. He manages to block the attack, but it is not effortless, and the impact clearly gives him trouble. In that brief opening, while his attention is pulled toward the unexpected force of Aster's move, Christopher notices something he did not anticipate. Aster has already turned his back on him. Instead of continuing the fight, he has broken away from the clash and started running in another direction. Christopher stares after him in surprise, clearly not expecting Aster to leave the battlefield so suddenly. Christopher immediately calls out in a loud voice, asking if Aster is really running away from him. He tells him to wait, his words chasing after Aster from behind. But Aster does not stop his steps. He keeps moving, only turning back slightly as he puts distance between them. Without slowing down, Aster looks back just enough to answer him. He says their fight can wait until later because right now, there is someone else he needs to settle things with first. His voice stays calm and controlled as he mentions his cousin, making it clear that he is not leaving out of fear, but because he has made a deliberate choice. Hearing that, Christopher breaks into a mocking smile. He asks if Aster got scared and sneers that someone like him does not even deserve to be called a gentleman. After throwing out that insult, Christopher lowers his gaze to the ground, picks up the broken sword Aster left behind, and begins examining the shattered weapon more carefully. Christopher studies the broken sword closely, turning it over as he questions what kind of weapon this even is. Even if it was supposed to be cheap, the quality is far too poor to be normal. The more he looks at it, the clearer it becomes that something about this sword is strange, defective, and completely out of place. The situation no longer feels like a simple accident. As Christopher continues looking at the damaged blade, the broken weapon itself becomes proof that something unusual has been happening behind the scenes. Christopher pauses for a moment, letting the thought settle in. Then he lightly runs a hand through his hair, his expression shifting as if the missing piece has finally fallen into place. In a low voice, Christopher says he understands now. The truth becomes clear to him, and he realizes that this must be Elmheim's doing. His face tightens slightly with irritation as he reaches that conclusion. With an annoyed look, Christopher remarks that this is a very unpleasant way to ruin the mood of a duel. It is obvious he is bothered by the fact that the fight was manipulated from the shadows. Meanwhile, Aster has already returned to his own territory. The moment he arrives, he calls out for Smeets, urgently asking if he is all right. But before any answer can come back, another familiar voice reaches him. The voice calmly says that Aster arrived sooner than expected. Standing there before him is none other than his cousin Jirian, the one who has been behind this entire scheme. Everything taking place inside the exam has been carefully arranged by Jirian from the beginning. With a relaxed expression, he continues speaking, saying that from the look of things, Nolan failed to stop Aster after all. All around them, the atmosphere has already turned tense. Everyone nearby is prepared for battle, their weapons ready and their attention fixed on Aster, as if they could attack at any second. Jirian keeps talking with the same calm confidence and reminds Aster of what he said earlier. Jirian brings up Aster's earlier claim that he alone would be enough, saying that because of those words, he had been expecting quite a lot. Then, as casually as if they were only having a normal conversation, he asks how things are going on Aster's side. After that, he reveals that they have already taken control of the third base. When Aster looks around, his eyes immediately catch the red flag standing over the base. That red flag makes everything painfully clear. The base now belongs to Jirian's team. Jirian then announces that this is only the beginning, and that complete conquest will come next. Hearing him speak so openly about it makes anger and frustration surge through Aster. He snaps back at Jirian with harsh words, then demands to know what happened to his classmates. Jirian's expression darkens a little when he hears the sharpness in Aster's tone. He begins to respond, but before he can fully explain, something unexpected interrupts the moment. From behind him, a figure suddenly appears and raises a sword, pointing the blade directly toward him. The person holding the sword is Vigor Smeets. His posture is tense, and his voice carries nervousness as he speaks up, telling Aster not to misunderstand what is happening. At that moment, the truth of the situation begins to come into focus. This was not only an enemy trap from the outside. Betrayal has also taken root inside Aster's own team. The realization hits even harder because the betrayal comes from within Aster's side. Vigor continues speaking, trying to explain himself, and makes it clear that his position in this situation is not as simple as it first appeared. Vigor explains that from the very beginning, he had already told Jirian that he would not cooperate with his plan. His words make it obvious that not everyone here joined this scheme willingly, even though the damage has already been done. Still, Vigor Smeets looks confused as he speaks, as if his own thoughts are tangled. He says that those who oppose Elmheim are cowards. But even as Vigor says it, there is no real strength behind his voice. The words sound uncertain, as though he is struggling to fully believe them himself. Jirian steps in smoothly, taking over with cold confidence. He says that they did not even show any sign of resistance, even though they were nothing more than field monkeys. Jirian continues, saying it seems they at least had enough sense to understand which side of Elmheim they should support. His insulting words cut through the air, and Aster's anger rises even higher. Furious, Aster challenges him directly, asking if Jirian truly believes he can defeat him just by gathering more people. Jirian simply smiles at Aster's challenge, completely unmoved by the anger in front of him. In a calm voice, he tells Aster that he has misunderstood the situation. According to Jirian, this is not a battle that still needs to be fought. With that same confident smile, Jirian says the battle has already been decided. He then begins explaining the real victory condition of the attack and defense battle, making it clear that their plan was never only about overpowering Aster directly. Jirian says that by the end of the exam, the team that controls 2 or more bases will be declared the winner. Even if Aster falls into despair now and tries to run around raising flags at every base, it would not change the outcome. He simply does not have enough people left to defend all of them. As Aster looks around, the situation becomes even worse before his eyes. The blue flag has already been destroyed, leaving his side in an even more desperate position. Jirian continues explaining the details of his plan, revealing how thoroughly he has prepared for this exact moment. Jirian says all they need to do is wait for Aster to move toward another base. Once Aster leaves, they can simply raise the red flag again behind him. Their goal is not to chase him endlessly, but to keep control of at least 2 bases until the exam ends. As Jirian lays out the plan, his smile grows wider. He looks completely certain that Aster has no way to break through the trap now closing around him. Jirian's expression becomes even more pleased as he explains just how simple and effective the strategy is. But Aster does not lower his head or back away. Instead, his voice turns firm, and he declares that if this is their plan, then he will make sure they cannot carry it out. Aster's answer makes the air around them tighten, setting the stage for the clash that is about to explode. His determination is written clearly across his face as he prepares himself, refusing to let Jirian's trap decide the outcome. After everything Jirian has revealed, Aster declares that he will keep going until everyone is torn to pieces. The sheer force behind those words makes the people around him tremble, fear spreading through the group. But Jirian only smiles after hearing him, as if Aster's threat means nothing. Jirian mocks him, calling that kind of talk meaningless nonsense. Then he points directly at Aster's sword, drawing everyone's attention to the broken weapon in his hand. He says that the sword is not even useful anymore. Then, with a cutting tone, Jirian adds that even if Aster has 7 wings, without a moon sword, he is nothing but powerless and useless. At the same time, Jirian keeps revealing more of his plan piece by piece. Every word makes it clearer that none of this was spontaneous. Everything has been carefully arranged by Jirian in advance. After laying out the situation, he directly challenges Aster, asking if he still wants to try fighting every single person gathered there. After hearing all of that, Aster does not explode right away. Instead, he answers calmly, saying that this situation is indeed quite troublesome. He even admits that Jirian has impressed him. Aster reaches for his sword and draws it, but the blade is still visibly broken. The damaged weapon looks so unreliable that even one of the people watching from nearby begins to feel uneasy just seeing it in his hand. Aster then says that Jirian has thought this through even more carefully than he expected. And just when everyone is watching him closely, Aster suddenly loosens his grip and lets the sword fall from his hand. The moment Jirian sees Aster drop his weapon, he immediately takes it as proof of victory. Without hesitation, he declares that they have already won. But the instant Aster's sword drops toward the ground, his body shifts. Instead of looking defeated, he quietly prepares himself once again, as if the real move is only just beginning. Looking at Aster now, the fire in his eyes is impossible to miss. His expression is steady, focused, and filled with determination, making it clear that he has not given up in the slightest. After everything that has happened, Aster suddenly speaks in a calm voice and says that he gives up. Then he adds that he is impressed. He tells Jirian directly that the plan was arranged far better than he had expected. Hearing those words, Jirian feels deeply satisfied. The praise seems to please him, and for a moment, his confidence swells even more. But in the very next instant, as Aster's sword slips downward and begins to fall, Aster releases a sudden surge of energy. His body bends slightly with the motion, and the quiet surrender from a moment ago turns into the start of something far more dangerous. In a single explosive instant, Aster twisted his body and struck backward with terrifying force. The blow landed before Vigor Smeets could even react, sending him flying far away like he had been swept away by a violent blast. The impact was so heavy that Vigor Smeets completely lost his grip. His sword slipped from his hand, spun through the air, and clattered away from him as his body was thrown back. Aster did not waste even that tiny opening. He immediately took hold of the fallen sword as well, and with weapons now moving in both directions, he unleashed a crushing attack that tore through the enemies in front of him and behind him at the same time. That single strike was enough to overwhelm everyone gathered in the area. One after another, they were swept off their feet and collapsed, unable to withstand the force Aster had released. From above, Jirian watched the entire scene unfold, and for the first time, his confidence cracked. His eyes widened in disbelief as he could only shout out in shock, "What?" Aster slowly raised his sword and pointed the blade straight at Jirian. His gaze was cold and unwavering as he said that, even after all this planning, Jirian had made one fatal mistake by choosing to stand in front of him. Aster's voice dropped even colder as he told him that, for interfering, he was now going to lose. In that moment, Aster stood there with an intimidating presence, his posture calm but overwhelming, like the entire battlefield had already bent around him. Seeing Aster's terrifying figure, Jirian gritted his teeth and growled, calling him a damn monster. At the same time, an enormous wave of energy began gathering around Aster's feet, swirling with pressure as if the ground itself was about to burst. Then, in the blink of an eye, Aster moved. The distance between them vanished almost instantly. His body shot through the air at unbelievable speed, rushing straight toward Jirian while preparing to strike him down. Jirian was caught completely off guard. He turned his head back in alarm, his face tightening with disbelief as he exclaimed that it was impossible, wondering if Aster had actually flown all the way to him. Aster looked directly at him without the slightest hesitation. In a cold, steady voice, he said Jirian was too slow, and now that he had let Aster get this close, there was no longer any chance for him to escape. In the next instant, Aster launched a direct attack right at Jirian. Jirian hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself, but the power behind Aster's strike was far beyond what he could handle. The moment their blades collided, Jirian's sword shattered apart under the impact. At that moment, a memory surfaced in Aster's mind. He remembered the first time he ever flew, and realized that perhaps it was not because he had been unable to do it before. It was because now, he could truly feel it, the overwhelming sensation of controlling magic as if the world itself opened beneath him. Closing the distance completely, Aster came right up to Jirian and spoke. Aster told him that having wings really was wonderful, then looked toward the towering wall and said it had once seemed so enormous. Jirian tried to answer, but before he could even finish speaking, Aster cut him off. Aster seized him and dragged him downward with brutal force, continuing in the same calm tone. For him, that massive wall had become small. As Aster said this, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was quiet, almost effortless, but it carried a confidence that made the moment feel even more terrifying. Then, in the very next second, both of them came crashing down from above. The impact shook the entire area like an explosion. Dust and force erupted from the ground as they slammed down, leaving everyone nearby frozen in complete shock. Vigor Smeets stared at the scene with his eyes wide, barely able to understand what he had just seen. In disbelief, he muttered, "What kind of fight is that?" The others around him were just as stunned. They could only stand there, trying to process what had happened to those two. But the speed and power of the exchange had gone far beyond anything they expected. Through the thick cloud of dust rising from the impact, a shadowy figure slowly appeared, dragging someone across the ground behind him. At first, the dust made it difficult to see clearly, but as the figure came closer, everyone finally realized it was Aster. And the person he was dragging was Jirian, who had been completely defeated and left helpless in Aster's grasp. Jirian no longer even tried to fight back, as if all resistance had already been beaten out of him. Aster threw him down roughly onto the ground and said, almost plainly, that it hurt. Then Aster turned his sharp gaze toward the others and shouted in irritation, asking what they were doing just standing there and watching like idiots. Even after being thrown down, Jirian was still trying to hold control of the situation, acting as if the authority of Elmheim alone was enough to command everyone around him. Raising his voice again, Jirian ordered them to hurry up and kill Aster. He declared it as an order from the Elmheim family, trying to force everyone into moving through fear and authority. At those words, Vigor Smeets immediately rushed toward his fallen sword, his body reacting before his mind could fully settle. Aster watched him calmly from the other side and asked if he was really that afraid of Elmheim's retaliation. Vigor Smeets gripped his sword tightly, anger and fear twisting together in his expression. He answered that of course he was afraid, because the Smeets family he came from was nothing more than a third-rate noble house, the kind that could disappear in an instant if Elmheim decided to crush it. He said Elmheim could destroy families like his as if they were nothing at all. For weak nobles to survive in a world ruled by those above them, even if it looks cowardly, they have no choice but to lower their heads, act submissive, and avoid provoking the powerful. Then Vigor Smeets shouted even louder, his frustration finally spilling out. He said someone like Aster, who already had everything, could never understand the worries of people like them. Hearing that, Aster only smiled, and that quiet laugh made Vigor's anger flare even harder. Vigor snapped at him, demanding to know what he was laughing about now. Aster answered calmly, saying his sister had once told him something very similar, that he did not understand the feelings of those who had nothing. Aster admitted that he had his own objections to those words. He did not accept every part of that judgment without question. But even so, he also acknowledged the truth of the present moment. Right now, he was someone standing on the side of privilege. And because of that, Aster said, there were certain things that only he could do. As he spoke, Jirian remained pinned beneath his sword, staring up at him with eyes full of burning anger. Then Aster raised his voice with fierce intensity and declared that his enemy was Elmheim itself. If Vigor and the others could not stand against it, then Aster would do it himself. He would change the arrogant Elmheim that existed now. He would tear down the overpowered Elmheim of the present and rebuild it with his own hands. The moment those words rang out, everyone around him fell into stunned silence. They were completely shaken, unable to believe that Aster had truly said something so bold right there in front of them. It was not only the idea itself that struck them speechless, but the sheer weight behind Aster's declaration. Even Jirian, still lying on the ground beneath him, seemed unable to ignore it. Jirian muttered in disbelief, asking what Aster was even talking about. Vigor Smeets was just as shaken, staring at Aster as he asked if he understood what he was saying, and what those words truly meant. Aster met his gaze directly, without backing down for even a second. He answered that yes, he understood perfectly. This was a declaration of war. His voice stayed steady, but every word carried power. Aster continued, saying that no matter how obediently and devotedly people served the current arrogant Elmheim, loyalty to that kind of family would never truly save them. At the end of that blind devotion, what waited for them was nothing but betrayal and a miserable death. If they did not want to end up facing that fate, then there was only one path left for them. They had to fight. Aster then shifted his stance slightly and added that the 7 wings he carried on his back existed for that very purpose. Then he told them to choose. His eyes moved across everyone present as he asked which Elmheim they would follow, Jirian or him. With that one question, Aster placed a choice directly in front of every person there. At that point, this was no longer just a simple battle inside an exam. It had become a turning point that could decide far more, especially because Jirian was the only heir of the main family. Choosing a side now meant choosing the future itself. Furious, Jirian shouted at the top of his lungs, glaring at Aster as he yelled that this was nonsense and that something like this would never be allowed. Then he threatened them, saying he remembered all their faces and names. Jirian warned them that if they dared to betray him, they already knew exactly what would happen. The threat struck deep, and the moment Vigor Smeets heard it, panic began to rise inside him. Sweat formed on Vigor's face as fear, doubt, and uncertainty all crashed down on him at once. He could not decide which side he should choose, what was truly right for him, or what decision would protect his family. The weight of that choice pressed heavily on his shoulders. But then, as if he had reached his decision in a single breath, Vigor Smeets suddenly threw his sword down onto the ground and stepped forward. Vigor Smeets looked straight at Aster, his eyes tense but determined, and asked if Aster was truly going to defeat Jirian. He warned him that if this was only empty talk and nothing changed afterward, then he would be the first to reject Aster. At that moment, Vigor Smeets was not standing there empty-handed. In his grip, he was holding the blue flag, the very symbol that could change the flow of the battle. After hearing Vigor's challenge, Aster did not hesitate for even a second. He gave him a firm promise, his calm expression showing that he fully intended to carry those words through. With that answer, Vigor Smeets immediately lifted the blue flag high above him. Then, in a loud voice that carried across the area, he declared himself Vigor Smeets, eldest son of the Smeets house, and announced that he would support Aster F. Elmheim. The moment that name left his mouth, one of the people watching froze in disbelief and blurted out that it could not be true. Vigor had actually said it aloud. Another person quickly realized what that meant and spoke up in shock. With Vigor Smeets changing sides like this, Jirian's carefully built plan would begin falling apart. As those words spread through the group, the anger in Jirian's eyes became impossible to hide. His gaze burned with rage, the fury inside him clearly rising with every passing second. Staring forward with pure hatred, Jirian spat out the words, calling Vigor a damn peasant. But after everything that had happened, Vigor Smeets finally stepped forward for real. His voice rang out loudly across the area as he shouted to the others. He demanded to know why they were all just standing there doing nothing. Then he shouted that this was their chance to show those arrogant Elmheim snobs exactly what they were made of. Vigor Smeets urged them to bet everything on the 7 wings. His words were full of force and passion, the kind of speech that should have stirred people's blood and pushed them into action. But instead of rushing forward right away, the others only hesitated. The people around him glanced at one another with confused expressions, unsure what they were actually supposed to do next. The will to move was there, but no clear direction had been given. Watching the uncertain crowd, Aster quietly thought to himself. That made one ally. At the very least, Aster would no longer have to run around raising every flag by himself. But he also knew that this was still far from enough. If he truly wanted to overthrow Elmheim, he would need more people on his side. Aster's face remained calm, but behind that steady expression, his mind was already working several steps ahead, measuring what he had gained and what he still lacked. Not far away, Jirian sat in silence, the tension around him growing heavier by the moment. Suddenly, someone moved toward Jirian with concern and asked if he was all right. But before that person could even get close enough to help, Jirian shoved him away roughly and snapped at him not to touch him, calling him useless trash. At that moment, it was clear that Jirian's anger had reached its limit. His pride had been wounded, and the humiliation was eating away at him. Inside Jirian's mind, frustration and pride burned together like fire. Every word Aster had spoken kept striking at the thing he valued most. Overthrow Elmheim? To Jirian, that thought was unbearable coming from someone of the Branch family. He cursed Aster as Branch family scum in his mind, thinking that if he allowed him to keep acting freely, he would never be able to face the main family. Unlike his brother, he could not let this end here. Driven by that rage, Jirian began forcing out the power of his 4 wings. The air around him tightened, and a dangerous pressure began to rise, as if something violent was about to erupt from him at any moment. But just then, a voice came from behind him. It sounded casual, almost relaxed, yet sharp enough to cut straight through the heavy atmosphere. The voice asked what was wrong with Elmheim, saying he looked surprisingly pathetic for someone he had not seen in a while. Jirian's eyes narrowed at once, and he turned his head back, instantly recognizing who had spoken. "Nolan," Jirian said, his voice heavy with tension, and just like that, Christopher Nolan had appeared on the scene. Jirian quickly explained the situation to him, but his irritation showed through with every word. He demanded to know what Christopher had been doing all this time, reminding him that dealing with Aster was supposed to be his job. Even while Jirian spoke, a dark and calculating thought began to creep into his mind. His expression twisted slightly, becoming almost sinister as a new possibility took shape. He thought that this was perfect because Christopher was still on his side. Christopher's wing badge might not rival Aster's 7 wings, but when it came to pure swordsmanship, he was certainly stronger than anyone else present. With that belief, Jirian's confidence surged again. He raised his voice in a rough, commanding tone and ordered Christopher to hurry up and hack Aster to pieces. But in the very next moment, something completely unexpected happened. It was so sudden that no one there had even considered the possibility. Christopher suddenly stepped forward and drove a red flag straight into Jirian's face. Then, with a calm expression, he said he had come to return it. Christopher added that, just as he had thought, Jirian's methods went against his chivalry. In other words, he was ending their alliance. Those words struck the scene with more force than any sword blow. Jirian, already shaken from everything that had happened, was left stunned on the ground. He stared in disbelief, unable to immediately understand what Christopher had just done, while murmurs quickly spread around him. One member from a smaller family could not hold back his shock and blurted out that this had to be a joke. Another person behind him spoke anxiously, saying that even the Nolan family was betraying them now. Someone else admitted that they no longer knew which side they were supposed to choose. The entire situation had fallen into complete chaos. Alliances were breaking apart, trust was crumbling, and no one could predict what would happen next. In the middle of that confusion, Christopher calmly drew his sword. The clean sound of the blade leaving its sheath cut through the tense air as he spoke with steady confidence. Christopher said that it looked like they were back to square one. Then he turned his attention toward Aster, asking if Aster truly believed he could get through this exam without settling things with him. Aster had been watching and listening to everything closely, and he remained silent, but fully alert. Christopher was not finished. Standing with visible pride, he continued, saying that it would be the proud swordsmanship of the Nolan family against Aster's 7 wings. As he took a firm stance with his sword, his entire presence became sharp and focused. The air between Aster and Christopher seemed to tighten. The two of them stood face to face, their eyes locked on each other, and in the next instant, the fight began. Christopher was the first to move. He charged forward with incredible speed, his blade slicing through the air as he launched his attack straight at Aster. His voice rang out with fierce intensity as he demanded that they finally make it clear which one was truly superior. Christopher's attack carried overwhelming power, with enough force behind it to make the air itself tremble. The moment Aster saw it coming, something inside him responded. Energy began surging out from his body, rising like a tide he could no longer hold back. But with a firm voice, Aster declared that this would have to wait. In the next instant, Aster moved and launched his own attack directly toward Christopher. Even then, it was obvious that Aster was not fighting at his absolute best. Because he was using an ordinary sword, he could not properly draw out the full strength of his 7 wings. Calling this his full power would not be accurate. Aster was clearly holding himself back, yet he was still able to stand his ground against someone as skilled as Christopher. Christopher, however, noticed the difference immediately. As their blades clashed, Christopher's sharp eyes followed Aster's movements closely. He quietly realized that the person in front of him was completely different from before. In that exchange, Christopher's sword was forced downward toward the ground. Aster's strike landed heavily, carving a deep mark across the blade. Christopher recovered quickly, lifted his gaze, and asked if Aster had forgotten something. Then, with incredible speed, he jumped back to create distance before continuing that only one team could pass this exam. Christopher said that if both of them were aiming to become Kingdom Knights, then they had no choice but to settle this right here and now. Aster's expression did not change at all. Instead, Aster answered calmly, telling Nolan that doing things that way would be a problem for him. For a brief moment, the tension between them shifted. Then Aster said something that no one had expected. He wanted Christopher to become a Kingdom Knight too. Christopher blinked, clearly surprised by what he had just heard. What? He asked. Aster lowered his stance slightly, keeping his voice steady as he began to explain. Aster spoke with a tone that was calm but sincere. He said Christopher had helped fire everyone up about overthrowing Elmheim, so it would not be very cool of him to tell Christopher to give up on his own dream now. Just because they happened to be on different teams, that did not mean Aster wanted Christopher's goal to be crushed. After a short pause, just long enough for his words to sink in, Aster added that he had a plan to make sure everyone there could pass. This time, Christopher was not the only one shocked by what he said. Jirian was just as stunned, and he could not hide the reaction on his face. Then the murmurs began spreading through the rest of the group, and Vigor Smeets was the first to say out loud what everyone else was thinking. Vigor Smeets spoke for everyone, saying there was no way something like that could actually be possible. Aster slowly lowered his sword, the sharp tension in his body easing just a little, and answered in a calm voice that he could not guarantee it would work. Even so, he was confident. Aster then added that if they wanted to make this plan succeed, he would need cooperation from every single person there. After saying that, he did not hesitate. He stepped forward and walked straight toward Jirian. The moment Jirian saw Aster approaching him so directly, his body instinctively stiffened. After everything that had just happened, the fear in his eyes was impossible to hide, and he clearly expected another attack. But Aster did not raise his blade against him. Instead, he simply reached out his hand toward Jirian and spoke in a calm, almost casual voice, saying that the first thing they needed to do was make up. That single extended hand carried more impact than another strike ever could. For a brief moment, the battlefield that had been filled with hostility and threats fell into an uncertain silence, as if no one knew how to react. Felt as though everything was about to shift at once. Then the situation changed completely, and all the flags could be seen gathered together, joined and tied into one long line, neatly stretched across the camps. It was such a strange sight that no one would normally expect to see it in an exam like this. Instead of separate flags marking separate victories, they had been combined into something entirely different. When the examiner arrived and saw the arrangement, his reaction came instantly. His face twisted with anger as he shouted, asking what this was supposed to mean and whether they did not even know how to raise a flag properly. In the middle of that pressure, Aster stepped forward and answered in a quiet, composed tone. Aster explained that the victory condition was to occupy 2 or more camps. However, since no rule had ever stated that only one team could raise its flag at a single camp, the 3 teams had decided to form an alliance and jointly occupy every camp together. His explanation was calm, clear, and logically arranged, but that did not mean the examiner was ready to accept it. The answer only made the tense atmosphere grow even sharper. Instead of calming down, the examiner became even angrier and snapped back, asking if Aster was trying to make him pass all of them at once. He demanded to know whether they were making a mockery of the entire exam. Standing nearby, Vigor Smeets could already feel the pressure tightening around them. His body went stiff as he muttered that he knew this would not work. Beside him, Jirian also shook his head, unable to believe such an approach could ever succeed. Jirian thought it was obvious that this would fail, because there was no way such twisted logic would be accepted. Meanwhile, the examiner kept his attention locked on Aster. His expression hardened as he stepped closer, and his voice cut through the air like a blade. The examiner asked if Aster would simply shake hands with an enemy and return if he had been ordered to attack and destroy enemy territory. It was not just a criticism of the tactic. It was a direct challenge to Aster's beliefs, forcing him to defend both his plan and the way he saw knighthood. Aster met his gaze without hesitation and answered calmly. Aster replied that if the enemy had more value alive than dead, then he would choose accordingly. That answer only seemed to irritate the examiner further. His face grew stern as he declared that a knight was the sword of the state, and that it was not Aster's place to make such judgments. Even then, Aster did not back down. Instead, Aster stepped forward slightly and asked the examiner a question in return. Was he going to disqualify them? Aster continued, pointing out that they had not broken any rules. So if the examiner chose to disqualify them anyway, would that not mean his own ego was overstepping the authority given to him as an examiner? Those words landed with a different kind of weight. For a moment, even the examiner seemed caught off guard, unable to answer right away. Aster did not let the silence stretch too long. He moved a little closer and spoke in a lower, more deliberate voice. Aster added that if every candidate failed because of this decision, he wondered whether the main family would really stay silent about it. That one sentence changed the mood immediately. The tension in the air shifted. The examiner's expression was no longer filled with anger alone. Now, hesitation had begun to appear beneath it. Soon after, the scene moved to another area, where everyone had been gathered to wait. Vigor Smeets sat in front of Aster, clearly restless, and began speaking in an uneasy tone. He said that the great examiner had gone to check with his superiors, and because of that, they had already been left on standby for a full hour. Vigor anxiously asked if they were really going to be all right, worrying aloud that they might actually all end up failing. Aster, however, remained strangely relaxed. In a light tone, he said he did not know, but at the very least, they had shown the examiners that the matter was worth discussing. Not far from them, the others lingered around Jirian, still unsure how to handle everything that had happened. Vigor lowered his voice and admitted that he was still surprised that the little rich boy had actually agreed to cooperate with them. Vigor then asked what Aster had said to convince him. Aster simply brushed it off with an easy shrug and answered that it was nothing much. Just then, a loud voice suddenly cut through the area and pulled everyone's attention forward. In an instant, the scattered conversation stopped, and all eyes turned toward the front. The examiner stood before them with his usual commanding presence and announced in a clear, carrying voice that Principal Mimir would now deliver the exam results. He told every candidate there to listen closely. His voice remained firm as he addressed the crowd and made it clear that what came next mattered. From that point on, the results of the exam would be announced by Principal Mimir himself, leaving everyone waiting for the final judgment. As soon as those words were spoken, all eyes turned toward the front. The crowd filled with anticipation and curiosity, each person waiting to hear what had been decided. The examiner raised his voice once more, telling everyone to prepare themselves and listen carefully. Vigor Smeets narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man who had stepped forward, then muttered in surprise. He asked if that was really the director, saying the man looked like an ordinary old man. Hearing that, Aster immediately shot him a sharp look and told him that was rude. At that moment, the principal turned his gaze directly toward Aster. His expression remained calm as he asked if he was Aster. Principal Mimir said that because of Aster, they had been forced to make an extremely difficult decision. Accepting such a large number of candidates all at once was completely unprecedented, and at one point they had even considered repeating the exam. However, with the support of the other principals, they had decided to accept Aster's argument. Aster's eyes widened slightly as he asked if that meant what he thought it meant. The principal gave a faint smile before answering him directly. Every one of them had passed. Principal Mimir then told them to keep doing their best from that point forward and prove that the decision had not been a mistake. For one brief moment, the entire place fell silent, and then the silence exploded into joy. Cheers, laughter, and excited voices filled the air as the candidates finally let themselves celebrate their success. The pressure of the exam seemed to lift from everyone all at once. Over the rising excitement, the principal added his congratulations on their admission, his voice carrying clearly through the celebration. Vigor Smeets looked completely overjoyed, his face lighting up with open excitement as the reality of passing finally sank in. Principal Mimir then continued and welcomed them all to the Doryseal Knights Academy. Soon after, the scene shifted to the new students gathered together in a resting area. Some of them were bathing, others were relaxing nearby, finally able to loosen up after the pressure and intensity of the exam. Vigor Smeets, unable to hold back his excitement any longer, shouted that he could not take it anymore. He exclaimed that the food served there was amazing, and even the bathrooms were huge. With his face full of gratitude and excitement, he said all of this was thanks to young Master Aster. As everyone's attention shifted toward Aster, he simply looked back at them quietly. Nearby, one of the new students spoke up in disbelief, saying he still could not believe he had actually made it. Another person quickly added with enthusiasm that he would follow Master Christopher for the rest of his life. Almost as if answering that praise, Christopher spoke firmly and told them not to think he believed this was all thanks to him. Vigor Smeets immediately smirked and teased him, asking what he was trying to say. Then he joked that the guy who lost to Aster was acting awfully important. Christopher instantly brushed his hair back with his usual confidence and replied that he had not lost. According to him, the fight had simply ended in a draw. Aster then cut into the conversation calmly, his voice steady but serious. He said that no matter how anyone looked at it, they had challenged the people of Elmheim, and even after doing that, they had still managed to become candidates in this way. Something like this was not ordinary. Aster eventually paused for a moment, and the people around him instinctively turned their attention toward him. Then he continued, his voice carrying a quiet but unmistakable intensity. Aster said they would become a great stream powerful enough to destroy Elmheim. The air around them seemed to change as those words settled over everyone. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he continued and declared that from this moment on, their rebellion had officially begun. As soon as those words left his mouth, Aster's thoughts quietly turned inward. His two older sisters had already graduated from this academy, but his sister Alphen was still here. Since she had entered 1 year before him, she should already know how this place worked from the inside. Aster was certain that Alphen would become his ally. With that thought firmly in mind, he steadied himself and looked ahead to what came next. Starting tomorrow, training at the gentleman's school would finally begin. First, Aster knew he had to get used to life in this new place. With that decision made, he turned and began to walk away. But just as he started moving, he sensed something strange behind him and glanced back. Vigor Smeets and several of the ordinary nobles were all staring at him with unusually serious expressions. Their eyes stayed fixed on him in a way that made Aster stop in confusion, and he asked them what they were doing. Vigor answered with almost comical enthusiasm, saying that seeing one of the 7 wings in person was supposed to bring good luck. He added that if they prayed in front of Aster, then who knew, maybe they might receive some kind of blessing from him. In the very next moment, they suddenly folded their hands together and sat down right in front of Aster, acting as if they were worshipping him instead of simply talking to him. Aster stared at them in stunned discomfort, feeling more awkward than ever, and immediately told them that of course nothing like that would happen. Nearby, Christopher had been quietly watching everything unfold without saying a word. Christopher's expression remained unreadable as he observed the strange scene. Then the view shifted to an unfamiliar location, where a cold, displeased voice echoed through the room. The voice said that this outcome did not sit well at all. It spoke with sharp disappointment toward Jirian, saying that instead of trampling that 7-winged brat, he had returned after being manipulated far too easily. The voice continued, pointing out that Jirian had apparently even allowed Aster to say that he would crush Elmheim. The owner of that chilling voice was soon revealed to be Helen Elmheim. Helen's sharp gaze was filled with anger as she looked down at Jirian. There was no trace of warmth in her eyes as she continued speaking with merciless pressure. She asked if he was telling her that he had simply stood there and watched after receiving such an insult. Unable to withstand the crushing pressure from her, Jirian dropped to the ground and cried out, apologizing to his mother. Jirian desperately said that he would make up for this mistake next time, promising that he would meet her expectations. But before he could even finish speaking, a harsh slap struck across his face, leaving a deep mark as blood trickled from his mouth. The one who had hit him stepped forward, her presence just as terrifying as Helen's. She coldly told him there would be no next time, calling him a piece of trash and saying useless scum like him had no value. She said it would be better to mix him with meat scraps and feed him to a magical beast. The woman who spoke with such cruel contempt was Lillian Elmheim. Without the slightest hesitation, Lillian placed her foot on Jirian's body and looked down at him with pure disgust. She told him he was just like that useless Dairis. Jirian trembled under her foot, fear spreading across his face. His voice shook badly as he begged her, pleading that anything would be better than that, and calling her sister. Before his plea could continue, Lillian cut him off with a brutal kick that sent him crashing backward. As pain tore through his body, Jirian's thoughts twisted into hatred. In his mind, Jirian cursed Aster, blaming everything on him. He told himself over and over that this was all that guy's fault. Then the truth behind why Jirian had ultimately cooperated with Aster began to unfold. In a flashback, Aster stood before Jirian with a calm yet calculating expression. His posture steady as if he had already seen through Jirian's situation. Aster told Jirian to cooperate with him, then pointed out that he could not return empty-handed. Jirian stared at him with confusion and suspicion, asking what exactly Aster meant by that. Aster's expression did not change as he answered. He spoke about Jirian being defeated by the so-called scum of the Lina family branch and failing the exam, letting those words hang heavily between them as the pressure began to build. Aster stared at Jirian with clear anger in his eyes and lowered his voice into a threatening tone. He told him to try taking that result back to the great elder of the main house. Then Aster asked if Jirian was truly certain they would not kill him for it. Those words alone were enough to shake Jirian to his core. Fear slowly crept across Jirian's face as Aster continued in a calm but terrifying voice. Aster said he had seen how Dairis ended, and that the death had been extremely tragic. Aster added that no person should ever die in such a way. Then he asked Jirian if he really wanted to end up like that too. Jirian's body stiffened as those horrifying images filled his mind. Aster stepped closer and finished the threat by telling him that all he needed to do was stay quiet and ignore whatever Aster did. If Jirian could manage that, Aster said he would help him. In that moment, Jirian understood that he no longer had any real choice left. Refusing was no longer an option. The scene then returned to the present, where a calm voice, carrying just a hint of amusement, suddenly spoke up and told Lillian to forgive him, saying their lovely brother was crying and apologizing right in front of her. Jirian was indeed trembling on the ground, helplessly crying as he weakly muttered, "Brother." Standing before him was Julius Elmheim, smiling gently as if nothing terrible was happening. Julius said they were an Elmheim family united by blood. He added that family members should get along, then turned and asked Orphan if she agreed. Hearing those words, the girls sitting nearby fell into deep thought. Something about Orphan's presence felt strangely familiar. She almost seemed to resemble Aster's younger sister, but for now, her true identity remained unclear. Just then, their mother spoke again, pulling the attention in the room back to her. Helen's voice was filled with authority and cold intent as she said that House Elmheim's image of absolute power had always been the thing keeping the knights in check until now. But because of the 7 wings, that image was beginning to shake. Her gaze sharpened as she continued, ordering them to make sure everyone was reminded of the truth. She said Elmheim's power was not just for decoration, and they needed to show the true meaning of brutality. Hearing her words, both Julius and Lillian slowly began to smile, as if they understood exactly what had to be done next. In the next scene, the training ground was filled with intensity. Every candidate had gathered together, each one gripping a sword tightly as the atmosphere around them grew sharp and disciplined. The air rang with the sound of blades slicing through space. Every swing carried focus, effort, and determination, with each candidate pushing their body through the rhythm of training. Their instructor stood in front of them with clear authority, his voice rising above the noise as he announced that they had been selected as proud candidates for the Knights of the Realm. He made it clear that becoming a knight was not simply about being able to swing a sword. It required mastery of combat, strategy, and every form of discipline. To stand above others, they had to become elites capable of overpowering any opponent without hesitation. Only those who truly aspired to that title could move forward, and their first test was waiting right in front of them. A massive stone they had to shatter with their swords. One by one, they stepped up to prove themselves. Vigor moved forward and poured every ounce of strength into his strike, pushing himself to the limit as the relentless training continued. The instructor then explained that inside the academy, candidates were divided into 6 different ranks, and each rank was assigned based on individual ability. The more talent someone possessed, the greater their opportunities would be to learn advanced techniques and receive higher-level instruction. He revealed that a candidate capable of wielding a moonsword would be placed in the 3rd rank, while someone who mastered wiping magic would rise all the way to the 1st rank. As the focus shifted, Jirian could be seen struggling desperately. He repeatedly unleashed heat rays at the stone, pouring out his power again and again, yet he still failed to break it. In sharp contrast, Christopher Nolan completed the task with effortless precision. The difference between them became painfully clear, showing the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Watching this unfold, the instructor reinforced a harsh truth. Only those who mastered both swordsmanship and magic could ever reach the level of true elites. He showed no tolerance for mediocrity, coldly declaring that there was nothing to teach those who remained average. He pushed them even harder, making it clear that anyone who wanted top-tier techniques first had to become strong enough to deserve them. In the end, the instructor reminded them that constantly proving their strength was the only freedom they would be allowed. In this academy, power was not just respected, it was the price of moving forward. The air around the testing ground changed the moment Aster stepped out. A fierce crimson aura erupted from his body, coiling around his shoulders and flooding down his sword, until the blade itself seemed to burn with overwhelming power. Aster did not hesitate for even a second. He raised his sword, brought it down in a single clean swing, and the enormous stone before him burst apart instantly. The force of that strike rolled across the ground like a shockwave. Broken fragments scattered everywhere, and the watching crowd fell silent, stunned into place as a quiet fear spread through them. The instructor stared at the result with open approval in his eyes. To him, Aster's performance was not merely impressive. It was extraordinary, the kind of display that became the standard everyone else was expected to chase. Meanwhile, the other examiners could barely hide their frustration. Their faces tightened with irritation and jealousy, as if they were struggling to accept how someone standing right in front of them could possess that much power. High above the testing area, another instructor stood beside Mimir, quietly watching everything unfold. His gaze fixed on Aster, and recognition immediately crossed his face. He identified Aster as the one who carried the seven-winged emblem, and after seeing him crush a magical iron pillar, something comparable to a golem, with such ease, he could no longer deny that Aster was a rare and special talent. Even so, the instructor's expression remained serious. He warned that what they had just witnessed was only a small glimpse, because the true potential of the seven wings reached far beyond Aster's current strength. If Aster ever became satisfied with the power he had now, that complacency could destroy him. The dragon sleeping within Academy Dados would eventually swallow him whole. The moment shifted from the testing ground. Aster and Vigor were now walking side by side, their conversation continuing as they moved through the academy. Vigor thought over the ranking system with a troubled look. Even after passing the exam, he realized they were still being measured, compared, and tested at every possible moment. He muttered that the Knights of the Kingdom were unbelievably obsessed with merit. Among everyone in their generation, talent and results seemed to decide everything from the very beginning. From the 6th rank upward, only Aster and Nolan had managed to secure truly high positions. Vigor admitted that the two of them had pulled far ahead right from the first assessment, exactly as he had expected, but still far beyond ordinary reach. Aster listened quietly, a faint smile resting on his face. He did not deny it because he understood better than anyone how real and unforgiving that system was. In his mind, one fact stood above everything else. Unless a person climbed at least to the 2nd rank, they would never be able to become a true knight of the kingdom. With that reality in mind, Aster encouraged Vigor to keep moving forward and catch up to him. Vigor let out a sigh, half impressed and half amused, before jokingly calling Aster boss, his voice carrying both admiration and playful confidence. Aster reacted at once, his brows twitching with irritation as he asked what Vigor meant by calling him that. But Vigor only leaned into the moment, refusing to take the title back. Moving closer, Vigor reminded him of the bold words he had once spoken. Aster had declared that he would destroy Elmheim, and those words had not disappeared. People had heard them, remembered them, and believed in them. Those people had placed their hopes on Aster, believing he might be the one capable of changing their miserable reality. Because of that, Vigor insisted that Aster needed to carry himself like a real leader, and he firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Then, with a grin full of both mischief and determination, Vigor suggested that they should bring Elmheim down together. His words made it clear that Aster would not be walking that dangerous road alone. Aster answered with a small but steady smile. Behind that quiet expression, he accepted the weight of all those expectations settling onto him. If this was truly the path waiting for him, then Aster understood what he had to do. He needed to become stronger than he was now, far stronger. The goal of destroying Elmheim became sharper in his mind, no longer just a reckless declaration. With that thought burning inside him, his resolve hardened even further. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with determination, the serious moment shattered in the most unexpected way. Vigor's stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. All that tension vanished in an instant. Embarrassed but completely honest, Vigor admitted that before they talked about anything grand, they needed to get something to eat first. He complained that if he had to face the afternoon training session on an empty stomach, he might not make it through at all. In a heartbeat, their urgent ambition was replaced by something much simpler and painfully human. But as they continued forward, Vigor suddenly noticed something strange. A large crowd of examiners had gathered in front of one particular room, standing tightly together with tense, guarded expressions. Curiosity pulled Vigor closer, and he asked what was happening, wondering if the room had already filled up. The examiners reacted the moment they spotted Aster, calling out to him urgently, their voices carrying a strange sense of anticipation. Someone acknowledged Aster's arrival, saying he had finally come. The air grew heavier the instant Elmheim was mentioned again. Yet inside the room, the tension clashed strangely with the sight before them. Someone was sitting there casually eating bread, completely unfazed. The person glanced toward Aster and calmly remarked that since he had taken so long, they had already started without him. Then the word brother slipped into the air, and everything became clear. Aster froze in shock. Standing before him was his cousin brother, Julius, and beside him was his younger sister, Lillian. Their arrival alone was enough to change the entire atmosphere in the room, making the air feel colder and far more dangerous. Vigor's uneasiness grew at once. He leaned closer to Aster and whispered nervously, afraid that if Julius had appeared here, then something even worse was bound to follow. Aster, keeping his voice calm, confirmed that suspicion. Even though Aster tried to keep himself composed, the tension in his expression could not be hidden. Julius A. Elmheim, the second in line to the main family, stood before them as someone with overwhelming power and influence. Beside him was Lillian, just as infamous in her own right. Together, they were known as the Tyrant siblings, the worst pair in the entire Elmheim family. Aster took in their presence in silence, realizing the situation had become far more dangerous than he expected. A single bead of sweat slid down Aster's face, betraying the pressure building inside him despite his calm posture. Lillian smiled with a chilling sweetness, mocking the beauty of Aster's face while cruelly insulting the useless brother beside them. Then the darkness of the scene became clear. Jirian was pinned to the floor beneath them, groaning in pain, with an iron mask forcibly locked over his face. The sight struck everyone like a blow, leaving the room frozen in shock. Vigor recoiled in horror at the grotesque device. Aster, however, recognized it immediately, the iron shack, a brutal punishment tool used in Elmheim to break a person down completely. Julius looked down at Jirian as if he were staring at something beneath his feet. With contempt in his voice, he admitted that he had once thought Jirian was nothing more than a spoiled child. But now, Julius acknowledged that Jirian seemed to have learned at least a small amount of sense. Even then, Julius continued to mock him without mercy. Bearing the Elmheim name while ranking only 6th was, in his eyes, nothing but shameful. He grabbed Jirian by the mouth and forced him to face the room, presenting the torment as if it were some twisted form of kindness, claiming that this pain was meant to help him improve. Sweat streamed down Jirian's face as the agony grew worse, his body trembling under the pressure of the iron shack. Julius then addressed everyone in the room, declaring that under these conditions, even food, water, and fresh air would be treated as rewards. Anyone forced into that state could struggle until they reached the edge of death, and if they failed to remove it, the mask itself would become their death sentence. The fear in the room deepened as Julius's subordinates appeared. Each one wore the same iron shack, and their eyes looked wild and savage, almost like beasts driven past reason. Vigor stuttered in disbelief, unable to fully understand the horrifying scene unfolding right in front of him. Julius only grinned wider. Pointing out their ferocity, he ordered the others to recognize these shackled figures as their superiors. Then he mocked the situation even further, calling for Sandy to step forward and show his face, as if this were some touching reunion. But inside, Sandy was burning with anger and resentment. At that moment, a girl entered the room, wearing the iron shack just like the others. The instant Aster saw her, his entire body went still. Julius kept that thin smile on his face as he commented on how much she had changed, almost like he was proudly showing off his work. Then he revealed who she was, Orphan, Aster's own sister. And in that instant, shock crashed through Aster before it was swallowed by a surge of unbearable rage. Aster's hand moved before anyone could stop him. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his sword, the blade flashing out as his anger burst into action. Emotion took over him completely, burning through his expression as he faced Julius. Even through her suffering, Orphan looked at Aster with worried eyes, while Julius stood there as if none of it bothered him at all. With that same calm, almost entertained look, Julius reached forward and placed several iron shacks in front of them, letting the cruel devices fall into view like they were nothing more than ordinary tools. He made it clear there were more than enough of them for everyone present, as if no one in the room would be spared. Julius treated the whole nightmare like a welcome ceremony, urging them to relax while his so-called greeting unfolded in the most brutal way possible. Lillian remained right beside him, wearing the same sinister grin, her eyes gleaming as though she was enjoying every second of the fear spreading around them. No one knew how to move. The room was frozen in shock, terror, and confusion, with everyone forced to face the horrifying reality that had suddenly appeared before them. Julius's men reacted instantly. They spread out around Aster and his teammates from every side, tightening the circle until every possible path of escape was cut off. The air grew suffocating under the weight of fear. The first-year students were trapped in the center, surrounded by an overwhelming force that clearly outmatched them. All around them, the enemies began closing in step by step. Julius stayed farther back, grinning broadly like a man already enjoying his victory, then raised his voice and ordered his subordinates to capture every single one of them. He reminded his men that these were first-year students from Iron Guild, and promised a generous reward to whoever performed well. Then, with complete confidence, Julius told them to put masks on the captives and drag them before him. The moment his order ended, his men rushed in all at once. Vigor barely managed to react as a sword came crashing down toward him. He snapped his own blade up just in time to block it, but the impact drove him backward, and as he steadied his footing, he immediately understood how dangerous the situation had become. These were senior students from Gesto, fighters standing far above their current level. Everywhere Vigor looked, his allies were being pushed back, and Nolan, unable to fully keep pace with the sudden assault, was desperately fighting several opponents at once. Even Nolan was being overpowered by their strength. It quickly became obvious that most of Julius's men were level 4 or higher, and the difference in ability was painfully clear. At the same time, Vigor's thoughts turned bitter, because he had always imagined the day he might stand against the Elmheim family. But he had never imagined it would happen like this. A sudden ambush, an enemy far stronger than them, and no preparation at all made the entire situation feel almost hopeless. As Vigor looked around at his exhausted companions, he understood exactly what would happen if this continued. They would all be captured and forced to wear those same terrifying masks. Anxious and desperate, Vigor instinctively turned his eyes toward Aster, silently hoping he would do something before everything collapsed. At that same moment, several enemies charged straight at Aster together, trying to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. But Aster was nothing like the others. His face stayed calm, almost frighteningly still, as he stepped forward and swung his sword only once. With one clean strike, every attacker surrounding him was blasted away and knocked unconscious on the spot. For a brief moment, even the battlefield itself seemed to stop moving. After displaying that overwhelming strength, Aster slowly lifted his gaze and scanned everything happening around him with cold, controlled focus. Then Aster turned his sharp eyes toward Julius and demanded to know what exactly he was trying to do. Julius only answered with a wider smile, looking almost amused by Aster's anger. Calling Aster his cousin, Julius casually told him not to look so furious. In that smug tone of his, he claimed this was merely his own way of showing kindness. According to Julius, most of the people gathered there had no real talent and were only alive because of his mercy. He mocked them as useless people who were simply pleased to call themselves cadets, insisting that if those at the bottom were weak and worthless, then even those standing at the top would lose their value. Because Julius saw himself as someone destined to rule above everyone else, he refused to tolerate that kind of mediocrity existing beneath him. That was why, in his mind, he had decided to take control with his own hands, following what he proudly called the Elmheim way. But as Julius continued speaking with that arrogant grin, Aster suddenly cut him off. Aster made it clear he had never asked for an explanation at all. Julius blinked in brief confusion, but before he could respond, Aster's expression sharpened with fierce determination. Mana erupted violently from Aster's body, and in the same instant, his sword was swallowed by a blazing crimson aura. Without holding back, Aster charged straight toward Julius, shouting at him to remove the filthy pink substance covering his sister's mouth. But just before Aster's attack could connect, something completely unexpected happened. Alphen suddenly stepped between them and blocked his strike herself, and the sight made Aster freeze where he stood. Behind her, Julius kept smiling without a trace of shame. He calmly told Aster not to resent him, claiming that Alphen was standing beside him by her own choice. Then, as if enjoying the confusion, he suggested that Aster ask her directly if he doubted it. Lillian laughed from the side, teasing Aster by calling him cruel, clearly savoring the confusion and pain spreading across his face. In that moment, countless thoughts rushed through Aster's mind at once. He realized he had not heard anything from his sister for a long time. Their mother had been deeply worried about Alphen all this time, and now, seeing her standing in front of him like this, Aster finally understood that something terrible had been happening behind the scenes. Without saying another word, Aster and Alphen rushed toward each other at full speed. Their swords slammed together with violent force, sending sparks bursting out in every direction. As their blades ground against each other, Aster tried to reach her through the chaos. He admitted that he did not fully understand what had happened to her, but insisted there was no reason for her to keep following someone like Julius. During the clash, Orphan leaned closer and whispered quietly that from now on, she would be the one to save him. Those words struck Aster harder than any blade and left him completely stunned. Shock flashed across Aster's face, and he instinctively stepped back to create distance between them. But before that moment could settle, Nolan and the others rushed in from behind to support him. Furious at what looked like hesitation, they launched themselves at Orphan, demanding to know why anyone was wasting time in a situation this dangerous. At the same time, Nolan shifted his attention away from Orphan and locked his focus directly onto Julius. Pointing his sword straight at Julius, Nolan declared that he would deal with him personally. He harshly condemned Julius, saying his behavior was even more disgraceful than his younger brothers, and that someone like him had no right to call himself a gentleman. Mana surged around Nolan as he demanded that Julius draw his sword and face him properly under the pride of the Elmheim style. With fierce resolve, he swore he would carve that arrogance directly into Julius's body. Julius, however, did not seem bothered in the slightest. He stared at Nolan with pure arrogance, as if the threat meant absolutely nothing. And the moment Nolan charged in with all his strength, Julius casually caught the incoming sword with his bare hand. For an instant, the entire battlefield went silent. Julius then asked whether simply working harder than others with a sword was enough to make someone a great knight, leaving Nolan barely able to process the words. Then Julius's expression turned cold. An overwhelming aura exploded from his body, crushing the air around them, as he made it clear that effort alone meant nothing if it was not backed by true power. Still gripping Nolan's sword, Julius tightened his hand around the blade and twisted it with brutal force. A surge of energy rushed through the weapon and struck Nolan's hand directly. Nolan's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was flowing through the sword. It was magic, and more specifically, fire magic. Julius smirked with absolute confidence and declared that only the strongest had the right to stand above others and rule. In the next instant, Julius drove a brutal kick straight into Nolan's body, launching him across the battlefield before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Vigor immediately rushed toward him in panic. Nolan groaned in pain and coughed up blood as Vigor reached his side, supporting him while trying to help him back onto his feet. But the moment Vigor saw the severe burn spreading across Nolan's hand, his expression darkened, and the danger of Julius's power became even harder to ignore. Nearby, Lillian stepped forward with that playful, dangerous smile still spread across her face. Her eyes lingered on Vigor as she admitted she had a taste for men who believed they stood above others. To Lillian, that kind of pride was not impressive at all. What truly entertained her was watching it get crushed, piece by piece, until the person carrying it finally broke. Vigor stared at her in complete confusion, unable to understand what she was even enjoying. But Lillian only smiled wider, saying she would personally teach him in her own special way, before casually adding that the bearded man beside him was useless to her. Julius watched the chaos unfolding around him and grinned once again, as if the suffering only proved his point. In his eyes, weakness itself was a sin, and only those with strength had the right to reach out and take whatever they wanted. He even pointed at Aster's own actions, saying Aster had gathered people around him through strength as well, making him no different from Julius. While those words hung in the air, Aster stayed silent, calmly watching the battlefield around him. One after another, Aster's companions were being forced back. Julius's men pressed them down with overwhelming power, leaving little room for them to breathe or fight properly. The symbols of the shack were being branded onto their bodies by force as they struggled desperately and cried out for help. Julius then turned his gaze back to Aster and calmly said that, in the end, Aster would eventually stand among the strong as well, once again calling him his cousin. Then Julius asked him what kind of future he truly intended to choose, as if he already believed Aster would be forced to answer on his terms. Aster gave him no answer. Instead, he suddenly rushed toward Julius again, but this time Julius stopped him with almost insulting ease. Fire mana burst violently from Julius's body as he seized Aster by the throat and held him in place. Aster gasped in pain as Julius's grip tightened around his neck. Vigor and the others could only watch helplessly, panic spreading across their faces as the situation grew worse. Julius mocked him without mercy, asking if this disappointing display was truly supposed to be the power of the Seven Wings. He admitted he had expected something far more impressive from Aster, even as Aster struggled to draw breath under his hand. But Aster still managed to answer weakly, telling Julius that stopping him once was hardly enough reason to get so excited. The instant those words left Aster's mouth, Julius's expression shifted. He realized something was wrong. Aster was not simply enduring his power, he was absorbing it. Julius recognized the technique at once. It was rotation, and Aster was using it right in front of him. Aster was pulling Julius's fire mana directly into his own body. Before Julius could fully react, Aster moved with sudden, explosive force. He struck Julius head-on, the impact blasting him backward across the battlefield before sending him crashing violently into the ground. For a brief moment, silence spread through the room. Aster slowly lowered his arm, his movements calm and controlled, then turned his gaze toward Julius without the slightest trace of hesitation. His stare was cold and empty of emotion. Then, in a quiet voice, he said Julius had been talking so much earlier that he had not properly caught every word. Aster then asked Julius to say it again, especially the part about the weak keeping silent. As those chilling words fell from his lips, the entire atmosphere around them changed. Julius slowly pushed himself up from the ground, rage spreading across his face as fury swallowed his earlier amusement. For the first time since the battle had begun, the balance of power seemed to tilt. Watching everything happen right in front of him, Vigor Smith could barely speak, his voice filled with complete disbelief. It was incredible. Everyone present stared at the scene in shock, while Aster remained standing calmly where he was, as if the blow he had just delivered was nothing unusual. Across from him, Julius slowly forced himself back to his feet after being blasted away. As he rose, he brushed the dust from his clothes and grinned, remarking that Aster had launched him in quite a spectacular fashion. Then Julius glanced down with exaggerated concern, asking what he was supposed to do if his precious wing emblem ended up damaged. Seeing that reaction, Vigor Sneeds looked completely stunned, his eyes widening as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. He muttered in disbelief that Aster's attack had not even scratched Julius. Nearby, Lillian's smile slowly returned before she began mocking her brother. She called out to him, telling him he looked pathetic after provoking Aster so much. Then she pushed the insult further, asking if he was seriously going to lose after making such a show of himself. Julius answered immediately, still wearing a smile as he told Lily not to put it that way. Even someone like him, he said, could get hurt once in a while. But in the next moment, the air around him began to change. The playful look on Julius's face slowly twisted into anger, and an intense pressure began pouring out from his body, pressing down on everyone nearby. His eyes locked directly onto Aster as he shouted in fury, demanding to know how Aster dared call him weak earlier. Julius snarled that he had only been playing along, yet Aster had already started acting like he was something special. Then he declared that the little children's game was over and told Aster to prepare to die. The moment those words left his mouth, overwhelming energy erupted from both of them. Julius released a terrifying surge of blazing flame energy, wrapping his entire body in heat so intense it seemed to distort the air itself. He tightened his grip on his sword and pointed it forward, fully ready to strike. On the opposite side, Aster calmly grasped his own sword and settled into his stance without taking a single step back. Looking straight at Julius, he answered coldly, telling him not to overthink it and to come at him now. For a moment, the two warriors stood facing each other with deadly intent flooding the battlefield. Just as the tension between them was about to explode into a full clash, a sudden voice rang out through the area. The voice cut through the pressure sharply, ordering both of them to stop at once. A man stepped forward into the ruined cafeteria, and his appearance immediately pulled everyone's attention toward him. The moment Aster saw his face, surprise flashed through him, and he asked if the man standing there was Count Maze. Maze did not bother answering Aster directly. Instead, he calmly swept his eyes across the wrecked surroundings, taking in the damage inside the cafeteria before letting out a relaxed comment. He remarked that they had truly made quite a mess and questioned what they thought this cafeteria was. His tone sounded casual, but there was a sharp edge hidden beneath it. If they were going to create as many rumors as they pleased, then as a member of the council, he could not simply stand by and watch. The moment Maze appeared, everyone stopped fighting. Even the crushing pressure in the air seemed to settle for a second. Julius, however, looked deeply irritated. Glaring at Maze with open anger, he coldly told him to go away, saying this was no place for a sixth-generation lackey to interfere. Maze did not look offended at all. Instead, he smiled calmly and replied in an easy tone, telling the young master not to say such things, especially when Julius was one of the academy's top students and even a nominee for best student. He then added that if someone like Julius openly displayed such overwhelming power against a lower-ranked student, it would not leave a very good impression on anyone watching. As Maze spoke, he slowly walked closer to Julius without showing the slightest trace of fear. Within moments, Maze reached the tip of Julius's sword. He lightly touched the blade with his hand and, in a calm voice, asked Julius to put it away. At that moment, everyone noticed something unbelievable. The flames around Julius were terrifyingly intense, powerful enough to burn Nolan's body earlier, Yet Maze stood there completely unaffected. The scorching fire did not leave even the faintest mark on him. Julius looked shocked for a brief instant and tried to say something, but no words came out. Seeing his reaction, Maze gave him a faint, mocking smile before adding that because of Julius, the entire atmosphere had been ruined. Julius slowly lowered his sword, his voice filled with irritation as he admitted there was no other choice. He said he would calm the situation for now, then snapped at the damn rats to get moving. The welcome party was over. With that, Maze began leading the new students away from the area. But just as everyone started to leave, Aster suddenly shouted after him, saying he was not finished talking yet. Maze calmly placed a hand on Aster's shoulder and answered in a quiet voice, apologizing as he asked Aster to do him a favor this time. Right after that, Aster could do nothing but stand in place, his hands tense at his sides, watching helplessly as everyone began walking away from him. He tried to call out and stop his sister from leaving too, but Orphan did not slow down or turn back to him. For one brief moment, she glanced over her shoulder and looked back at him one last time. But even then, she said nothing, turned away again, and continued forward with the others. As the noise faded and silence slowly settled over the area, Aster lowered his eyes and noticed the strange mask lying on the ground in front of him. It was the same kind of mask that had been forced onto everyone earlier, the cruel device still carrying the weight of everything that had just happened. Aster stared down at it, his expression unreadable, and deep inside his heart, he quietly called out to Sister Orphan. The scene then moved to another place, where Vigor Smeets was speaking with obvious frustration. His voice rough with anger he could no longer hold back. He cursed Julius, calling him a complete monster. Nolan had been defeated, and several of their own colleagues had been taken right in front of them. Those strange masks had been forced onto them before they were dragged away. After venting his anger, Vigor turned his eyes directly to Aster and asked what they were supposed to do now, still calling him boss. But Aster did not answer Vigor's question. Instead, his cold gaze shifted toward Maze, and he asked Count Maze why he had stopped him back there. Before Maze could even respond, their guardian quickly stepped in, his tone strict as he scolded Aster for speaking disrespectfully to the Count who had intervened. But Maze simply smiled and calmly lifted one hand, stopping the guardian before the situation could grow more tense. He gently told him to relax, saying it was fine, because that was simply the kind of person Aster was. Then Maze turned his attention back to Aster, wearing a faint smile as he said that the two of them were close, weren't they? Hearing that, Aster fell silent as memories from years ago surfaced in his mind. For years earlier, when Aster had been summoned to the main house, among all the noble knights serving under Elmheim, this man had been the only one who supported him. Maze had helped him back then, and had even saved him during that moment. But even so, Aster still could not fully trust him, because deep down, he could not tell whether Count Maze was truly an ally or an enemy hiding behind a smile. Silence filled the room again as Aster quietly stared at Maze, unable to read what was really going on behind the Count's calm expression. Aster wondered what Maze was thinking, but before that thought could settle, Vigor Smeets finally lost patience. He looked straight at Maze and angrily asked if he was a council member or not. Even if their opponent was Elmheim, Vigor demanded to know whether it was really acceptable to let this kind of tyranny continue. Maze, however, remained perfectly composed under the accusation. Without even changing his expression, Maze answered plainly. He said he would make it clear. He was also an executive of the Elmheim family, and unless the problem was truly severe, he could not openly criticize actions taken by the head of the family. Aster immediately stepped forward, his voice sharpening as he asked whether forcing masks onto people to control them did not count as a serious problem. Maze calmly replied that their knight training school had always operated on a system built entirely around merit. According to Maze, if a method helped candidates grow stronger and improve, then there was no clear reason to oppose it. After pausing for a moment, he continued speaking in the same steady tone. He explained that the candidates under Julius's command had, in fact, been rising through the rankings at an extremely fast pace. Even the director had already approved the matter, and hearing that answer made Aster's expression darken. In other words, Aster said coldly, there was no one here he could truly trust. Maze looked straight into Aster's eyes and asked if he was planning to go recover his captured classmates by himself. Then Maze's tone grew more serious. He warned Aster not to do it, because every move he made was being watched by the main house, and if he resisted them recklessly, they could expel him from the academy at any time. After hearing those warnings, Aster answered without hesitation, his voice firm as he said that was still not a good enough reason to abandon them. His voice stayed calm, but each word carried weight. This was not simply a matter of justice because those iron shackles did something far worse. They corrupted the hearts of the people forced to wear them. They stole a person's freedom, stripped away their voice, and crushed the dignity that made them human. Aster's expression grew even darker as he continued. Given enough time, those shackles could erase even the will to rebel against the master controlling them. They turned living people into convenient tools, nothing more. For a short moment, silence pressed down on the room before Aster spoke again in a lower voice. That, he said, was the truly terrifying nature of those shackles. Maze narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing him, then quietly noted that Aster spoke as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Aster lowered his gaze for a moment before answering that, in a way, he had. He only knew the final destination of people who went too far, and there was a hidden bitterness buried in his tone. He told Maze he did not want his classmates to end up like that. Hearing those words, Maze fell into thought, his expression turning faintly more serious. Maze seemed to wonder whether Aster might be referring to something deeper, but before he could finish that thought, Aster looked back at him and calmly added that Maze did not need to worry, because he did not want to be expelled either. Aster said that if the situation could be resolved peacefully, then that would be the best outcome. Maze gave a faint smile and asked, with a trace of interest, whether Aster already had a plan. Aster stared directly at him without answering right away, his calm gaze making it clear that he had already made up his mind. Then Aster reached down, picked up the strange mask from the ground, and slowly began putting it over his own face as he quietly said that Maze already knew the answer. Didn't he? The mask fully covered Aster's face, hiding his expression completely as his voice turned colder from behind it. He said Maze already knew his fighting style. Then the scene shifted, finally revealing the short gap in time that had been skipped before. The training grounds were packed with students, all of them pushing their bodies past exhaustion. Endless running and brutal drills had drained them completely, leaving many gasping for air and barely staying on their feet. Vigor Smeets glanced toward Nolan while struggling through the training and asked how his wounds were holding up. Nolan answered calmly, even with the harsh routine continuing around them. He said the fourth-grade curriculum was about to begin soon, which meant there would be no time to rest. Besides, as far as he was concerned, his injuries were not that serious anyway. His voice stayed steady, as though he had already accepted pain and exhaustion as something unavoidable on the path forward. Meanwhile, Vigor, who had been running non-stop with the others, looked completely worn out. Trying to catch his breath, Vigor muttered that Nolan really was competitive. But more importantly, he asked whether they should be worried about Aster, wondering what had suddenly made him change his mind like that. The person they were talking about was Aster. Once again, he had started wearing that same mask over his face, making it almost impossible for anyone to read what he was planning. From there, the story moved back to the part that had been left unseen during the earlier gap. A furious voice suddenly rang through the room, demanding how Aster dared show himself in front of him again. The man shouting was Jirian. Rage burned openly in Jirian's eyes as he glared straight at Aster. He said he still had not forgiven him for what Aster had done before, and now Aster had suddenly interrupted him without warning. Jirian snarled that Aster had the nerve to talk about making a deal, calling him trash as he gripped the drink in his hand. His anger only kept growing, and after roughly wiping his face, he glared at Aster again with disgust and fury filling his voice. Aster, however, remained completely calm despite the hostility pressing in around him. Without showing fear, hesitation, or even a flicker of panic, he finally responded by saying it was exactly as he had said. He had come here for one reason, to get his sister and his companions back. Aster stepped forward without wavering and threw the iron shackle down onto the floor in front of them. The heavy metallic clang echoed through the room, and only then did he calmly state his condition. In exchange, they could place that iron shackle on him. The moment Aster said that, Alphen's eyes widened in disbelief. Fear rushed across her face, and her thoughts began spinning in panic as she wondered what Aster could possibly be thinking. She could not understand it at all. Why would he willingly step into that kind of danger, knowing exactly what those shackles could do? Aster ignored the shocked reactions around him and continued speaking in front of them. As for the suspicion that he was planning a rebellion, he kept his gaze steady and asked if the people above had already heard about it. If that was the case, Aster said, then being given the chance to put a collar on a rebel should not be a bad deal for them. Lillian immediately burst into laughter, clearly amused, and asked if he had completely lost his mind, mocking him for trying to become their dog by his own choice. Unlike Lillian, Julius did not look entertained at all. His expression darkened as he stared sharply at Aster, saying that to Elmheim, Aster was nothing more than a pebble stuck in their shoe. His mother, the headmistress, would be very pleased with this decision. Then Julius's voice turned colder. He knew Aster was not the obedient type, so he demanded to know what he was really planning. For a short moment Aster said nothing. The pressure in the room grew heavier as everyone waited for his answer. Then Aster finally spoke, his voice calm and almost completely empty of emotion, saying there was nothing behind it at all. He pointed out that the mask was sealed with magic, and once it was locked in place, only Julius and the others would be able to open it. Aster looked straight at them without the slightest hesitation, saying they would have the perfect opportunity to kill him. Then, with a faintly mocking edge in his voice, he asked if his dear cousin truly did not trust him. The instant Jirian heard those final words, the air around him exploded with pressure. Rage surged through his body, and he began releasing his power once again. Flames erupted around Jirian with violent force, spreading heat so intense that the glass bottle in his hand slowly began to melt from the temperature alone. His face twisted with murderous fury, and only one thought kept echoing through his mind: this bastard. But after hearing Aster's proposal, Jirian slowly began to smile, his anger now mixed with cruel amusement. Looking straight at Aster, Jirian said that if Aster insisted so much, then a simple exchange would be far too easy. His smile stretched wider as he extended one hand forward. 7 days, he said at first, then he changed it to 10. 10 full days without eating or drinking while wearing that thing. If Aster could survive until the end, then Jirian would set him completely free. The moment those conditions were spoken aloud, panic filled Alphen's heart. Her expression trembled with fear as she desperately shouted inside her mind. No, Aster could not accept something like that. It was impossible. If he went through with it, he would only end up getting himself killed. Alphen could already picture the horrifying outcome waiting for him, and that thought alone made her feel powerless. Yet Aster remained perfectly calm, even with several swords already pointed around his neck. Without showing even a trace of fear, Aster simply accepted the deal. As his words settled into the room, his thoughts quietly continued deep within his mind. The iron shackles corrupted people's hearts. Aster knew that better than anyone, because he had spent so long being raised inside Elmheim as nothing more than a tool, and he hated those shackles more than anything. His eyes slowly shifted toward Alphen. The sister he remembered had always been energetic and proud, but underneath that strength, she was still vulnerable like anyone else. Alphen had always been the kind of strong older sister who never let others see her weakness. But now, she could not even oppose these filthy scum anymore, and all she could do was look at him with helpless eyes. In the silence of his heart, Aster made her a promise. She did not need to worry, because he would definitely break those chains for her. At that moment, Lillian approached from behind while carrying the iron mask. As she slowly placed it over Aster's face, she spoke in a calm yet chilling voice, saying that when the time came, they would talk peacefully. Then the scene shifted back to the present once more. The training grounds were packed with exhausted students running under brutal conditions. Among them were several students wearing iron shackles, and one after another, they collapsed to the ground from sheer exhaustion before they could even recover. A furious voice suddenly thundered across the field, demanding who had given them permission to rest. Jirian himself stood among the students, overseeing the training like it was a punishment. But unlike before, Jirian's own thoughts were full of frustration and confusion. He cursed inwardly, wondering why this was happening to him, clearly bothered by the situation in a way he could not ignore. After running for a while longer, Vigor Smeets finally arrived nearby, completely worn out from the harsh exercise. Struggling to catch his breath, he complained that the demonic instructor truly showed no mercy. Vigor said that even the students wearing masks were not being spared. Looking across the training field with a grim expression, he added that at this rate, Aster would die before he could rescue anyone. Nearby, Nolan glanced toward Jirian and replied calmly. For one of them, Nolan said, this could probably be called karma. Vigor kept staring ahead at the students forced to run endlessly, his attention fixed on Aster, who continued wearing the iron shackles despite the brutal conditions. Vigor's voice carried clear disbelief as he said it had already been days since the shackles were placed on Aster, and yet Aster was acting as though nothing had happened, making Vigor wonder if the 7 wings were monsters even when it came to physical endurance. Nolan quietly watched the situation as his thoughts moved behind his calm expression. A normal person could survive without food or water for only 3 or 4 days at most. Maybe someone could last a week if they stayed perfectly still, like a chrysalis conserving every bit of energy. But Nolan's eyes narrowed as he watched the training continue, because these past few days had been filled with non-stop movement. The students had been forced through repeated training sessions and practice battles under those conditions, so it would not have been strange if Aster had already passed far beyond his physical limit. After a short silence, Nolan suddenly asked Vigor if he had ever heard the rumor. Vigor turned toward him curiously, and Nolan continued in a low voice, saying that before the boy with 7 wings was adopted by the High-Freed family, he had supposedly been found alone on a snow-covered mountain where the snow never stopped falling. As the atmosphere grew quieter, Nolan added that the baby was said to have crawled several kilometers alone through the freezing wilderness, making Vigor's expression stiffen. Nolan looked back toward Aster and calmly added that if the rumor was true, then Aster's vitality was far from normal. Even after hearing all of that, Vigor still frowned in disbelief and shook his head slightly, saying it sounded like complete nonsense. Soon after, the scene shifted directly into the night. The air had turned dark and cold, and exhaustion was written across everyone's faces. Lillian slowly walked forward, her voice dripping with mockery, as she announced that it was time for the sewer rats to eat. With a slight motion of her finger, the shackles and masks restraining the prisoners partially unlocked, finally allowing them to eat. One man sitting on the ground looked completely broken as he stared down at the tiny portion of food placed in front of him. His voice trembled as he muttered that it was only a piece of cheese and a single glass of water. Just this again? His breathing grew heavier, and despair spread across his face as he whispered that he could not take it anymore. He said that if things continued like this, he was going to die. Among the prisoners, Jirian could also be seen enduring the same treatment, swallowing his pride for the sake of survival. Jirian looked toward Lillian and pleaded with her, asking his sister to give him a better meal. But the moment those words left his mouth, Lillian kicked away the food near him without the slightest hesitation. Looking down at him with cold amusement, she said that if he did not want it, that was perfectly fine, and he should have simply said so sooner. Then her voice sharpened even more. She told him that he should not waste food, making it clear that he was in no position to complain. Unlike Jirian, she said, that child had survived through things far harsher than this. At that moment, another voice cut in from nearby, speaking casually while eating, asking whether her little brother was quite brave and whether she planned to cheer him on. The one speaking was Julius. Julius kept his eyes fixed on Alphen as he continued, his voice carrying no sympathy at all. He added that, of course, she probably no longer had the right to say anything to Aster. After all, Julius said, it was her fault he had ended up like this. Those words struck Alphen hard, filling her with both burning anger and crushing guilt at the same time. Her fists tightened as emotions churned uncontrollably inside her, and she could only wonder what she was supposed to do now. No matter how desperately she searched through her own thoughts, turning the situation over again and again inside her heart, she still couldn't find anything that looked like an answer. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Julius kept eating in silence, but his eyes never truly left Aster. The longer he watched him, the sharper the irritation in his gaze became. What the hell is going on here? Julius thought, his brows tightening slightly. He had been so sure Aster was hiding some clever plan to slip out of this situation. But after watching him closely for several days, Julius only found himself becoming more confused. And yet, from the look in Aster's eyes, it didn't seem like he had any intention of giving up. Do you seriously plan to hold out for the full 10 days? Julius wondered. Then, almost as if the thought amused him, a faint smile slowly curled across his face. Well, it makes no difference. If that really is what you're aiming for, then I'll just sit back and see exactly how long that stubborn pride of yours can last. Until that moment comes, you can keep amusing me for a little while longer. After that, the scene returned to the classroom, where the teacher continued his lesson, calmly explaining the fundamentals of controlling magic to the students. Standing at the front with a confident posture, the teacher explained that when magic is poured into a sword, the blade's cutting power increases, its edge becoming far sharper until it turns into a lethal weapon. And if that same magic is infused into the body instead, it can harden around the user like armor, protecting them from incoming attacks. The teacher let his gaze move slowly across the room, making sure every student was paying attention, before continuing in that same calm but weighty tone. If magic is examined properly, its greatest strength is its ability to change according to the user's will. Depending on how precisely it is controlled, magic can take on almost any role the wielder needs. The students listened closely as he continued giving examples. Magic could become legs that let a person sprint faster than a horse, or eyes that allow them to sense approaching enemies long before those enemies ever step into view. For anyone who truly understands how to use it, the possibilities are nearly limitless. And while the lesson continued, Aster sat quietly in his seat, his expression calm enough that, from the outside, he looked completely undisturbed. But the instant he sensed movement nearby, his instincts sharpened at once. Inside his mind, he muttered coldly, "Idiot, your position is completely exposed." Using the very knowledge the teacher had just explained, Aster immediately detected two students secretly preparing to strike him from behind. Before those two could properly launch their attack, Aster acted without the slightest hesitation and released his energy in an instant. In the very next moment, a massive tornado burst out around him with terrifying force, whipping through the surroundings and shaking the entire area violently. As the storm coiled fiercely around his body, Aster remained calm and declared that it was like an ace hidden up one's sleeve, something capable of completely overturning the flow of a battle. The sheer size and violent pressure of the tornado instantly frightened the two students. Their faces turned pale as the roaring winds screamed around them, the force of the storm making it almost impossible for either of them to get anywhere close to him. Before they could recover from the shock, Aster suddenly launched himself forward at blinding speed. To the two students, it looked as though he had vanished right out of their sight, forcing them to look around in panic. But in the very next instant, Aster appeared high above them in midair. Then, carrying tremendous force, he came crashing straight down like a meteor falling from the sky. The moment he struck the ground, an enormous shockwave of energy exploded across the entire area, blasting outward with destructive force in every direction. That single impact was enough to completely overwhelm both students. Their condition immediately worsened under the force of Aster's devastating attack. Right after that, the focus shifted back to the teacher, who continued the lecture without the slightest pause. In a serious voice, he announced that during 4th level training, every student would be required to learn far more specialized forms of magic. Control, the teacher continued, his tone cold and disciplined, making the atmosphere inside the training area feel even heavier. He then firmly declared that the use of swords during training was strictly forbidden, his eyes passing over every student in the room. For those who bore the winged emblem, this rule carried special meaning. The ability to kill without relying on a sword was an essential skill they all had to master. That was exactly what he intended to teach them in this class. His words landed with heavy force, making it clear that this training had already gone far beyond ordinary combat practice. This was no longer just about fighting with weapons. It was about turning the body, mana, and control itself into deadly tools capable of deciding whether someone lived or died. Then the scene shifted to Aster, whose energy had begun to fade little by little as exhaustion slowly swallowed his body. Even staying balanced had become difficult, yet he continued to endure the brutal training in silence. As he fought to keep himself conscious, Aster quietly spoke inside his own mind. It was already the 7th day of his life in Iron Lead, and several days had passed since the 4th grade training first began. Slowly, his strength gave way, and he lowered himself down before sitting heavily on the ground. His breathing had grown rougher and more noticeable, but even in that condition, his thoughts stayed sharply focused. He had become fairly accustomed to monarch control training in real combat mode. Only 3 days remained until the promised day. If he could endure until then, his sister and his comrades would finally be set free. But even while clinging to that hope, frustration continued to swell inside his chest. After a short silence, Aster clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself that simply staying this passive was useless. Julius possessed overwhelming power even when he wasn't carrying a sword, and worse than that, he still hadn't revealed the full extent of his ability. That reality pressed down heavily on Aster's mind, because his opponent was, after all, a 1st grade student. This was not the moment for Emmy to remain trapped in a place like this, waiting while everything depended on him. His thoughts grew more desperate as he tried to force himself past the limits of his body. Even in this dangerous, borderline state, if he could just grasp something, anything that might bring him a little closer to Julius's level. At that moment, the full weight of his exhaustion became impossible to hide. Aster had grown so weak that he had to lean against a nearby tree just to keep himself standing. His entire body trembled from fatigue, and even keeping his eyes open had become a struggle. Moments later, the world in front of him began to blur. His vision warped more and more until everything around him became difficult to see clearly. Then, with no strength left to hold himself up, Aster suddenly lost consciousness. His body pitched forward, falling heavily toward the ground. And in those final moments before his mind went completely dark, Aster weakly muttered to himself that this was bad, that it felt like everything around him was spinning. The world continued to blur as the last of his strength finally slipped away. With no energy remaining in his body, he collapsed onto the ground. A few moments later, someone approached from nearby. Looking down at Aster's exhausted state, that person coldly said that this was his limit after all. He had a fever, and honestly, that was understandable. At the end of the day, Aster was still human too. The one standing over him was Nolan, wearing an irritated expression as he looked down at him. Nolan continued, saying it seemed Count Maze would be troubled if Aster ended up dying. That was why he had been told to help if anything happened. After saying that, Nolan let out an annoyed sigh and added that, honestly, he had been handed an extremely irritating task. Hearing those words through the haze of near unconsciousness, Aster felt confusion rising in him. Count Maze? Why would he do that? But before Aster could properly think it through, Nolan casually told him to wait there for a moment while he went to get the sword and break the iron shackles. But the moment Nolan turned to leave, Aster suddenly stretched out a trembling hand and grabbed Nolan's leg tightly, stopping him in place. Nolan looked down at him with a mix of irritation and disbelief, his frown deepening as he asked what exactly Aster thought he was doing. At this rate, he warned him Aster was going to die. Idiot. Even with his body weakened to the point of collapse, Aster's determination still refused to disappear. Inside his mind, he desperately forced himself to keep going. If he gave up here, then who would save his sister? Even though he could barely move, he still refused to let go of the goal that had carried him this far. Using the last bit of strength he could still gather, Aster stopped Nolan from interfering any further. He didn't want Nolan doing anything unnecessary that might ruin everything. Nolan stared at him for a few seconds before speaking again, this time in a quieter voice. He said he didn't fully understand what Aster was trying to say, but he could at least tell that Aster was unhappy. Then Nolan's expression became a little more serious as he continued. Even if Aster was desperately clinging to the promise he had made with those people, that didn't necessarily mean they were holding on to it in the same way. His words carried a harsh truth, one that struck heavily against Aster's already strained determination. Right after saying that, Nolan suddenly glanced around the area. Only then did it become clear that several other students had already gathered nearby without anyone noticing. They were all staring straight at Aster's miserable state. Then, from among them, someone spoke in a mocking tone. Wow, you really don't look well, Aster. At that moment, Lillian finally appeared, looking directly at Aster with a mocking smile on her face. She casually added that if he wandered around at this hour with that kind of face, people might mistake him for an undead. The instant Aster heard her voice, irritation surged through him even more strongly than before. While struggling just to stay upright, he angrily thought to himself, why did it have to be her of all people? But before he could say anything, Nolan stepped forward first and questioned her in a cold voice. Nolan stared at the crowd with a cold look and asked what exactly they thought they were doing here, gathering up all these glory-hungry faces in one place. They were supposed to be in the middle of fourth-rank training right now, so there was no way a second-rank student had come all the way here just to quietly observe. At that moment, the eyes of every student gathered around began to glow with an eerie crimson light, making the entire area feel far more dangerous than before. Even with that sinister atmosphere spreading around her, Lillian kept her arrogant expression and answered Nolan without the slightest trace of nervousness. She said these students had insisted they wanted to show off in front of her, so she had simply done them the favor of coming to watch. With a casual shrug, she compared it to a small class observation visit for Lena, then added that even the instructor had said there was no problem with it. But a moment later, the smile on Lillian's face deepened into something darker. Her gaze slowly lowered toward Aster, and her voice carried a hint of cruel anticipation as she said that what she wanted to see most was something else entirely. Her tone turned openly vicious as she continued, saying she wanted to see Aster crying while begging her for forgiveness. Those words made the anger inside Aster flare even hotter. Then Lillian lightly jumped up, landing on a tree branch above them with effortless ease. She settled there comfortably, as if the whole situation were nothing more than a show prepared for her entertainment. Crossing her legs on the branch, she looked down at everyone below with cold, amused eyes. Then she declared that they could kill each other as much as they wanted, and none of them needed to worry about her. The instant those words left her mouth, all of the students moved at once, rushing straight toward Aster and Nolan. As Aster watched the assault closing in from every direction, he immediately understood their intention. They were trying to take him down before the 10 days were over. Honestly, this much was something he had already expected. He had been prepared for some kind of interference, but for them to act this outrageously was beyond what he had imagined. His thoughts quickly shifted toward Nolan as guilt tightened in his chest, realizing that he had now dragged Nolan into this mess too. Before Aster could think any further, one of the attackers lunged directly at him. With enemies coming in from every side, Aster was forced to block, dodge, and twist away desperately while struggling just to keep his feet under him. On the other side, Nolan fought back with visible frustration, angrily shouting that forbidding a knight from drawing his sword was an absolutely ridiculous restriction. Meanwhile, Aster could feel the difference in numbers pressing down on him more and more. His exhausted body was already near its breaking point, and he knew that if they didn't start fighting seriously, he would collapse from fatigue before anything else. Desperate to turn the situation around, Aster tried once again to release his energy, but his weakened condition made it difficult to control his power properly, forcing him to think through the pain and exhaustion with everything he had left. He needed an ace that wouldn't drain too much energy, something low cost but strong enough to break this stalemate. He forced himself to think harder, knowing that if he failed here, everything he had endured would be lost. Above them, Lillian continued watching the fight unfold with clear amusement. Looking down at Aster as he struggled, she mocked him by saying that without their swords, all of them were nothing. Now, the only thing they could do was fight dirty with their fists. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she continued, pointing out that for someone like Aster, being forced into that kind of fight must be the hardest thing of all. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she added coldly that he was still so prideful and stubborn. But in her eyes, that was entirely his own fault, because he never knew when to give up. And that was exactly what made him look so pathetic. As the battle dragged on, Aster's condition continued to deteriorate. His breathing grew heavier, and his body was clearly reaching its absolute limit. Then Nolan suddenly noticed someone rushing toward Aster's back at high speed. Realizing the danger a moment too late, Nolan shouted Aster's name as a warning, but before Aster could properly react, another attacker appeared behind him and unleashed a lightning-fast strike. The blow came too quickly for Aster to defend himself. In the next instant, the force of the attack smashed him violently into a nearby tree. A heavy impact rang through the area as Aster's body slammed against the trunk, and blood burst from his mouth almost immediately. His condition had now become visibly terrible, his body battered and barely holding together. Seeing that brutal scene, Nolan's expression changed completely, shock spreading across his face. Meanwhile, from above, Lillian spoke again in a calm voice, ordering them to stop. She made it clear that they were not allowed to kill Aster yet. A twisted smile slowly appeared on her face as she continued, saying that she still intended to personally take care of raising him herself. Then, with cruel amusement lacing her words, she told them to make him suffer a little longer, as long as they didn't let him die. At that moment, one of the attackers grabbed Aster by the hair and forcefully yanked his head upward. Aster's weakened body barely reacted anymore. But then, something suddenly shifted. In the very next instant, his eyes began to shine with a brilliant golden light. A terrifying surge of energy exploded from his body once again, and the atmosphere around him trembled violently under the pressure. That overwhelming force instantly shocked everyone standing nearby. But instead of showing fear, Lillian watched the scene unfold with a smile on her face. Moments later, countless sharp blades of energy began to form around Aster's body, hovering in the air while terrifying mana swirled around him like a violent storm. Those blades shot out at once toward the opponents surrounding him, cutting through the battlefield with deadly force as Aster slowly lifted his head. His golden eyes glowed fiercely, and the rage burning inside them was impossible to miss. As a result of that sudden attack, one of the students took severe damage across his entire arm. Aster was still lying on the ground, but an enormous amount of energy continued pouring out from his body without stopping. The injured student stared at him in stunned disbelief and muttered whether all of this had happened simply because he had touched Aster. The instant he made contact, it felt as if Aster's mana had surged through his entire arm. A moment later, Aster slowly pushed himself back up to his feet. The powerful energy surrounding him had not faded at all. Instead, it continued to surge from his body like an invisible storm wrapped around him. Seeing this, one of the students narrowed his eyes and wondered if it was some kind of mana defense. He judged that even if it was, the defense looked weak, and if that was all Aster could do, then he could simply crush him again. Without waiting any longer, the student charged forward at incredible speed, intending to overwhelm Aster once more. Aster watched him rush in without flinching. Then, with a calmness that felt completely different from before, he released even more energy and extended one hand straight ahead. The moment the attacker reached him, Aster stopped him with that single outstretched hand. At the exact same instant, the strange energy surrounding Aster erupted. Countless cuts suddenly appeared across the student's body, as if invisible blades were slashing him from every direction at once. Blood sprayed into the air as fresh wounds tore open across his arms, chest, and shoulders. Unable to withstand the sudden assault, the student collapsed to the ground almost immediately. Everyone there saw exactly what had happened, and after witnessing it with her own eyes, Lillian felt a chill crawl down her spine. For the first time, real fear began to seep into her heart. She stared at Aster in disbelief, thinking that this couldn't possibly be happening. Even though he had been treated as useless, was he already capable of using attribute change? At that very moment, several more students rushed forward together, preparing to attack Aster from all sides. Meanwhile, Aster remained completely focused, standing at the center of the energy flowing from his body as his mind rapidly analyzed what he was feeling. Deep inside, he realized that this power was fundamentally different from every technique he had learned until now. It was completely unlike basic methods such as strengthening a weapon or reinforcing the body. As the students continued charging toward him, Aster's thoughts grew clearer with each passing second. The phenomenon he had awakened was not some simple enhancement technique. It wasn't merely mana reinforcement for a weapon or physical strength. The power moving through him followed a completely different principle, something far beyond the ordinary foundation of mana control. The energy surrounding his body seemed to carry its own unique nature and properties, reacting instantly to anything that came into contact with it. With every moment that passed, Aster felt himself inching closer to understanding the mysterious power now flowing through him. And as the next wave of opponents closed in, it became more and more obvious that the person standing before them was no longer the same powerless boy they had mocked before. Something inside Aster had awakened, and its terrifying results were already starting to carve themselves into the battlefield. After releasing an unbelievably powerful slash, Aster finally began to understand the true nature of the ability he had awakened. As energy continued flowing around him, he realized that it was a variant of mana control, one that gave mana a unique feature of its own. His eyes narrowed as that realization hit him, and he thought of what his older brother had done. If magical power with the fire attribute could burn everything it touched, then this power cut through everything it came into contact with. The concept became perfectly clear inside Aster's mind. This was cut attribute mana. It was not ordinary mana reinforcement, and it was not a simple enhancement technique. His mana itself had gained a special nature, something that went far beyond ordinary reinforcement. Anything that made contact with it would be affected by that property, the attribute of cutting. To confirm the feeling in his own body, Aster immediately stretched one hand forward. In the very next instant, a terrifying sight unfolded without Aster even needing to physically touch his target. The large tree standing ahead of him was sliced apart on the spot. Its thick trunk split into countless tiny pieces, as if thousands of invisible blades had shredded it all at once, sending wood fragments scattering through the air until the entire tree crumbled apart. Right before everyone's eyes, the students around him froze in place. Fear spread across their faces almost instantly. Just moments earlier, they had looked down on Aster as nothing more than someone weak, useless, and easy to crush. But after seeing a massive tree reduced to tiny fragments with just one motion of his hand, not a single one of them could stay calm anymore. Meanwhile, Aster kept studying the power inside his mind. Even someone at the level of a second-grade teacher or higher would never master this without talent. Only now did he truly understand why techniques like this were treated as something extraordinary. This was an advanced form of mana control that only a very small number of people could ever reach. Raw strength alone would never be enough, and experience by itself would not bridge the gap either. Without the right talent, a person could train their entire life and still never step into this level. And even though Aster had only awakened this ability moments ago, one fact was already undeniable. At this very moment, Aster had reached the point where he could kill people using nothing but his mana. Once that realization settled in, he no longer hesitated. The remaining students were still shaken, struggling to process the impossible scene they had just witnessed. Then Aster suddenly moved. He launched himself forward and attacked the rest of them head-on. Invisible slashes tore across the battlefield, and every motion of his body carried the terrifying force of the cut attribute. Students who tried to block were overpowered, while those who attempted to dodge were still caught by the countless cutting forces hidden inside his mana. One after another, they were defeated in brutal fashion, unable to put up any real resistance against the overwhelming gap in power. Some were knocked hard to the ground, while others found their bodies covered in wounds before they could even understand when they had been hit. Their confidence, arrogance, and fighting spirit were all crushed as Aster relentlessly overwhelmed every opponent in front of him. In just a few moments, the battlefield fell into a heavy silence. The students who had rushed him together were brought down one by one, and off to the side, Nolan watched the entire scene unfold. His eyes stayed fixed on Aster as countless thoughts moved through his mind. After witnessing the unbelievable growth Aster had shown, Nolan silently questioned him. "Are you still one step ahead of me, Seven Wings?" Then Lillian jumped down from the tree and looked over the battlefield with a cold smile. She admitted that it wasn't bad, and honestly, she hadn't expected Aster to make it this far. But no matter how impressive it looked, he still hadn't killed anyone. Did he really think that would be enough to stop her soldiers? As Lillian spoke, she stood with one foot planted on the body of a fallen man. Then, slowly drawing her sword, she looked down at him with open disdain. She coldly told the filthy trash beneath her to get up. Without a moment of hesitation, she swung her blade and attacked the man in front of her. Nearby, Aster and Nolan remained standing where they were, silently watching everything happen in front of them. But right at that moment, something completely unexpected took place. Cracks suddenly began spreading across the masks worn by the controlled students, thin lines racing over the surfaces one after another. Then the masks shattered one by one, breaking into pieces and falling to the ground. Fragments scattered across the battlefield as the students' faces were finally revealed. Lillian's eyes widened in shock. This was not something she had predicted at all. The students looked around in confusion, and soon relief began to appear on their faces. They realized the masks had fallen off, and some of them breathed out as if they had finally been released, grateful that they could breathe properly again. Watching everything happen, Nolan slowly turned his gaze toward Aster. A look of surprise crossed his face as he thought to himself that, in the middle of that fight, Aster had actually managed to reach this point. The result of all the effort Aster had poured into that battle was now becoming clear before everyone's eyes. But Lillian immediately tried to seize control of the situation again. Her voice sharpened as she stared at the freed students and demanded to know what was going on. She snapped that these people were usually so obedient after finishing their meals that they would put their masks back on by themselves. She glared at them with arrogance and reminded them that they knew perfectly well what their position was. Then she added that she didn't know if Aster thought he had helped them, but it was useless. This time, however, her words did nothing. Not a single student moved. No one reached for a mask, and no one obeyed her command. The silence that followed made Lillian even more uneasy. A trace of hesitation appeared on her face as panic slowly began creeping into her mind. She shouted at them, demanding to know what they were doing and ordering them to put the masks on quickly. Yet even as her voice rose, nobody listened. The students simply stood there in place, no longer bound by her control. For the first time, genuine fear and confusion surfaced clearly in Lillian's expression. The authority she had relied on with such absolute confidence was crumbling right in front of her. Standing a short distance away, Nolan watched the scene calmly, and then a faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke. It seemed that even after having his iron shackles removed, Aster would still keep biting back. Nolan's eyes remained fixed on Aster without shifting away. The students had finally broken free from their chains, and the influence that had been controlling them was disappearing. What Lillian had believed to be absolute obedience turned out to be far more fragile than she had imagined. And now, as her control slipped away piece by piece, the battlefield began shifting in a direction she could no longer predict. It seemed Aster's nature had not completely rotted away after all. Nolan looked at Lillian with calm eyes and asked what she planned to do now. Would she be the next opponent? Lillian slowly began drawing her sword, but before she could say anything, Nolan spoke again while staring straight at her. He asked what was wrong, his voice steady and unshaken. Why wasn't she saying anything? Then his gaze sharpened, and he said he would speak the words for her. With that power, she should be able to break her own mask. It wouldn't be difficult for her, would it? For a brief moment, silence settled over the battlefield. Then the question hanging between them became heavier. Would Aster faithfully endure everything until the promised day? His expression grew more serious. Would he keep enduring in order to remain the person who wanted to destroy Elmheim? As those words reached Lillian, she began walking away without giving an immediate answer. Her footsteps echoed across the battlefield, and after a short distance, she suddenly stopped. A twisted smile slowly spread across her face. She said Aster was quite polite, then turned her head slightly toward him. But if he kept going like this, she was certain he would lose at some point. Her smile became even darker as she repeated that he would end up losing, and she was sure of it. Meanwhile, Aster listened to every word in silence. His thoughts, however, were anything but calm. He told himself that he couldn't simply do it right now. His fists tightened as he reminded himself that, after all, he was still from a Vi County family. The faces of his father and the people around him flashed through his mind. He couldn't do something that his father and the others would never be proud of. But at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his head. The intense headache made him stagger where he stood. Nolan immediately noticed something was wrong. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly started moving toward Aster. But before Nolan could reach him, someone else arrived first. Orphan rushed forward and caught Aster just before he could collapse. As she held him in her arms, countless emotions surged inside her chest. Her voice trembled slightly as she told him he was completely crazy. She said he had always been this reckless, and as the words left her mouth, tears began gathering in her eyes. Then she lowered her head and apologized. Even though she was supposed to be his older sister, Aster had always been the one helping her. Memories of the past began flooding through her mind. She remembered all the times Aster had supported her, all the times he had given her strength, and all the times he had stood beside her no matter what happened. But then a gentle smile appeared on her face. She told him that he had already given her the courage she needed. Holding him a little tighter, she said she was okay now. Those were the last words Aster heard before his consciousness finally faded away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a bed. Outside the window, everything was wrapped in darkness, making it clear that night had already fallen. For several moments, Aster simply stared up at the ceiling in confusion, trying to understand where he was. Then he slowly sat up and looked around the room. His gaze immediately searched for one person, Orphan. For a brief second, he thought he had seen his older sister beside him. But there was no one there. The room was completely empty, and Aster frowned as he wondered if what he had seen had only been an illusion. The memories of everything that happened before he lost consciousness felt strangely distant and hazy. Then, something resting on the nearby table suddenly caught his attention. It was a letter. Aster's expression changed the instant he noticed it. An uneasy feeling crawled into his chest, and without wasting even a second, he reached out and grabbed the envelope from the table. Sister. The moment he realized who had written it, his heartbeat suddenly began pounding faster. Aster tore the letter open immediately, anxiety spreading across his face before he could even prepare himself. No. His hands trembled faintly as he held the paper. Tell me this isn't what I think it is. Before he could finish that thought, his eyes were already racing across the words written inside. The fear of what his sister might have left behind made the quiet room feel even heavier than the battlefield he had barely survived. Aster came rushing out at full speed, panic written clearly across his face as he shouted for his sister, desperately saying that he understood, that she shouldn't tell him this was happening. Just then, Maze stepped in and stopped him, asking where he was going in such a hurry. Maze warned him that he still wasn't in any condition to go outside. But before Aster could answer, his gaze suddenly dropped to another letter lying near his feet. The moment Aster recognized Orphan's handwriting, his heart sank heavily. He quickly picked up the letter and began reading, finding the words she had left for him. Aster, thank you, and I'm truly sorry. She wrote that he had tried so hard to help a cowardly older sister like her, and now it was finally her turn to help him instead. Just as he had protected her at the sword dance assembly, this time, she would be the one to protect him. The moment Aster finished reading those words, he dashed forward without the slightest hesitation. His mind was thrown into complete chaos as he ran. Damn it, don't do this, sister. Don't rush into something so reckless all by yourself. I didn't put on those iron shackles because I wanted you to throw yourself into danger like this. If anything happens to you, his thoughts raced even faster than his footsteps as he forced his body to move quicker. With every second that passed, fear and guilt dug deeper into his heart. At last, Aster reached his destination. Without slowing down, he threw the door open and shouted, asking why on earth he had gone this far in the first place. But the words died in his throat almost immediately. Right there in front of him, Orphan was collapsed on the ground. Aster's eyes widened in horror as he called out to his sister. Meanwhile, Lillian let out a lazy yawn, acting as if the entire situation was nothing more than a boring interruption. Looking toward Aster, she casually remarked that now it was his turn. She stretched slightly, as if she had simply been waiting for him to arrive, and continued speaking without a care. She complained that it was already time to sleep, and yet both brother and sister seemed to have no manners at all. Aster ignored every bit of mockery in her voice. He rushed straight to Orphan's side and desperately grabbed her shoulders, pleading for his sister to wake up and snap out of it. Lillian watched the scene with clear amusement before a smirk spread across her face. She said Orphan had come all the way here to beg her to release Aster. According to Lillian, Orphan kept saying that if things continued like this, Aster was going to die. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she recalled what had happened. Until now, Orphan had always been afraid of them. She had been a timid girl who couldn't even voice a single complaint, silently enduring everything no matter how unfair or painful it became. A faint look of surprise crossed Lillian's face as she continued, saying that all of a sudden, Orphan had come looking for trouble on her own. She had stood before Lillian with determination written across her face, without even a trace of the frightened girl she used to be. For the first time, Orphan had looked directly at Lillian without fear, willing to risk everything for Aster's sake. As Aster listened, His grip tightened around his sister. The image of his timid sister walking into danger alone flashed through his mind again and again. The sister who had always been afraid, who had never dared to oppose anyone, had willingly stepped into the lion's den because she believed it was the only way to save him. And in that moment, as he looked down at Orphan lying unconscious in front of him, Aster felt a crushing weight settle over his chest. The desperation, fear, and guilt inside him swelled stronger than ever before. Lillian's smile only widened as she watched Aster's reaction. Satisfaction was written clearly across her face as she casually admitted that she had gotten annoyed, so she had harassed Orphan a little. Her voice sounded light and carefree, as if she were talking about something completely insignificant. In contrast, Aster's expression darkened so much that anyone could see the fury building inside him. The anger burning in his chest was becoming harder and harder to suppress, yet he stayed focused on holding his unconscious sister in his arms. But Lillian had no intention of stopping there. She said that thanks to Orphan, she felt much better now, because she had been angry with both of them. With this, she added, she would be able to sleep very well tonight. Every word dripped with mockery. Aster lowered his gaze toward his sister's weakened body, and countless thoughts rushed through his mind as regret flooded his heart. He realized he had been too naive from the very beginning. Instead of making deals and enduring quietly, he should have rescued her by force. If he had done that, his sister would never have needed to do something this reckless. As those thoughts echoed inside him, memories from the past suddenly resurfaced, pulling him back to a lesson from long ago. Standing before the two children, Viscount Hefried spoke with a stern expression on his face. He told them both to listen carefully, his voice carrying the authority and weight of a noble knight. A gentleman, he said, must know how to endure injustice. To protect what truly needed protecting, one required great strength, status, and position. If they thought carefully about what they had to protect, then sometimes choosing not to fight was the best option available. That, he told them, was what it meant to be a knight. The young Aster listened closely as his father continued. Even if someone spat on them, or even if their bodies were torn apart by a sword, they must never allow their emotions to take control and make them strike back blindly. Those words left a deep impression on him. Looking up at his father, young Aster couldn't hold back his question. So, father, are you saying it's all right to let yourself be attacked and do nothing? Viscount Hefried immediately shook his head. That was not what he meant. His sharp eyes focused directly on Aster as he explained that the most important thing was never to misjudge the purpose or the timing. For a brief moment, silence filled the air between them. Then Viscount Hefried continued, asking why they wielded a sword, and why they chose to fight. His voice grew heavier, carrying the weight of his experience and conviction. He told them they must always have an answer to that question. That lesson had remained deeply carved into Aster's heart, and now, as he stood there holding his unconscious sister, those words echoed louder than ever before. The question his father had asked him long ago demanded an answer once again. Why did he fight? Why did he wield his sword? As Aster looked at the sister who had risked everything for him, the answer slowly became clearer than it had ever been. Viscount Hefried's teaching continued to echo through Aster's mind. If the time ever came when he truly had to fight, then he had to be able to draw his sword without hesitation. Those words rang louder than ever before. Back in the present, Aster slowly lowered his head while holding his unconscious sister. His voice cold and filled with regret as he said it was already too late, and he should have done this much sooner. The atmosphere around him suddenly changed. Lillian felt a strange, unsettling sensation crawl over her body, and for the first time, her confidence began to waver. She stared at him, unable to understand what was happening. Before anyone could react, a sword suddenly shot through the air. It flew across the room at incredible speed before stopping directly beside Aster, as if it had answered his call. The moment the sword reached him, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his body. A terrifying wave of energy exploded outward, shaking everything around him with brutal force. The pressure was so enormous that even Lillian could not properly withstand it. That energy crashed into her from every direction, forcing her to struggle just to keep her footing. For the first time, genuine fear appeared clearly on Lillian's face. Meanwhile, Julius sat nearby, watching everything unfold in silence. Even he could feel the overwhelming power radiating from Aster, and his expression gradually darkened. Aster's eyes were filled with pure rage as he repeated the same words again and again. Remove them. The pressure grew heavier. Remove them. Each repetition sounded less human than the last, and then, at last, his killing intent burst out completely. He declared that he would not leave even a single drop of Elmheim blood behind. The moment those words left his mouth, The energy surrounding him surged even higher, his aura twisting violently as his fury reached an unimaginable height. He said he would kill them all. Nearby, Orphan slowly began to regain consciousness. Her eyes opened only slightly, and the first thing she saw was Aster standing in the middle of that terrifying storm of power. The instant she recognized what was happening, fear spread across her face. No, stop. Her weak voice trembled as she realized the same thing was happening as that time. At that same moment, Julius's mother stared at Aster in complete disbelief, shaken by the magic power pouring out of him. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the power pouring out of him. Can't be. Elsewhere, Dean Mays witnessed the same scene and immediately understood what had happened. Aster had lost control. Then the focus returned to Aster once more. Terrifying energy overflowed from every part of his body, wrapping around him like a storm that could no longer be contained. The amount of power spilling out of him was so enormous that it felt as though the entire area around him might be swallowed whole by that violent pressure. Slowly and carefully, Aster lowered his sister's body onto the ground, placing her down as gently as his shaking hands could manage. Then he gripped his sword. Without saying another word, he launched himself straight toward Lillian at terrifying speed. The instant he moved, Lillian's composure shattered completely. Fear spread across Lillian's face as she saw the murderous rage burning in Aster's eyes. He was no longer holding himself back. He was no longer hesitating. In that moment, he looked like someone who had already decided to destroy anything that stood in his path. Just as Aster's sword was about to reach Lillian, Julius suddenly stepped between them. Their blades collided with a violent clang, and the impact sent shockwaves tearing through the surrounding area. Even with that overwhelming force pressing down on him, Julius was smiling. Seeing him block the attack, Lillian immediately called out his name in relief. Julius held back Aster's strike and looked directly into his furious eyes. So this was the power of the 7 wings. A look of understanding slowly appeared on Julius's face as he muttered that now he finally understood. Now he understood why those old people favored Aster so much. Julius's smile widened as he admitted that even while standing on the edge of death, Aster could still release this much power. Then his expression sharpened. But did Aster really think this was fine? Julius's voice carried both mockery and curiosity as he reminded him that saving his companions was the reason he had endured everything until now. The moment Julius finished speaking, he immediately pushed forward. He charged directly at Aster, but Aster showed no real reaction. His eyes remained filled with endless rage, and he continued repeating the same words again and again. Over and over, that hatred swallowed everything else inside him, leaving no room for reason, hesitation, or even Julius's voice. Julius laughed, asking if Aster had forgotten how to speak. Then he tightened his grip around his weapon, his smile growing sharper. Honestly, Julius had been thinking it was about time he crushed Aster anyway. His smile turned colder as he declared that they should finish this with a rematch. In the next instant, both of them unleashed their full strength at the same time. Their powers collided head-on with a thunderous boom, and neither one showed the slightest intention of backing away. Neither side had any intention of showing mercy anymore. The battle instantly escalated into a clash of overwhelming force, with both warriors pouring every ounce of strength they had into defeating the other. Violent shockwaves burst out with each exchange, and the air itself trembled under the pressure of their attacks. Massive waves of energy flooded the battlefield as the assault continued. The pressure tore through the area with brutal force, and one student was unable to withstand it, collapsing to the ground almost immediately. Everyone present saw the entire scene unfold, and after witnessing what had happened, Lillian felt a cold chill run down her spine. Julius's blazing heat has become almost unbearable, pressing down so fiercely that it feels like the air itself is burning around him. Orphan sees her brother's body weaken all over again, and fear twists through her chest. Deep down, she can only cry out in pain, unable to understand why Aster always has to push himself this far and turn the blade back against his own body. Julius meets Aster's fading strike without the slightest difficulty, knocking it aside as if it has already lost all power. In the next instant, he drives Aster down and sends him crashing across the ground. Orphan's eyes fly open in pure terror as she watches her brother fall, her entire expression freezing as if the world has stopped in that single moment. Aster lands face down on the ground, completely drained, with not even enough strength left to hold onto his weapon. His sword slips free and clatters away from his hand, while Julius stands above him in silence, staring down at his defeated brother. Julius admits that Aster's stubborn will is impressive, almost beyond belief, but his patience has finally run out. He lifts his sword over the fallen Aster and coldly tells him that it is time to die already. His voice drops into a bitter mutter as he glares down, saying that stubborn bastards like Aster are exactly the kind of people who make his blood boil. But right as Julius prepares to bring the blade down and finish everything, a strange feeling suddenly crawls through him, and his instincts scream that something is wrong. Julius's eyes snap wide open, shock spreading across his face before he can even understand what has just happened. In that instant, deep slashes suddenly appear all over his body, fresh blood spilling from the wounds as if he has been cut from every direction at once. He stares down at his own hands in disbelief, unable to make sense of the injuries covering him. He has no idea when he was wounded, and even his arm refuses to gather enough strength to move properly. Down on the floor, Aster's body begins to twitch again. As he slowly stirs, the mask on his face cracks apart, pieces breaking loose and falling away one by one. Then, with one final guttural roar carrying the name of his family, Aster unleashes everything he has left, and his golden aura bursts violently from his body one last time. Julius can hardly believe what he is seeing. Even after being crushed to that point, Aster is still getting back up and coming for him again. With nothing left to rely on except raw, unfiltered rage, Aster throws his broken body forward and launches one final desperate charge straight at Julius. The moment Aster notices the terrible condition she is in, his entire body goes rigid, and for a brief second, he can only stare at her in stunned silence. Blood continues to spill from his mouth as he forces himself to look toward her. With what little strength he has left, he weakly murmurs, "Sister died at the same time." Countless thoughts tear through Aster's mind all at once. What the hell is happening to me? This is bad. No matter how hard I try, I can't suppress this magical power. At this rate, the overwhelming energy raging inside his body will continue spiraling beyond his control, swallowing everything around him in its violent surge. But at that exact moment, a familiar voice suddenly shouts his name from behind. It is Maze. Raising his voice so Aster can hear him through the chaos, he draws back his arm and yells, "Catch this!" Without wasting another second, Maze hurls something through the air, sending it directly toward Aster's position. What comes spinning toward Aster is none other than the very sword that had been taken away from him earlier. The weapon cuts through the air, rotating rapidly as it flies straight into his reach. The instant Aster closes his hand around the sword's hilt, a sudden change runs through his body. The wild, uncontrollable energy tearing through him immediately begins to quiet down. For the first time since the power erupted, Aster can finally regulate the immense amount of magic surging through his veins. Little by little, the terrifying aura that had continued swelling around him begins to weaken and recede. The violent pressure pressing down on everyone gradually fades away, and the suffocating atmosphere surrounding the battlefield finally starts to settle into uneasy calm. When Orphan sees that Aster has successfully regained control of himself, the tension leaves her face. She releases a deep breath of relief and says, "Thank goodness you're safe." Aster immediately turns his gaze toward her, his expression tightening with concern. "You're the one who's hurt," he fires back. "What were you thinking? Doing something that reckless?" Yet beneath his worried response, Aster quietly comes to understand the truth behind what had just happened to him. If this sword had not absorbed the excess magical power pouring out of me, the situation could have become far more dangerous. Standing across from him, Julius watches everything unfold before speaking with his usual arrogant confidence. "You're as terrible at reading the room as ever, Maze," Julius sneers. "Don't tell me seeing all of that was enough to make you lose your nerve. Even with one arm out of commission, I'm still more than capable of killing you. You understand that, don't you?" Despite the injuries covering his body, not even a trace of fear can be seen in Julius's eyes. Instead, he continues glaring directly at Aster, his stare still burning with unmistakable murderous intent. Before either of them can make another move, a new figure arrives at the scene. It is Julius's mother. The moment she steps forward, she cuts through the tension with a cold declaration. "There is no need for that." Her sharp gaze immediately settles on Aster. She studies him in silence for a brief moment, carefully observing the strange energy surrounding him. Then, as though confirming something she had already suspected, she says, "Just as I thought. That abnormal magical power was your doing, wasn't it? Aster F. Elmheim," she commands without the slightest hesitation. "Restrain him." Her order rings across the area with absolute authority. The soldiers surrounding them immediately spring into action. Before Aster or Orphan has time to respond, the guards close in from every direction, seize them both and place the brother and sister under restraint. Julius stares at the unexpected turn of events in open disbelief. His shock quickly twists into anger as he turns toward his mother. "What is the meaning of this, mother?" She ignores his frustration and calmly begins to explain. "I received a report that, during training earlier today, He drew his sword against more than a dozen unarmed cadets and slashed at them. Such a despicable act violates the most basic principles of chivalry. Naturally, the Academy cannot simply close its eyes and overlook conduct of that nature. Her accusation spreads through the gathered crowd, leaving everyone nearby stunned by what they have just heard. Even while the guards hold her in place, Orphan struggles forward and raises her voice in immediate protest. He slashed them? Aster never did anything like that. Aster remains silent, but his jaw tightens as he watches the situation rapidly turn against him. His teeth clench together while his thoughts begin racing through everything unfolding before his eyes. She moves quickly behind the scenes. It does not take Aster long to realize that none of this happened by coincidence. The accusations, the timing, and the soldiers' immediate response had all been prepared in advance. Someone had been arranging the pieces from the shadows long before this confrontation ever reached its current stage. Meanwhile, Julius's mother continues addressing everyone present in the same cold, authoritative voice. Gesturing toward the devastation around them, she declares, "And now, after witnessing this disastrous scene, it is obvious how completely he has abandoned reason. This is the rampage caused by the power of the seven wings. He carelessly wielded strength he could not control and needlessly exposed his fellow students to grave danger. Even if he comes from a branch family, we cannot forgive any further behavior that stains the dignity and reputation of House Elmheim. An official inquiry will be held tomorrow to determine how you are to be punished. Until then, you should at least prepare yourself to leave this academy." Her words fall heavily across the entire area, making it painfully clear that she has already decided the outcome in her own mind. One accusation after another continues piling onto Aster, and with every passing second, the situation appears more hopeless. As Orphan watches everything happen directly in front of her, her shoulders sink, and she slowly lowers her head. So it has finally come to this after all. A deep sadness weighs on her heart, yet somewhere inside, she cannot say she is truly surprised. For a long time, Orphan had feared that the people targeting Aster would eventually make their move. Now that moment has finally arrived. Not far away, Maze also observes the unfolding crisis in silence, though unlike Orphan, his thoughts immediately turn toward the political consequences of every possible action. "That is why I warned him to be careful," Maze thinks bitterly. "But if I continue protecting him openly, my own position will be placed in danger. Even so, I cannot afford to lose him here." He finds himself trapped between two equally dangerous choices. Supporting Aster in public could destroy his own standing, but standing aside and allowing Aster to be ruined would carry an equally devastating cost. Letting things end here would mean losing someone whose value and extraordinary potential Maze understands better than almost anyone. But before he can reach a decision, an overwhelming wave of scorching heat suddenly explodes across the battlefield. The burning force crashes into the surrounding soldiers and violently hurls them backward. In a single instant, every guard restraining Aster and Orphan is knocked off their feet. Unable to withstand the immense power, the soldiers collapse across the ground, while everyone else quickly turns toward the source of the sudden attack. There, standing proudly amid the waves of heat, is Julius. His face is filled with defiance and absolute confidence. In front of everyone, he raises his voice and declares, "Provocations like that are a privilege reserved for the winner. Isn't that right? You can't just show up out of nowhere and steal all the best parts for yourself." His openly challenging words immediately draw his mother's full attention. She turns toward him, narrowing her eyes as her expression grows colder. "What exactly are you intending to do?" she demands. Julius does not show even the slightest trace of hesitation. "If you simply have him expelled like this, everyone will think I ran crying to my parents because I was bitter about losing to him," Julius answers. "Wouldn't that be the true disgrace to House Elmheim?" A confident grin spreads across his face as he continues. "That's why I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Until that happens, stay out of this." His fearless declaration leaves many of the people around him stunned. Julius is openly rejecting the method his mother chose and insisting that he alone will settle things with Aster. Hearing this direct defiance, his mother's expression immediately hardens. "It appears I spoiled you far too much if you have grown bold enough to defy me," she says sharply. Julius remains completely unmoved by her rebuke. Instead of lowering his head, he looks straight into her eyes and asks, "Then what about my older brother?" The moment Patrick's name is mentioned, the atmosphere around them noticeably shifts. His mother answers with faint sarcasm in her voice. "Patrick was far more obedient than you." Rather than taking offense at the comparison, Julius lets out a confident laugh and openly mocks it. "Besides, as a direct descendant, my standing is higher than that of some duchess. Since you understand that, back off. Back off, dear mother." The sheer audacity behind his words shocks nearly everyone standing nearby. Very few people would ever dare address her with such disrespect, Yet Julius does so without showing the slightest fear. He remains firmly planted where he stands, his proud posture making it perfectly clear that he has no intention of yielding. For several tense seconds, his mother simply stares at him in silence. Eventually, she realizes that arguing any further will accomplish nothing. Without another word, she turns her back on him and begins walking away. As she leaves the area, she delivers one final warning. Do as you please, but next time, instead of merely talking big, I expect you to prove yourself through your actions. Julius keeps his gaze fixed on Aster for another moment. Then, in a cold and unwavering voice, he makes his intentions completely clear. I will acknowledge neither the existence of the 7 wings nor you. Aster watches in surprise as Julius turns away and starts walking off. After everything that had just happened between them, this was the last reaction Aster had expected from Julius, leaving him momentarily unsure of what to say. Before Julius can get too far, Aster quickly calls after him from behind. Wait, what about the deal we made? Hearing the question, Julius pauses for a moment but does not bother turning around. Against a monster who shattered his own shackles, there's no damn deal anymore. Thanks to you, those iron restraints have become nothing more than decorations. They're worse than useless, so from now on, do whatever you want. Even if a few insignificant small fry escape from their cage, I don't feel like wasting my time chasing after them. By this point, all the people who had previously been captured have already been released from their restraints. Julius continues walking away without looking back, leaving one final warning over his shoulder. But you'd better not run away, understood? You and I are definitely going to settle this before everything is over. You'd better learn to control those 7 wings. Leaving Aster with that final warning, the man turns away and disappears from the area, finally bringing the long, chaotic confrontation of that night to an end. That unbelievable night, packed with one shocking incident after another, finally drew to a close. Once the turmoil settled and silence returned, several peaceful days slowly passed without any further trouble. Before long, time moved forward, carrying everyone beyond the confusion and danger of that unforgettable night. Aster was finally reunited with his entire team. Compared to the grim tension surrounding them before, the mood was now bright and energetic, and every face around him showed genuine happiness at seeing him safe again. The instant the group gathered around him, excited questions came flying from every direction. Boss, are your injuries completely healed? We heard you went on another huge rampage. Boss, that's practically all anyone in the group has been talking about. Their admiration was impossible to hide, but Aster immediately shook his head. Please stop calling me boss. I didn't accomplish anything this time. I almost watched the chance to save my comrades disappear right in front of me. His answer came out heavy and frustrated, making it clear that he saw the incident very differently from everyone else. Although the others looked at Aster as if he were the hero who had rescued them, he could think only about his failures and the moments when he had been completely powerless. Seeing his expression darken, Vigor Smeets stepped forward to challenge that harsh judgment. What are you even talking about? Vigor asked, gesturing toward the others around them. Every one of the guys captured by Iron Reed made it back here safely, didn't they? And that happened because you stormed in there and fought for them, Vigor continued. But Aster merely lowered his eyes, unable to share their pride. We were only spared because he happened to feel like saving us. And the one who spared us was House Elmheim, the enemy we were supposed to be fighting. Even now, Aster refused to call what happened a victory. In his mind, the crisis had ended only because forces beyond his control had chosen to intervene. His fingers tightened slowly into a fist as the frustration inside him surfaced again. Even after gaining the 7 wings, this is still all I can do. Everyone could see just how mercilessly he was judging himself. Vigor suddenly gave him a firm smack on the shoulder and burst into an easy laugh. Come on, don't be so hard on yourself. You entered enemy territory completely alone because your comrades were in danger. Every person here knows you risked your life and fought with everything you had. And let's not forget that you're only 14 years old. The others immediately voiced their agreement as Vigor went on. Anyone who would lose respect for you over this doesn't exist among us. Not even one person. So stop worrying and put your mind at ease. There was no mockery in those words. Vigor meant every one of them, and for a brief moment, Aster could not find an answer. But before he could respond, Vigor leaned closer, a sly and mischievous grin spreading across his face. More importantly, what happened between you and that beautiful older sister of yours? You finally got the chance to spend some time alone together as brother and sister, didn't you? Before Aster could open his mouth and answer the shameless question, the moment abruptly moved elsewhere, leaving Vigor's teasing curiosity completely unanswered. Later, Aster lay alone inside his room, resting quietly with no one else nearby to interrupt his thoughts. The cheerful noise of his reunion with the others was nowhere to be heard. Surrounded by silence, Aster stared ahead and began replaying everything that had happened. I still haven't spoken to her even once since then. Actually, it feels more like both of us have been deliberately avoiding each other. That awkward distance between us is probably the real problem. The more he considered it, the heavier the thought became. At this rate, nothing has changed at all. Whether those iron shackles exist or not, we're still separated in the same way. The growing distance between Aster and Orphan continued to weigh on him. The physical restraints that had once kept them apart were no longer important. Yet the invisible emotional wall between them now seemed wider and far more difficult to cross. Neither of them had managed to take the first step toward repairing their strained relationship. While Aster remained trapped in those thoughts, two sudden knocks rang against the door. Knock, knock. Startled back into the present, he quickly sat upright and turned toward the entrance. Who is it? Aster called out. After a brief pause, a voice he knew immediately answered from the other side. It was Orphan. Orphan stood quietly beyond the closed door, hesitating for a moment before finally gathering the courage to speak. Can we talk? Just the two of us, alone as brother and sister. The instant Aster heard those words, his heart gave a sudden, nervous jolt. Some time later, Aster and Orphan had both made it outside safely. As soon as they stepped into the open air, Orphan filled her lungs with a long, refreshing breath, and a soft smile slowly appeared on her face. Being able to breathe freely really is the greatest feeling, she said, savoring the clean air around her. It finally makes me feel as though I'm truly alive again. And I owe that to you too, Aster. Thank you for coming to save me. Her gratitude was completely sincere. After everything she had endured, the relief of finally standing there as a free person could be heard clearly in her trembling voice. Aster, however, responded with the same blunt honesty he always showed her. It's not like I went all the way there specifically to rescue you, sister. Orphan gave a quiet laugh at his immediate correction and gently scolded him. I know that, but you didn't need to point it out so quickly. You've never been very honest about your feelings, have you? Her playful smile lingered for only a moment before slowly giving way to something more vulnerable. But to tell you the truth, part of me wanted you to leave me there alone, Orphan admitted. I never wanted my younger brother to see me reduced to such a miserable and disgraceful state. You understand, don't you? A brief, deeply personal silence settled between them. Then Orphan forced a warm smile back onto her face and continued, finally speaking the feelings she had kept buried inside. Besides, this is already the second time you've had to save me. Someone who cannot avenge themselves has no right to hold a sword. You still remember those words, don't you? You and Uncle said that to me long ago during the sword dance festival. I believed those words were completely right. That was why I made up my mind to become stronger. Strong enough that, at the very least, I could take revenge for myself. I wanted to reach a point where I would never need you to protect me again, Aster. As she spoke, the remaining warmth in her smile gradually vanished, replaced by the pain of old memories. But in the end, none of it mattered. I understood the truth the moment I entered the Night Academy. Orphan's voice grew quieter as she admitted the conclusion that had haunted her for so long. No matter how hard I tried, I could never become someone like you, Aster. The only reason I crossed the line and acted so recklessly this time was because I wanted to impress my younger brother. That foolish desire was what pushed me to do it. I wanted you to look at me, even once, and believe that your older sister was someone dependable. But because I let my pride control me, all I managed to do was cause trouble for you yet again. Orphan lowered her head, hiding her eyes as a bitter smile formed on her lips. I'm honestly pathetic, aren't I? After hearing everything and finally realizing what she had carried alone for so long, Aster fell silent and gathered his thoughts. So sister has been living with those feelings all this time. Aster looked directly at her, his gaze calm yet unwavering. Then, in a gentle voice, he answered, being powerful isn't the only form that strength can take. I have never thought you were pathetic, not even once, sister. His expression softened as he continued. Whenever I was close to losing myself or walking down the wrong path, you were always there. You were the one who stopped me before I went too far. Because you stood beside me and corrected me, I was able to avoid making more mistakes than I could ever count. So it isn't only you who has been rescued. You have saved me countless times as well, sister, even if you never realized it. Hearing Aster call her sister, with such open sincerity, made Orphan stare at him in silence. The emotions she had struggled so hard to suppress began rising to the surface once again. Aster held her gaze, his face becoming serious as he continued. This incident forced me to understand something painful. I'm still far too inexperienced to fight House Elmheim properly. Right now, I lack both the personal skill and the military strength needed to stand against them. But if you were willing to lend me your strength, sister, I can't imagine having another ally who would make me feel more secure or reassured than you. Alphen's eyes widened at the unexpected request. She studied Aster's serious expression for a moment before asking, "Are you inviting me to become your comrade in the fight against House Elmheim?" Aster nodded without the slightest hesitation. "If even a small part of you still wants to make them answer for what they did, then you have a far better chance of accomplishing that by standing beside me than by keeping those feelings locked away and letting them burn inside you." His voice remained calm, but every word carried firm conviction. He was not reaching out to her because he was desperate for help. He was asking because he truly believed that the two of them could stand together and fight as equals. Alphen answered with a helpless smile, slowly shaking her head as she considered him. "Honestly, ever since we were children, you've never behaved much like a younger brother. I still don't understand why you're willing to go this far. House Elmheim may be your mortal enemy, but I'm still a member of that house myself. Even so, I can't simply close my eyes and ignore their tyranny." Her expression softened as she added, "And besides, you've always been dangerously reckless, haven't you? That is exactly why your big sister has decided to remain by your side." Alphen smiled at him with renewed warmth and confidence. "For a little while longer, I'll stay close and make sure you don't do anything completely unreasonable." The instant Aster hears those words, a warm and satisfied smile spreads across his face. This is the answer he had been hoping for all along, and he looks at her as if to say, "Now that's exactly how you should be." Then, with complete confidence and no trace of hesitation, he reaches one hand out toward her. Looking directly into her eyes, Aster calls her sister, and warmly says, "Welcome back." Alphen answers him with a gentle smile of her own. She reaches forward and firmly clasps Aster's hand, sealing the moment when the two siblings finally choose to stand together once again. The misunderstandings that once kept them apart have finally been cleared away. In their place now stands something far stronger, the trust between siblings and a purpose they are both willing to share. Soon afterward, Aster gathers his entire group in one place. Standing proudly before everyone with Alphen beside him, he gestures toward her and announces, "Let me introduce you. This is my sister." The moment he finishes, Alphen gracefully steps forward, carrying herself with calm elegance. With a polite smile, she introduces herself to the group. "I am Alphen F. Elmheim. It is a pleasure to meet all of you." But as soon as those words leave her lips, every boy in the group falls completely silent and stares at her in open amazement. Her beauty, graceful posture, and refined presence immediately capture all their attention. Before any of them can recover enough to speak, Aster continues the introduction. "My sister will also be joining our group," Aster explains. "Her grade is even higher than ours. She's a third grader, so make sure you all show her the proper respect." However, Vigor Smeets barely listens to the warning at all. Instead, with his eyes practically sparkling, Vigor immediately marches straight toward Alphen. He gently takes hold of her hand, lowers himself onto one knee like an overly polished gentleman, and gazes up at her with unrestrained excitement before speaking. "I had a vague suspicion even when you were wearing that mask, but what a truly lovely older sister you are. My name is Vigor Smeets, and I have the great honor of being your younger brother's best friend. Please remember me as one of your acquaintances from this day forward." But behind him, Aster's expression turns ice cold. A crushing wave of killing intent suddenly pours from his body, freezing the cheerful atmosphere around the entire group. He grabs Vigor's hand and twists it away with force, glaring down at him as he growls, "I told you to show her respect, sixth grader Smeets. Who gave you permission to touch my sister so casually?" The pressure radiating from Aster is so terrifying that Vigor instantly lets out a piercing scream. As pain shoots through his twisted hand, he desperately shouts that Aster is giving off the exact same frightening intensity he had when they faced Julius. The remaining members watch the punishment unfold with stiff faces and uneasy eyes. One after another, they swallow nervously, all arriving at the same silent conclusion. Getting too close to Aster's sister would be an extremely dangerous mistake. None of them have any desire to experience Aster's terrifying wrath for themselves. Once the playful commotion finally dies down, Alphen calmly returns the conversation to more serious matters. "For now," she says, "you can consider me one of your supporters." But before anyone else can respond, Jirian speaks from the side, offering his own explanation. "After all, you were the one who removed the Iron Ward's searing shackles from me. Because of that, I decided I could cooperate with my cousin for a little while." His explanation is brief and delivered without much emotion, yet the meaning behind it is perfectly clear. Jirian is not supporting Aster without reason. He has his own debt to repay and his own motives for standing with him. Nolan, however, steps forward wearing a doubtful expression. He studies Jirian for a moment before bluntly saying, "Isn't it more likely that Mother ordered you to monitor the rebels?" Even after hearing the accusation, Aster remains completely composed as he answers. As long as we remain inside this academy, we should assume that everything we do is already being reported to them, Aster says calmly. But the fact that they went through the trouble of planting a monitor also tells us something important. They have no intention of acting against us immediately. It seems Aunt Helen is having a difficult time deciding how to handle her rebellious second son. Instead of feeling threatened by the possibility of being watched, Aster treats it as another useful piece of information. Their enemies are still observing from a distance rather than moving against them directly, which means they are either hesitant, unprepared, or waiting for a better opportunity. After listening to his reasoning, Nolan's frown only deepens. Even so, what are we supposed to do? He asks. We can't make a move against them either. Don't tell me your plan is to sit here quietly and wait until we graduate. Aster immediately shakes his head, dismissing that possibility without a second thought. His gaze stays steady and confident as he replies, "Of course not. I intend to take the necessary measures long before graduation arrives." At that point, Alphen steps back into the discussion, her earlier smile replaced by a much more serious expression. But right now, Aunt Helen, Madame Helen, is not merely one of the directors of the Night Academy. She also possesses enormous influence within House Elmheim itself. Alphen continues. The academy instructors, the other directors, and even the principal are unable to openly oppose her authority. Her warning makes the scale of their problem painfully clear. Helen is not simply a troublesome relative they can confront directly. She is a woman backed by enough status and influence to suppress nearly anyone who stands beneath her. Even after hearing that, Aster shows no hesitation. Instead, he calmly reveals the foundation of the plan already forming in his mind. Then the solution is simple. We need to obtain even more influence than she possesses. She is someone with power, which means she can say and do almost anything she wants. But only to people whose positions are weaker than her own, Aster continues. That advantage disappears the moment the balance of authority is reversed. Once she is the one facing someone above her, she can no longer act so freely. In other words, we need someone who stands higher than Aunt Helen to recognize and support us. Once that happens, she will no longer be able to interfere with our actions as easily as she does now. Vigor Smeet stares at Aster as though he has just proposed something completely impossible. You make it sound so easy, he says. But she belongs to the greatest knight family in the entire country, and she is also the wife of His Grace, the Duke. If you're looking for someone with even greater authority than that, then the only possible person would be the Duke himself. Yet, before Vigor can even finish expressing the full thought, Aster confidently cuts him off. Exactly. When it comes to an existence that even those people cannot defy, there is only one, the king of the Drazil kingdom, the master who holds the leashes of those Elmheim dogs. The room instantly falls silent. Everyone stares at Aster in disbelief, finally understanding the true scale of what he intends to accomplish. His target is not merely academy authority or family influence. His ambition reaches all the way to the highest throne in the kingdom. A moment later, the setting changes, and the Duke's relaxed voice echoes through a grand hall. Reclining comfortably with an amused smile, he speaks in such a casual tone that the subject seems no more serious to him than an enjoyable pastime. By the way, Roderick, the duel ceremony is almost upon us, he says. It is one of the few forms of entertainment I genuinely enjoy. Tell me, have you managed to raise any warriors capable of putting on a worthwhile show this time? As he speaks, the Duke himself finally comes clearly into view. He sits surrounded by complete luxury, with several beautiful women gathered closely around him and attending to his every need. His posture is loose and comfortable, while his face carries the effortless confidence of a man who has never needed to fear anyone in the room. After allowing the silence to linger for a moment, the Duke's eyes narrow with sudden curiosity. Leaning forward just slightly, he adds, "And what about the one with the 7 wings? I would very much like to see the true extent of his power." Hearing the Duke's request, Roderick answers with proper respect, though a faint trace of hesitation can be heard beneath his controlled voice. Should he prove that he possesses the necessary qualifications, I can certainly arrange for him to appear before your majesty. However, he is still very young and has not yet gained enough practical experience. Roderick continues carefully. I cannot say with certainty whether he will be capable of satisfying your majesty's expectations. The Duke merely smiles at this cautious reply. Roderick's doubts do not appear to concern him in the slightest. To the Duke, anyone bearing a wing emblem that surpasses even the strongest knights in the entire kingdom is already extraordinary enough to deserve his attention. For someone who possesses an emblem of that level, ordinary qualifications are hardly important, he says. Besides, rumors have already begun spreading throughout the castle. People are whispering that a new king of knights has been born, someone who may one day replace even you. Roderick. The moment his name is spoken, Roderick becomes completely silent. No answer comes to his lips, and before he can gather his thoughts, the Duke continues speaking without giving him any chance to interrupt. Aster, that was the boy's name, wasn't it? The Duke asks with growing interest. I have also heard that he is quite the wild horse, the kind of reckless and fearless young man who would boldly act, without the slightest hesitation, even when the opponent standing in his path is the main house of Elmheim itself. Tell me honestly, Roderick, can a boy like that truly be kept under control? The Duke's eyes sharpen as he continues. Recently, anti-Elmheim sentiment has been growing stronger among the kingdom's knights, and even those dangerous rumors have now reached my ears. If those dissatisfied knights ever join forces with the bearer of the seven wings and begin a rebellion, the result would be nothing less than a complete disaster. So before your loyal hunting dog turns around and sinks its teeth into its master, you would be wise to take precautions while you still have the opportunity. The Duke delivers the warning in a calm voice, but every word carries unmistakable meaning. After all, if House Elmheim were to collapse, my own position would inevitably be placed in danger as well. Roderick immediately lowers his head in respectful acknowledgement. Keeping his tone perfectly controlled, he replies, I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's advice. I will remain cautious when dealing with both wild horses and hunting dogs. There is no need for your Majesty to be concerned. Although Roderick's answer is flawless in courtesy, the Duke's expression makes it clear that he is not entirely satisfied. The air in the hall begins to grow uncomfortable, but before the tension can deepen any further, another voice suddenly rings out. A young man steps forward with complete confidence, immediately drawing every gaze in the hall toward him. Without showing the slightest hesitation, he declares, everyone has simply allowed themselves to be carried away by the novelty surrounding the seven wings. It is nothing more than a temporary fever, he continues proudly. Sooner or later, everyone will understand the truth. He pauses just long enough to let the room focus entirely on him before announcing, I, Patrick Elmheim, am the one who is truly worthy of leading the knights. Please leave these ordinary matters in our hands. After making his confident declaration, Patrick turns toward the Duke and offers a deep, respectful bow. Then, still carrying himself with absolute assurance, he adds, So please, your Majesty, spend your time in comfort and remain completely at ease. The Duke's stern expression immediately eased, and a deeply satisfied smile spread across his face. Patrick's confidence and unwavering loyalty had clearly pleased him. Speaking in a warm, approving tone, he said, Reliable as always. That is exactly what I would expect from my loyal sword, Patrick. A moment later, Patrick slowly turned his attention toward Roderick. For one brief, silent instant, the two men locked eyes, each quietly studying the other without revealing what was truly on his mind. Patrick was the first to break the heavy silence. Keeping his voice calm and controlled, he said, It seems some trouble has broken out at the Knight Academy. Mother wishes to borrow your strength. However, before Patrick could explain anything further, Roderick cut him off without the slightest hesitation. If the situation demands it, I will go there personally. Tell her exactly that, Roderick replied in a firm, decisive voice. Until that time comes, I am leaving the rest of the guard duties in your hands. Patrick accepted the command without question. Lowering his head respectfully before Roderick, he answered in a disciplined tone. As you command, Commander. Yet beneath Patrick's perfectly composed expression, his private thoughts told an entirely different story. Even now, Roderick remained as distant and emotionless as ever. He truly seemed incapable of showing even the slightest trace of affection. Still, Patrick knew that avoiding the matter forever was impossible. Sooner or later, he would have to stand before Aster and meet him face to face. After all, they were both members of the Elmheim family. Meanwhile, back at the Knight Academy, Aster was already speaking with Maze. When Aster brought up a certain subject, a hint of surprise crossed Maze's face before he responded. You're talking about the duel ceremony? Maze asked, raising his gaze toward Aster. Of course I know about it. It is a royal tournament that the Knight Academy has held for generation after generation. Whenever the kingdom enjoys a year of abundant harvest, the Academy selects the two most outstanding cadets from that year and has them compete before His Majesty the King. An enormous crowd gathers to witness the match, making it one of the largest and most prestigious ceremonies in the entire kingdom. Maze paused and studied Aster's face with growing curiosity. But why would you suddenly bring up the duel ceremony now? Aster did not hesitate for even a second. Meeting Maze's gaze directly, he answered with firm determination, I want you to recommend me as one of the participants. He never looked away as he continued. The winner of that duel ceremony receives something far more valuable than an ordinary victory. The victor is personally rewarded by the king as proof that he has been recognized as an exceptional knight. He receives the Platinum Order, the Honorary Knight Medal. In other words, That medal becomes undeniable evidence that the king himself has acknowledged the winner's abilities. And that recognition is exactly what I need, Aster declared. However, the instant Maze understood what he was asking for, he rejected the request without taking even a moment to consider it. No, I refuse, Maze said bluntly. Aster's brows tightened slightly at the immediate rejection, and he stared back at Maze before asking, why? Maze released a quiet sigh, then began laying out his reasons. It is true that your current abilities are already more than enough to qualify you as a participant. On top of that, merely possessing the title of the Seven Wings has already placed you at the center of everyone's attention. But your strength is not what concerns me. The softness in Maze's expression disappeared, replaced by unmistakable seriousness. Leaning into the warning, he continued, what happens if you lose control again while standing directly in front of the king? If you suddenly go on another rampage in the middle of the ceremony, who will take responsibility for everything that follows? Maze let the question hang between them for a moment before adding, and in all likelihood, the opponent standing across from you would be Julius. If the two of you were forced to face each other once again, can you honestly look me in the eye and say, with complete confidence, that the same disaster would never happen a second time? Aster offered no immediate answer. Seeing him remain silent, Maze allowed his tone to soften. If the honorary knight medal is all you are after, then there is no need to gamble everything on the duel ceremony. Other paths exist for earning the king's acknowledgement. Aster shook his head at once, refusing that suggestion without hesitation. Those other methods would take far too long. As I am now, I still do not possess enough power or influence to protect my family and friends from the Elmheim family. That is precisely why I must become someone they cannot casually threaten, manipulate, or interfere with, and I have to reach that position as quickly as possible, before anyone close to me is harmed again. Maze carefully examined Aster's determined expression, weighing every word he had just heard. After a moment, he spoke slowly, as though confirming the intention hidden beneath Aster's request. So that is your plan. You want to use the honor of being recognized by the king as a shield. Is that what you are after? Maze asked. Aster made no attempt to deny it. Instead, he answered with complete certainty. Exactly. Besides, the duel ceremony may be the only opportunity one will ever have to fight Julius in a true one-on-one match. If I allow this chance to pass, Julius will graduate from the academy, and the opportunity will vanish forever. But during the duel ceremony, an enormous crowd will be watching. The king himself will be there. On that stage, before all of them, I will defeat a member of the Elmheim family. There could not possibly be a more fitting stage for what I intend to do. If I let this moment slip through my fingers, another opportunity this perfect may never appear again. Aster paused briefly, allowing his intensity to settle. Then he looked directly into Maze's eyes and continued in a calmer, more measured voice. I do not know what you are truly planning, and I have no intention of forcing you to reveal it. But there is one thing I do understand. No matter what your hidden intentions may be, you have never sworn genuine loyalty to the Elmheim family. And because I know that, please lend me your strength, just as you chose to believe in me once before. I am asking you to trust me again and give me the chance to fight them. The sincerity in Aster's request left Maze completely silent for several long moments. At last, Maze slowly rose from his seat and faced Aster directly. The sight before him was almost amusing. This was the same young man who had refused to bend before the Duke and had stood his ground even against the sixth head of the Elmheim family. Yet now, that very person was willing to lower his head and sincerely ask another man for help. A faint, approving smile appeared on Maze's face. Very well. In exchange for that admirable display of humility, I will give you one chance, Maze continued. Aster immediately raised his head and asked what kind of chance he intended to offer. A short while later, Aster stepped outside alone. As he walked away, his expression remained thoughtful, and his mind carefully returned to every word Maze had told him during their conversation. The greatest obstacle standing before him was now painfully clear. The true problem was not his lack of strength, but the uncontrollable rampage triggered whenever the power of the Seven Wings overwhelmed him. As he continued walking, Maze's earlier condition echoed through his mind once more. If the danger of the Seven Wings going berserk can be eliminated, then I may be willing to recommend you as a participant in the duel ceremony. When Maze had first said those words, Aster had stared at him in surprise. Believing he finally understood the offer, he immediately asked, "Does that mean you are going to teach me how to control the Seven Wings?" Maze had only smiled before shaking his head. Not a chance. Teaching something like that is far beyond what I am suited for. A problem this dangerous should be placed in the hands of someone who is truly an expert. Some time later, Aster arrived inside the Academy's enormous library. Towering shelves stretched in every direction, packed tightly with ancient books and forgotten records. Looking across the seemingly endless rows, he could not stop himself from wondering aloud, are they really somewhere in here? Is the expert who can actually stop the seven wings from going on a rampage truly inside this library? The moment the question left Aster's lips, a strange book resting among the shelves began to glow with an eerie and mysterious light. Not far from that glowing book stood the Academy's principal. Judging by his calm posture and unhurried expression, he had clearly known that Aster would eventually come and had been waiting for his arrival all along. A knowing smile appeared on the principal's face as he looked toward Aster. So, you have finally come. Without wasting another moment, he shifted his gaze toward the mysteriously glowing book and added calmly, very well. I will bring that person to you immediately, the one you have been waiting to meet. Soon afterward, the principal finally stepped forward to greet Aster properly. With a gentle, welcoming smile resting on his face, the old man approached and said, welcome. I have already heard the entire situation from Director Mays, he explained. And truthfully, I have wanted to sit down and speak with you for quite some time as well. With you, the young man who possesses the seven wings. As Principal Mimir slowly walked closer, Aster quietly observed every detail about him. This elderly man was Mimir, an active scholar known throughout the kingdom as the greatest living authority in the field of Seven Wings emblem research. At first glance, however, he appeared to be nothing more than a warm and ordinary old man. His gentle face and approachable manner made him seem strangely out of place within an academy known for its harsh, fiercely competitive culture. Yet that harmless appearance concealed an extraordinary past. Long before he accepted the position of academy principal, Mimir had already earned widespread fame as one of the kingdom's distinguished knights and an exceptionally talented specialist in magic. He had dedicated his rare magical power, his extraordinary manipulation abilities, and the vast knowledge accumulated over his lifetime entirely to the prosperity of the nation. Because of those contributions, Mimir had become one of the most respected and influential figures in the kingdom. Realizing exactly who now stood before him, Aster quickly came to an important conclusion. If anyone in the entire kingdom knew how to control the dangerous power of the seven wings, it would be Principal Mimir. No other person could possibly be more qualified. Holding on to that hope, Aster faced the old man and asked directly, Principal Mimir, do you know how the seven wings can be controlled? Principal Mimir answered the question immediately, without showing even the slightest uncertainty. Of course. Naturally, I know. However, after a brief pause, the confidence in Mimir's expression gave way to something far more thoughtful. His eyes narrowed slightly as he reconsidered his own answer. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I am the one who wishes to know. The moment those puzzling words left his mouth, Principal Mimir stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Aster. Without the slightest warning, Principal Mimir gently tugged up the back of Aster's shirt. His eyes locked onto the emblem across Aster's back, widening with pure amazement as excitement spread across his face. How beautiful! This really is the emblem of the seven wings. Aster, completely caught off guard by the principal's sudden behavior, froze in place and could only stare in stunned silence. Principal Mimir barely noticed Aster's shock. He remained completely absorbed in the emblem, studying every detail with an almost feverish fascination. The magical energy is stirring through every single line, and this star-shaped design is unlike anything else. I could keep looking at it forever. I desperately want to learn more about you. The moment those intense words left Mimir's mouth, Aster felt a chill of unease. His body moved before he could think, and he quickly backed away several steps, putting a safer distance between himself and the overly curious principal. Noticing how nervous Aster had become, Principal Mimir gave him a slightly embarrassed smile. Well, I suppose I owe you an apology. Whenever wing emblems are involved, my scholarly curiosity becomes rather difficult to control. Watching the principal become this obsessed over a single emblem, Aster could only grumble inwardly. What was the point of warning him not to lose control when Mimir was the one acting completely unhinged? Still wearing that pleasant smile, the principal finally settled himself and continued in a far calmer voice. But to be perfectly honest, even I'm somewhat at a loss here. Aster blinked at that unexpected admission, confusion immediately crossing his face. Troubled by what he had heard, he looked directly at Mimir and asked what he meant. Rather than answering him on the spot, Principal Mimir turned and guided Aster farther into the chamber. Towering shelves surrounded them on every side, each one packed with carefully preserved books. As they walked between the endless rows, Mimir explained, After all, a human who carries the seven wings is extraordinarily rare to begin with. This room contains nearly every kind of record ever written about wing emblems. Mimir gestured toward the shelves lining the chamber. But when it comes specifically to the seven wings, all we have left are ancient legends, scattered theories, and unconfirmed speculation. In the present age, there may not be a single person alive who understands how to handle the 7 wings better than you do. As soon as those words reached him, Aster's expression tightened, and a clear look of anxiety appeared across his face. Aster turned toward the principal with growing concern and asked, "You can't be serious. If even you don't know how it works, then what exactly am I supposed to do?" Principal Mimir came to a stop and slowly turned back toward Aster. Despite everything he had just admitted, his expression remained composed and completely confident. "There is still a way. In fact, the solution is quite simple. You only need to ask someone else who possesses the 7 wings." Aster stared at the object placed before him, his brows drawing together in confusion. "This is a book?" It was the same mysterious golden volume that had appeared before, unmistakable in both its strange appearance and the power surrounding it. A brilliant golden radiance poured from the book's cover, wrapping the ancient volume in a sacred, almost otherworldly aura. Seeing Aster's bewildered reaction, Principal Mimir remained perfectly calm and began to explain what stood before him. "You already know that wing emblems were originally gifts bestowed by spirits, correct?" Aster nodded slowly. "Yes, although I've never actually seen one of these so-called spirits myself." Hearing his answer, Principal Mimir continued without hesitation. "Spirits truly do exist, though the majority of them vanished long ago." A short while later, the two arrived before an enormous dragon statue positioned deeper inside the chamber, its massive form rising high above them. The dragon statue towered over the room, radiating such an overwhelming presence that Aster had to tilt his head back just to see its face. Principal Mimir looked up at the colossal figure with an appreciative smile. "Magnificent, isn't it? It appears that spirits also rank themselves according to the number of wings they possessed from birth," Mimir explained. "And among all of them, those extraordinary beings born with 7 wings were known as great spirits. Those great spirits were said to wield unique powers that no ordinary spirit could ever imitate." Mimir's voice remained calm, though the abilities he described were anything but ordinary. Some of them could command the weather itself. Others supposedly held the power to restore the dead to life. And there were even great spirits capable of crossing through time, moving beyond the boundaries that separate the past from the future, or so the old records claim. In other words, spirits with abilities so incredible that they seemed to defy the very laws of the world had once truly existed, each carrying powers far beyond anything ordinary humans could imagine. The instant Aster heard the words crossing through time, his eyes opened wide in disbelief. Every other part of Mimir's explanation faded into the background as one phrase repeated sharply inside his mind. Crossing time. That ability sounded exactly like the impossible phenomenon he had experienced himself. It was no different from regression, the power that had thrown him backward into the past. The possibility seized Aster's attention immediately. He couldn't stop himself from wondering whether the great spirits were somehow connected to the mysterious force that had reversed time and granted him another chance at life. Unaware of the thoughts racing through Aster's mind, Principal Mimir turned his gaze toward the glowing golden book and continued. "One of those great spirits is sealed inside this volume. Should you manage to meet him and speak with him directly," Mimir continued in the same measured tone, "you may not only discover how to properly control the 7 wings, but you could also obtain an even greater power than the one you possess now. Unfortunately, there is one serious complication. The great spirit sealed within that book despises humanity to an extreme degree. Even if you succeed in meeting him, there is absolutely no guarantee that he will listen to you or treat you reasonably." Aster's curiosity immediately pushed aside his hesitation. Looking from Mimir to the glowing book, he asked, "Why does he hate humans so much?" Principal Mimir answered without pausing. "Long ago, humans betrayed him. In the end, that betrayal led to him being imprisoned inside a cramped little book for all these years." Aster's face twisted into an awkward expression. "I see. In that case, I suppose it's only natural that he would hold a grudge." As he processed everything he had just learned, he quietly considered the absurd situation before him. He was about to enter a book and seek guidance from a spirit sealed inside it. The entire matter had turned into a story far stranger than anything Aster had expected. Still, he was in no position to complain about the method. If this was his best chance to understand the 7 wings, he couldn't afford to be selective. Once his decision was made, Aster stepped forward without further hesitation and pressed his hand against the ancient golden book. The instant his palm touched the cover, radiant golden letters flared to life across its surface. A dazzling light then erupted from within the volume, flooding the entire chamber with a powerful, blinding glow. Principal Mimir watched the phenomenon unfold with undisguised excitement. His eyes shone as he exclaimed, "Oh, exactly as I expected. The 7 wings are resonating with one another." Even as the golden light intensified, his gaze remained fixed on the enormous dragon statue standing before them. Aster showed no fear as he faced the unknown presence, speaking as though the Great Spirit could already hear every word. So, you're the one calling me? Fine then, bring it on. Come out and show yourself, Great Spirit. But the moment Aster opened his eyes again, the quiet chamber had vanished. He now found himself standing alone in the middle of a raging battlefield. No matter which direction Aster looked, the surrounding town had already been swallowed by flames. Fire raced across rooftops and poured from shattered buildings, turning the entire settlement into a burning ruin. Buildings crackled as they burned, thick smoke choked the sky, and chaos erupted from every direction around him. Completely disoriented, Aster spun his head from side to side and muttered, "Why am I suddenly standing in the middle of a town?" Then his gaze swept over the destruction surrounding him, and an even more urgent question escaped his lips. No, more importantly, what happened here? What kind of disaster is this? Nothing he saw made the slightest bit of sense. Yet before Aster could gather his thoughts or understand where he had been sent, danger came rushing toward him without warning. In the very next instant, an armed soldier charged straight through the smoke. Without saying a word, the man closed the distance and launched a sudden attack directly at Aster. Aster reacted on pure instinct, raising his sword just in time to intercept the incoming strike. Metal crashed against metal, and the sharp sound rang across the burning battlefield. But as he held back the blow, he quickly realized that something about this situation was terribly wrong. This isn't Graham, and this uniform is exactly like the one I wore back when I was an ordinary soldier. Aster glanced down at himself, his confusion deepening with every detail he noticed. What the hell is going on here? Whatever the explanation was, Aster knew he couldn't stand around searching for answers. First, I need to cut my way out of this mess. But the moment his eyes dropped to the weapon clenched in his hand, his expression abruptly changed. The sword's blade was in miserable condition. Countless tiny scratches covered the metal, chips had broken away along its edge, and years of wear had left it looking completely unreliable. One glance was enough to tell Aster that this weapon could fail at any moment in a real fight. At the same time, Aster attempted to summon his magical power. He focused inward and tried to draw it out as he normally would, but nothing stirred, and not even the faintest response came from within him. You've got to be kidding me? Aster's eyes tightened as he tried once more, only to receive the same empty result. My magical power won't come out at all. Across from him, one of the enemy soldiers watched Aster standing motionless amid the chaos. Confusion spread across the man's face before he shouted to the others, "What's wrong with this guy? Why is he just standing there spacing out?" Within moments, several additional soldiers moved in and surrounded Aster from every direction. Weapons rose around him as the men shouted with open hostility. "Have you lost your nerve, you dog of Elmheim? He's a traitor. Cut him down." Just as the soldiers prepared to attack him all at once, a figure with brilliant red hair suddenly dropped from above. Landing between Aster and his attackers, the newcomer swept a contemptuous gaze across the soldiers and shouted, "You're the dogs, you complete idiots." In the very next heartbeat, the red-haired stranger unleashed a single devastating strike. Every soldier surrounding Aster was cut down with effortless precision. The attack happened so quickly that none of them had enough time to defend themselves, let alone understand what had struck them. The newcomer stood calmly among the fallen bodies as though the entire clash had been nothing worth mentioning. Then, with an almost casual tone, he said, "Come to think of it, there was one more dog who wasn't among them. My mistake. Oh, my mistake. It looks like you guys were right after all." The instant Aster's gaze landed on the red-haired man, his eyes flew wide with raw disbelief. There was no possibility of mistaking that face. Aster recognized him the moment he saw him. Standing before him was the very same man Aster had once defeated in Rania, the enemy who had later been captured and personally executed under the Elder's orders. And yet, despite everything Aster remembered, that supposedly dead man was now standing only a short distance away, breathing and very much alive. Even more unbelievable, the man's two cousins were standing beside him as well. Both stared directly at Aster before taunting him. "Isn't that right, wingless Aster?" Hearing those words, Aster finally began to understand. Somehow, the memories and experiences of his future self had been poured into his younger body, allowing him to relive his previous life with everything he now knew. Aster could do nothing except stare at them in stunned silence, his mind still struggling to accept the impossible sight. Deiris, however, completely misread the meaning behind his expression. With the same smug and arrogant smile Aster remembered, Deiris immediately began mocking him. Even while standing on a battlefield surrounded by death, he behaved as though the lives being lost around him meant absolutely nothing. To Deiris, another soldier dying was merely an ordinary part of war, hardly worth a second thought. He casually warned Aster that someone as insignificant as him could easily become the battlefield's next nameless casualty. Aster still gave no response, his eyes remaining fixed on the man before him. None of this could possibly make sense, because according to everything he remembered, Deiris should have been dead long ago. But the longer Aster silently stared at him, the more Deiris' irritation grew. His mocking smile gradually tightened as anger began creeping across his face. Deiris had always despised Aster for being born without wings, viewing him as someone naturally beneath a true knight. Because of that contempt, he could not tolerate the calm, unflinching way Aster continued looking directly at him. Just as Deiris seemed ready to let his anger explode, his brothers quickly stepped between them and held him back. They reminded him that someone like Aster was not worth wasting another moment of their time. Their father was about to launch his attack, and in their eyes, that mattered far more than arguing with a wingless soldier they considered beneath them. At those words, an eerily familiar sensation suddenly swept through Aster's mind. Aster had seen all of this before. Their expressions, their words, and even the tension hanging over the battlefield. Every detail was unfolding exactly as he remembered it. As though history itself had begun repeating, Deiris' father slowly rose from the ground and ascended into the sky. A crushing surge of mana erupted from his body, spreading outward until it blanketed the entire battlefield. Then, before the eyes of every soldier present, he proudly unfolded his magnificent 7 wings. The terrifying wave of magical power that followed shook the earth beneath them, ripping through the battlefield and leaving everyone frozen in stunned silence. The instant Aster saw those 7 wings stretched across the sky, the final barrier inside his mind shattered. Countless memories rushed back all at once, filling in everything he had failed to understand. At last, Aster understood where he had been brought. This was neither an illusion nor some strange dream. He was witnessing the past he had once lived through, back when the world still knew him as Aster Elmheim. Every forgotten detail returned with painful clarity. This was the precise moment when the greatest rebellion in the history of the Dassel Kingdom had first erupted. Roderick, commander of the Royal Knights, had murdered the king with his own hands, and then boldly proclaimed himself the kingdom's new ruler. That single act of betrayal threw the entire nation into chaos and split its people between 2 powerful opposing factions. One faction remained loyal to the Elmheim family, while the other raised its weapons in an attempt to overthrow them. The savage civil war born from that division was the very same conflict Aster had once fought through. The memories continued unfolding before his death, one after another, forcing Aster to relive each moment exactly as it had happened. Once again, he respectfully lowered himself before his father, who calmly informed him that most of the royal knights had already surrendered to the Elmheim forces. Even so, his father warned that the war was nowhere near its conclusion. As long as even one leader of the rebellion remained alive, they could never claim a true victory. For that reason, Aster and every soldier in his unit were assigned a new mission. The surviving rebels had fled into the eastern Alf Highlands, where they were secretly gathering their remaining forces and preparing another attack. Aster's objective was brutally simple: hunt down every last rebel hiding there and wipe them out completely. Aster accepted the command without the slightest hesitation, and his father formally placed the entire operation in his hands. But before dismissing him, the man presented Aster with a mysterious object known as the Fallen Emblem. The moment Aster's eyes fell upon the emblem, his calm expression vanished. His gaze sharpened immediately, revealing that he recognized the object far too well. Aster already knew exactly what the emblem truly represented. His father proudly introduced the Fallen Emblem as an artificial wing capable of temporarily increasing a person's magical power, supposedly allowing even someone born wingless to stand and fight beside genuine knights. To anyone hearing about it for the first time, the emblem would have sounded like a miraculous invention capable of changing countless lives. But Aster knew the horrifying truth concealed beneath that promise of power. Without offering even a word of warning, Aster drew his sword in one swift motion and drove the blade directly into his father's stomach. He kept his grip firm while staring straight into the man's eyes. Aster then spoke aloud the truth that everyone else had chosen to ignore. Ordinary humans born without magical power were forced to endure unbearable agony every single time they activated the Fallen Emblem. The strength it granted might have been extraordinary, but that temporary power always demanded a devastating price in return. Those forced to use it were never respected or treated like actual human beings. To the people commanding the war, they were nothing more than disposable tools, bodies that could be thrown onto the battlefield and sacrificed to fulfill someone else's ambition. With anger and grief pouring through every word, Aster condemned the endless war that had already stolen countless innocent lives. None of those people, he declared, had ever deserved to suffer such a cruel and meaningless fate. Yet no matter how fiercely Aster spoke or what actions he took, nothing around him truly changed. His blade and his words had no power here, because this world was only a memory, and a memory could never be rewritten. Neither the past nor the future could be altered by anything he did inside this place. In the next instant, the entire world shifted again. The battlefield vanished without leaving a trace, and an endless snow-covered wilderness appeared in its place, stretching toward every horizon. Aster slowly turned and looked across the unfamiliar white landscape, completely unable to understand where the memory had carried him this time. Before he could collect his thoughts, two voices he knew well suddenly called out from nearby. Brown and Silva came running through the snow toward him, both visibly concerned. During the mission, they had noticed their captain standing completely motionless, as though his mind had suddenly left his body. Silva tried to ease the tension with a laugh, joking that he could carry Aster himself if their captain had become too exhausted to continue walking through the snow. Aster did not answer. He simply stared at Brown and Silva, still struggling to process everything he had witnessed only moments earlier. Silva, seeing no obvious injury, casually brushed off Aster's strange behavior. He assumed Aster had merely drifted into some unusually vivid dream while standing there. But Aster knew that what he had experienced was far more serious than an ordinary moment of distraction. As he silently studied the two men, his thoughts returned to the wingless unit, a group of soldiers who, just like Aster, possessed no magical power and were forced to serve beneath the winged knights. They had crossed one battlefield after another together, enduring missions that should have been impossible to survive. When the rest of the world looked down on them, they had trusted one another and fought side by side. But in the end, every member of that unit had given up his life, one after another, until Aster was left behind as their only surviving comrade. Those men had never been mere soldiers following his commands. They were his comrades, his brothers, and the closest thing he had ever known to a family. For one brief moment, Aster wondered whether he had somehow traveled back into the past yet again. However, after carefully examining the snowy surroundings and the familiar faces before him, Aster gradually realized this was not reality. It was another memory, deliberately being placed before him by someone for an unknown purpose. As he struggled to understand why he was being forced to witness it, a piercing pain suddenly tore through his head. Brown immediately called for Aster to pull himself together, his voice now filled with urgency. He reminded his captain that they had already advanced deep into enemy territory, where rebel soldiers could be hiding behind any ridge or beneath the surrounding snow. That warning struck Aster like a bolt of lightning and instantly awakened another buried memory. He suddenly realized that the wingless unit was only moments away from walking directly into an enemy ambush. Without wasting even a single second, Aster ordered every member of the unit to turn back and retreat immediately, before the hidden rebels could begin their attack. Brown responded with a confused smile, clearly unable to understand why his captain had issued such an unexpected command. Aster knew that retreating without an obvious reason could bring severe consequences of its own, but he had already witnessed exactly what was about to happen. And almost the instant his order left his mouth, the enemies concealed around them finally launched their ambush. The attack came from every direction. One after another, soldiers from the wingless unit were struck down before they could raise their weapons or react. The remaining men froze in terror as they realized that enemy forces had completely surrounded them. The impossible memory was becoming reality before Aster's eyes. Despite his warning, the unit had still walked directly into the enemy's trap, and the situation was about to become even worse. Every enemy charging toward them was a fully trained knight capable of wielding magical power. Cornered with no hope of escape, one desperate soldier finally activated the Forbidden Fallen emblem. He had no intention of simply dying on that blood-soaked battlefield. Even if it cost him everything, he was determined to fight back until his final breath. Realizing exactly what the soldier was about to unleash, Aster desperately reached out and tried to stop him before it was too late. But the instant the fallen emblem awakened, the soldiers were stripped of their humanity and twisted into hideous, lowly monsters. Before long, the enemy troops were consumed by the very same transformation. In moments, the entire battlefield collapsed into uncontrollable chaos. The newly created monsters turned on one another, tearing through everything around them with terrifying surges of magical power. One after another, soldiers on every side were ripped apart and slaughtered without the slightest trace of mercy. While the merciless massacre continued all around him, Julius finally arrived at the battlefield, walking into the carnage with unsettling calmness. Julius surveyed the horrifying scene without showing even the faintest hint of emotion. By then, the fighting had become so chaotic that no one could distinguish ally from enemy. Among the twisted creatures, one transformed soldier weakly reached toward Julius and begged him for help. Yet before Julius could offer any kind of salvation, another violent attack crashed into the helpless monster and killed him instantly. Julius brushed aside the death as though it meant absolutely nothing, not even bothering to recognize the person who had just been killed. Watching him with an icy stare, Aster demanded to know why Julius had only come now. He had appeared only after the battle was already finished and everyone else had been destroyed. Without the slightest hesitation, Julius revealed that his own forces had already hunted down the remaining rebels. Aster and his entire unit had merely been used as decoys, drawing attention away and making the real mission easier to complete. To Julius, the whole operation had been so simple that he even called it boring. When Julius noticed that Aster had somehow survived the slaughter, genuine surprise briefly crossed his face. He soon understood the reason. Aster was the only soldier who had refused to activate the fallen emblem. While all his comrades sacrificed themselves and transformed into monsters, Aster remained among the bodies, staring across the ruined battlefield with a cold, hardened expression. As Aster took in the horrifying remains around him, one truth became painfully clear. No human being deserved to suffer such a miserable and tragic death. Julius, however, treated the fallen soldiers as if their lives had never mattered. To him, they were nothing more than insignificant pawns now lying scattered across the battlefield. At that moment, Aster slowly forced himself back onto his feet. The memories he had buried finally returned in full, and he once again remembered the identity of the true enemy he needed to destroy. The Elmheim family stood at the root of everything that had happened. Before dealing with anyone else, Aster silently vowed that he would crush every last member of that family. Aster then raised his voice and addressed the mysterious power forcing him to relive these memories. He would not allow some unknown presence to keep tearing open his deepest wounds and making him experience the same trauma endlessly. From within the surrounding shadows, Julius watched what was happening, and his expression twisted with growing fury. Julius could not understand who Aster was speaking to, yet Aster completely ignored him. With unwavering certainty, he declared that the illusion had already accomplished everything it was meant to do. Those painful memories belonged to Aster alone. His past had never existed for someone else to watch and enjoy as a spectacle. Now that the hidden truth had finally been exposed, the illusion began to collapse around him. In the next moment, Aster left the nightmare behind and returned to his present life.